Good morning. Well, afternoon. How is everyone? So apparently, okay, word on the block, word running around town, okay, is our beloved row your boat gently down the stream switched up on us. She switched up. She's not acting like herself no more. She out of pocket. Nah, I just got up. I am starting to get sick though. That does happen. But this weather, New York weather, is so fucking crazy, dude. It's insane. One minute it's nice, it's good. Next minute it's raining, freezing. I mean, it's fucking crazy up here this year. So I do apologize if I sound a bit off. But welcome in, Susan. Welcome in, everyone. Much love. Thank you all for being here. But definitely, this New York weather is getting to me this year. But apparently, our beloved row your boat, switching it up, ladies and gentlemen, switching it up. Apparently, Miss row your boat, gently down the stream, went fuck you and decided to go all out of pocket, and people aren't liking that. Roe is being Roe. Well, motherfucker, Roe's acting different than what she was. She's ignoring some people. Oh my lord. Oh no, she's ignoring some people. Oh my god. Oh my lord. She's acting all weird. Oh no. Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Roe, what's good? Oh no, not the row. Nah, fuck that, dude. People gotta understand when it comes, people will be the way people want to be. Okay, just because bro is over there being a different way, acting some type of way to somebody, or you believe, or it may look like it's some type of way to somebody, don't mean a damn thing. Exactly, Susan. Exactly. It don't mean a fucking thing. Okay, you don't know. Maybe she wasn't paying no mind. She didn't see it. Didn't see it. Didn't see shit. You never know. Okay, you don't know. I don't know. Maybe Ro was having a bad day to begin with, and she's dead alive anyway. I don't know. But we'll wait for her to come up. I know she's awake, and I don't know why I gotta tell people this, but I'll say it one last time before I get up and go get a cup of coffee. By the way, grab your coffee, grab your meds, grab your stuff. I'm gonna get up here in a second and go make me a cup of coffee. But before I do that, to all the ladies, all 12 of you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna say this one last time. No one fucks with Ro, aka knowledge is power, but me. No one. I don't give a fuck if you got 100 subs or 100 million subs. I will fucking find a way and I will find out everything about you. And I'll dox the fucking living piss out of you. I don't give a fuck. No one fucks with Ro but me. I am the only one that will fuck with Ro. Okay? Period. If you want to fuck with Ro, go find somebody else to fuck with. I already called dibs on fucking with Ro, and that's the way it goes. Period. I'll be back. I have to go get coffee and let that sink in. No one fucks with the Ro but the Pandrew. Pandrew is the only one that fucks with Ro. Get over it. Cry about it. Coffee time. So, with that being said, with that being said, a lot of people are going to get all noble and pissy and go get Roe and tell her, oh, Adrian's over there talking, saying this and saying that. Go ahead. I don't give a fuck. Go tell her. Go get her. Hurry up. Go email her. Go tell her. Triggered. What's going on? I'm very triggered today because apparently, it's such a bad thing for people to switch up how they are on YouTube. It's such a horrible thing. It's so horrible. So evil. Oh my God. But again, nobody can fuck with Roe but me. Okay? I'm literally down to my last couple of cigarettes. I'm down to no Mountain Dew. I'm down to just enough coffee to last maybe 2 more cups. I am not in the fucking mood to be playing around today. And I was scrolling through these YouTube streets this morning. I'm sitting there being a good little boy, paying some mind. So I am going to sit here and I'm going to read these idiots' comments over here. And then I'm going to fucking probably go over there in that chat and tell her, you know what, leave her the fuck alone. People are allowed to have bad days and good days. And if Roe is over there acting out of pocket, obviously she's having a bad fucking day. So anything else? I don't know if anybody wants to go over there and go get row your boat, go get her. Because like I said, I don't know how many times, no one fucks with Roe but me. There you go. Thank you, Susan. Sorry, guys. We've been through this, Susan. I know it's repetitive, and I know you're going to get tired of hearing it. Okay? Not just Susan, but I know everybody's going to be tired of hearing it. All right? And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we have to go through this again. I did a live about Miss Roe a couple months ago. A couple months ago. Okay? And I said the same sentence in the same stream 100 fucking times. It gets repetitive, repeating yourself. But apparently nobody understood the factor of fuck off and leave her alone. There you are. Good. Now, now read the bottom of my screen. You see that? You see that, young lady? Thank you, Ghost. But you see that down there, young lady? You see that right there? Okay? You see that right there? Because here we are again. No, I'm good. I'm going with the flow. I'm not tired of hearing it. Good, because I'll say it right here and right now with her in my chat. No one fucks with Roe but me. I don't give a fuck. You want to talk shit about Roe? Okay. Let me find the fuck out. Fuck around and find out. If you want to talk shit about her, I'll dox your fucking whole life. I have 3 to 5 other channels I could fall back the fuck upon now after my last incident. Okay? After my last close call. Now I have other channels to fall back on. Okay? I don't care. I will dox the fucking world. I don't give a fuck. This woman's been through a fuck enough. And just because she acts a little different on a live or something, all of a sudden she switched up on how she is on a live because she's got more fucking balls now? Because she finally said, I'm not going to kiss nobody's fucking ass and hear how it is. Fuck you. I do what I want. My fucking channel. I do what I want. Oh, my Lord. But she switched up from how she was in the beginning. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Rose switched up. Oh, my God. Fuck off. Nobody cares. Okay? Nobody fucking cares. Roe is just being Roe. Leave her the fuck alone. Leave Roe alone, okay? Leave her the fuck alone. All right? I'm going to tell you that now. Leave the young lady alone. She ain't done shit. Cleeps. I ain't sucking up, Cleeps. No. See, this ain't Andrew sucking up. This is Andrew fucking annoyed. This is Andrew a little annoyed. Okay? I'm not sucking up shit. It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. A couple of these mods can have some problems with Ro. It's okay. I will let Ro destroy them. That's how I look at it. I will let Ro handle that. Ro's a big girl. She can handle mods. I'll handle the idiots on other channels. Cause you know what? My girls are it's spring break here. My girls aren't home. I have a little bit more time. Miss Ro has a whole ass fucking farm that she has to take care of. She ain't got time to sit up here on these YouTube streets all fucking day long. Okay? My girls are at their friend's house right now, so I'm chilling. I got nothing but time to sit here and destroy these motherfuckers. A couple of mods she could do on her, a couple of my mods that she have issues with, she could take care of over on her side. It is what it is. It's how it is. But I'm getting tired of this shit. Every fucking other day. If it ain't something about Ro, it's something about this one. It's something about that one. Like, really, bro? First it was the Mean Girls. Now it's Ro. Who the fuck is next? Who the fuck is next? Hey, you got a minute to grab a link there, Ghost? Hmm? You got a minute to grab a link? Oh, no, we know it ain't you, Triggered. No, it ain't you. You're good, Trig. Bro, stop it. You're not a bro. Stop it. You're not allowed to have a bad day on YouTube. Stop it. Stop it. Bro, stop having a real life. Just stop it. You're not allowed to go take care of your farm animals. Stop it. I dropped it like it's hot. Nah, that's for Ghost. If Knowledge wants it, she can come get it. Yeah, Ro is Knowledge. Knowledge is Ro. Oh. Yes. Ghost, you missed a lot. Lips and Knowledge here have squashed the beef because I got tired of it. They got tired of it. They grew up. I gave you a fucking link, lady. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
So
Hold on.
listen.
There you
How dare you? Hi, beautiful.
go. I know, right? You're looking great today.
So listen, I'm over here. I'm being nosy. You know how I do.
Mhm, mhm.
And I believe it was your live from yesterday, about 18 hours ago.
Mhm.
They're over there playing it.
Who?
Oh, I'll tell you. Ooh, hi, Ghost.
I literally misspelled my motherfucking name.
It's fun. So Remain Calm's over there talking on your live along with Bev.
Yeah. Well,
And
here's the deal with that.
go
Bev,
ahead.
all right, like this chick Jill.
Mhm.
She hit me up. Well, she put a comment in one of my lives a while ago. She just let it was right before the shit with the headstones with you. And her son had passed, this, that, and the other thing. So I stopped what I was doing and I talked to her for a while. And I told her, hit me up. I gave her my information, whatever. So she starts hitting me up, texting me all this stuff, and I would have like 6-hour phone calls with her, all this shit. Well, in between, I got sick. My mom had a heart attack.
Ooh,
I got the animals, all this shit. And I didn't have as much time.
I'm
You know what I
sorry to
mean?
hear about. I'm sorry to hear about your
Thank you. My
mom.
my sister had one yesterday, but
Oh Jesus, I'm
oh yeah,
sorry.
yeah, thank you. And so and then I noticed like she likes to tip one back at night, right? And
Mm.
I'd be on lives or whatever, and she'd be like texting me repeatedly, and I'm like, stop. You know, and I don't mind giving you attention. We can talk about your kid all you want. Like, you know what I mean? I feel you 100 on that, but you're not going to fucking, you know, I'm on a live, you know what I'm doing, and you're getting mad because I'm not answering you. And, you know, me, her, and Bev had a group chat, like a group text going for a while. And I, you know, said to Bev, I was like, you know, she asked me, she's like, you're really pissed. I'm like, yeah, I am. You know what I mean? Because, like, you know, it's not like I'm blowing you off and you can't see where I am. Like, you see what the fuck I'm doing. And you know what I mean? It's, I, most of when I'm talking about Summer, I try to concentrate because everybody dissects every fucking word you say. So, you know, it's not like I just get on there and just like, you know, do whatever. And it breaks my concentration or whatever. So yeah, I got perturbed. And
Mhm.
Bev asked me about it or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, like, you know, I'll give you all the attention in the world, but I'm not gonna be fucking manipulated. And you know, them two were in their little, you know, the group chat or whatever text, and I wasn't talking that much, but I sent messages saying, look, I got a lot of shit going on. I'm in
Excuse
my
me
head.
1 minute. I'm
Mhm.
sorry to cut you off.
No, no, you're good.
My moderators, if you find who is it? Wow. If you find innocent until proven guilty in here, put her on a 2-week ban, please.
Oh no, let her come up because the majority of all this bullshit stems from
Mm.
her.
Well,
Stems
I
from
don't
her.
see. Well, it just she's nose dogging my channel right now.
Mm, mm.
And she's over there saying you're dogging on Jill. I don't see how you're dogging on anybody at this minute.
Oh no, I'm not supposed to say anything in defense of myself. Like they can just run and say whatever they want. And when you call them on it or you ask for receipts, ain't nobody got receipts. And then they start saying all kinds of shit about you. And you know, you're the asshole when you defend yourself. Well, guess what? I've been defending myself all my fucking life. And I'll be damned if a bunch of fucking child molesting supporting cheerleaders are gonna fucking attack me for doing fucking nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing. I don't ask for no fucking money. I don't put that baby's name in my title, so I'm not exploiting shit. I didn't threaten anybody, and innocent can suck my fucking imaginary dick.
I'm
You know what I
pretty
mean?
sure
'Cause-
you're. Listen, I'm pretty sure yours is 30 times bigger than hers anyway.
right? But like she has for 7 months, and I have every fucking receipt. Went from chat to chat to chat to chat to try to start shit with me, and you know the chat owner, whatever, and then moves on to the next chat to run more shit. Then I got some fucking stupid twat, you know, blowing me up in the last 2 weeks, telling me I go everywhere talking about innocent every day. No, I'm not on
No.
here every day. I'm doing other shit. And like, you know, life goes to fuck on. And unfortunately, I got a lot of shit going on in my life that ain't real fucking good. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
and I haven't gotten a paycheck in 5 fucking months. So I'm dealing with that shit. And you know what I mean? A landlord who's about to lose his fucking house because I haven't paid him rent. Like, you know, that's a lot of weight to fucking carry. But
Yeah.
anyway, yeah. So
But no, real life does happen, and I
right.
know that, and I know you got a lot of stuff going on, whether it
Yeah.
be with family or your farm,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, obviously, when you come up on a live, there's going to be random people, and you know, just the stress of the day
Mm-hmm.
is
Mm-hmm.
can
And
switch
I don't
up
mind.
how you are.
Yeah, I don't mind, like, you know, every once in a while you get somebody in the chat that doesn't like your point of view or whatever. That's cool. That you're entitled to that. I have no problem with that. And I don't like lash out at people for shit. Like, matter of fact, I constantly, you know, say in my chats that I welcome other opinions. I might ask you why, like, how, you know, what made you come to this conclusion. I'm not being confrontational. I just want to know what your, you know, your thought is. And I don't have a
Exactly.
problem with that. But the ones that consistently keep fucking with me are, besides Jill and Bev right now, are inspired by Innocent. Like, and then, you know, they want to, you know, tell me I'm stalking it, I'm this, I'm that. No, I'm not. And even one night when I was in Ernie's chat, it came in and kept trying to start with me. I'm like, yo, go about your business. Like, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
I'm sitting here like listening to what he's talking about. I wasn't bothering anybody. And he keeps yelling, Mama T, Mama T. So she times me the fuck out. I'm like, really? And Ernie's sitting there saying, like, don't time anybody out, this, that, the other thing. And as soon as my timeout was over, like, I was like, yo, dude. And I went up there for a minute. It was right before you were on there. And I was like, well, Mama T just timed me out for innocent. You know what I mean? And he's like, well, I told him not to do it. I'm like, yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So in that
Oh, my
same
brother's
live,
calling.
hmm?
My brother's calling, but go ahead.
Okay.
Y'all.
In that same live, I was asking a question and Bev was busy, so she didn't answer me. And Innocent answered me. So I was like, thank you. A couple minutes later, Innocent was asking a question. Nobody was answering it. I answered it. It said thank you. I was like, all right, cool. Maybe like that's the end of the bullshit or something. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever. And I just went about my business. Well, like 2 days later, you know, white boy coming back from, being at the wells starts all his shit. You know what I mean? And Innocent's all up there in the chat saying, I did this, I did that, da, 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 da. No, I fucking didn't. I don't, and as far as white boy is concerned, I don't even mention that dude. I don't even think of him. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know what your problem is with me, but like I do know now you're going right back to where you've been, because when you take people's pictures and you put their head on naked fucking bodies and put it on your monetized channel, yeah, that's really against the fucking law, bro. You've been making money hand over fist off of me for the last like 4 or 5 lives that you did. I'm not your fucking, piece of cattle or whatever you just put. And let me ask you and your chat real quick.
Go
What
ahead.
do you wear to the beach? What do you wear to the beach, Andrew?
Me,
Well, not
I
you,
usually wear shorts.
All right, what's a female wear to the beach?
Well, it all depends on the female, because they could have a 2-piece, a 1-piece with a skirt
But generally a
attached to
bathing
it.
suit, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
unless you're like a heavier woman, and I've noticed a lot of heavier females will wear a t-shirt and shorts if they're not comfortable in their own skin.
Mhm. So tell me
So,
why you have a
oh,
picture of me at the beach in a bikini, and you're telling people it's a back page ad, and acting like I'm standing in like center city in the middle of a workday in a bikini. I'm at the fucking beach. Like,
'cause-
what was I supposed to have on? You know what I mean?
listen, it's because a lot of people, okay, don't know how to go outside and touch grass.
No, he's making it sound
And
like I'm a fucking whore.
well,
He's
No,
like,
no, no,
you know
no.
what I mean? What?
It's because Ro looks fucking hot in a bikini. All these married men have to obsess over her.
I'm not obsessing over her. God damn it, I don't like her, and she knows it. But I'd be
Yeah,
damned
I
if
hate you
anybody
too.
fucks with her.
But like, and I'm watching this shit, and I'm like, you gotta be fucking joking, man. Like, if my kids see this and shit, you know what I mean? And
Mhm.
there's no reason for it. I did nothing to any of them. You know when this started? When I went magnet fishing and I took my fucking, I don't even have it anymore, the gun replica lighter, because it has a higher flame, and it was
Mm.
raining, and anybody can go and see that freaking video. But first off, it's none of your business whether I have a gun permit at all. And if you're, in another country, whatever. I had a conversation which led to who it was, and somebody else slid into the conversation and said they were going to send me an email. That ended. He got all pissed off. Whatever. I don't even give a fuck whether it's male or female at this point. All I know is it's a fucking troublemaker. And so then I went around it 20 fucking times, and it was on your live one night where
Mm.
I actually clipped it saying, oh well, I took a disliking to her, so I ran and told to different chat, and I'm like just sitting there like this bitch, right? Then she's like, and I'm a very intelligent person, and I know guns, and when I heard the click click click, I knew it was a real gun. Well, here you go, bright light, sweetheart, a fucking 22 9mm 1911 fucking 45, and some 50s have slide bars, not revolvers. And if it is in my waistband, it sure as hell ain't gonna go click, click, click. So was it really a gun? No. But you just keep running with that and then telling people I'm threatening everybody. I'm not threatening anybody. The only person I've ever threatened on this platform has been Lips. And Lips don't even cause the bullshit that it's been going on with fucking Innocent. Then
Nope.
he's got Discovering in there. Discovering like put all kinds of bullshit out, and then when I asked for a receipt, she runs to another. Had a whole live the other day calling Discovering out for the shit that she's been saying and shit. I got 3 kids in Texas and a husband. Like I got 3 or 4 husbands. I went to Texas
Damn.
when I was 53 years old for a fucking week. I doubt I had the time to spit out 3 kids with my tubes tied. But she's swearing to God that's the fucking truth. No, it's
Damn.
not. There's accurate
Brody.
information that you could put out, like, you know what I mean? But get it fucking right. If you're going to talk shit on me, make it fucking accurate shit. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah, I got to fucking, I'm a hothead and I get pissed. Yeah, I do. That's something I'm fucking guilty of.
stop it.
Yeah, right.
You're not allowed.
But like, then she has the balls to put in, tell people, all right, here you go. Prime example. The night after you threatened to shoot the kid's headstone, I got called
I
Mama
still feel
Bear.
like shit for that, and I do
That's all right.
apologize. I was very,
Thank you.
very wrong and out of
I
pocket for
I
that.
know it's that's not the point though, and we're good on that. We straightened that out. But thank
But
you.
it still hurts my soul. I was that evil at one point because I let this drama of Lower Street YouTube get to me that bad because we really didn't have any problems
No,
at
no.
all. And then
Yeah, and that was part of my thing, and most of that, and you may say differently, but I watched the chat, even the one where I said H's name in the thing. Innocent was the most prominent one in there stirring the pot. Then he went to Remain Calms. Then he went, like, you know what I mean? Each one he went, she, whatever it is, went and stirred the fucking pot. I didn't have a problem with Remain Calm either. I was up on her panel one day, and like, she was, when I was leaving, she's like, "Oh my God, like, you're really sweet. Come back anytime." Blah blah blah. She wanted me to come up there and tell like my story and shit. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe one day when I'm ready, I'll. The next thing I know, she's like spitting shit out of her mouth, like I'm, this fucked up person. I'm like, I didn't do or say anything to her. So I look in her chat. Who's in there stirring the pot? Innocent.
I'm a
Why?
loser.
Because I don't like fucking Don Wells. You sat on camera repeatedly, gave details of what you did to your little sister, and 40 years later, you're still blaming her. She knew what she was doing. She came on to me. Little did I know, she'd been molested before I got there.
So
how
my
the fuck do you
question is-
support that? How do you support that? And how do you support that to the fucking point where you're going to go and start shit with people who never did a fucking thing to you?
It's what they do.
Yeah, well, I'm tired of it. I'm fucking tired of it. And then Bev, like, I'm going through some shit. I didn't get my check. My phone was going off. Fucking Bev's like, "I'll lend you the money." And I was like, "No." And she's like, "No, just take it." And I said, "All right." So I did. And I was just loading the video when I heard that you were talking about me, and I came up here. But I sit on the phone with Social Security 6 hours at a time on fucking hold, day after day. Fucking been there umpteen times. They have not straightened the shit out. In the meantime,
that's one thing I could say about New York, though. When it comes to a problem with people who, as I call it, get a monthly, if there's an issue, they're really good on it and they're on top of it. Like, you wouldn't be waiting the 5-6 months you've been without. No. You would be waiting until the following month, and that.
Wait till I tell you this. I'm being punished because when all that shit went down at the farm and I broke my back for the third time, I called them that week and I told them I moved. Now, for a year, Andrew, I shit you not, for a year, there was not a single disruption in my check. Then that following September, I don't get my check, and I call and I'm like, I didn't get my check. And they're like, "Well, we've been sending you mail for a year and you haven't responded."
No, you haven't.
No, they have. This is how fucked up they are. They were sending the mail to my other address, but they're sending me my check every month. And I'm like, I called and changed my address like the 23rd of September. She goes and she looks in the computer and she's like, "Oh, you're right." And since then, every 3 months they pull some shit on me because now I guess whoever was in the office that was responsible for that has a fucking attitude, and somehow that's my fault. Yeah.
Of course, it's always your fault.
Yes. Yeah. Well, but that's and it's fucking crazy. I've gone there on live twice. They swear to God I was never there. Like, I signed into a kiosk and somebody has to, sign some clipboard of what client they see at what window, or, how do you justify getting your pay? But I wasn't there. My Google Maps said I was there. Even Innocent says I was there because he's telling everybody I was going to probation or whatever. When I went to Social Security and telling people, "Oh, well, she had a gun. Like, we should turn her into probation, this, that, the other thing." Like, on top of everything else I got going on, I got this moron running around trying to stir people up for the hell of it. The other night, when I played that clip of her saying, and when I heard the click, 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 I pick up my son's fucking broken airsoft, and I'm like, "Look, they would have a slide," and I put it down. Well, a couple hours later, this bitch got all over. "Oh yeah, talk, flash a gun next time you're talking about me, blah blah blah." I'm like, what the fuck? Not even close to what fucking happened. Then she's sending me, copies of the New Jersey statutes talking about having me fucking arrested for, my son's, and I was supposedly talking all aggressive about her when I did it. And you can clearly hear in the live, somebody brought her name up 10 minutes prior. I said, I don't give a shit about her. And I went on to what I was talking about. So how was I talking about you aggressively, flashing guns and making fucking threats? Well, guess who's right in that chat? Innocent.
Here's
Oh,
my
she's
thing.
been stalking me. Mhm.
Airsoft gun.
Like,
I'm losing connection. Okay, we're good.
90%. Hey, I can hear you.
No, I'm good now. I'm good. Usually they have that most people remove. Okay. Yeah. Or you get the black
Slide
that
that
piece at
doesn't
the end.
slide
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
that's why
that
my son
piece
doesn't
is
have it
usually
anymore
orange.
because that cap's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he pulled it off. Look, you can see where he pulled it off.
Yeah.
He had this when he was like 15, 16 years old. That's why it's in my little room. It stays here because it doesn't have that on there. And I don't care.
Now I'm gonna be
You
an
don't, I
asshole.
don't, my son's 25 years old, but he's still not getting it because it's got the cap off and fuck all that dumb shit.
Now I'm
You know
gonna
what
be
I
an
mean?
asshole.
But yeah,
All right,
Good.
crack it open. Let me see it. You already knew what I was gonna ask. Crack it open. Let me see. Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see that silver. Let me see that silver on that silver. There it is. Oh, excuse me. Let me see the silver. No, I need to see the gas.
what's silver?
The gas. The
Oh,
gas.
The thing
The
goes in.
CO2.
No, it's
screwed
just
in.
a regular pellet. Wait,
Oh, it's a
Hold on.
fucking pump. It's a.
yeah,
I know
it's not
what it
even. You
is.
can't even put it like thing in. Oh wait, I know what you're talking about. It's in
Yep.
there. Hold on. Wait,
I told you. I want to see the
the
CO2
gas thing?
container. Mm-hmm.
wait, how do I get it out of there?
It
Hold
took
on.
me a minute to remember the name of it. But let me see the
Yeah,
CO2.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the thing out.
I'm gonna call your imaginary fucking probation officer.
All right, yeah, I'm not even on probation. Hold on. Oh, there's a button. I had to find a button. Oh, there you go. It's even got little pellets still in it.
Why am I looking at a basket?
No, a basket. Oh, I'm sorry. Here.
You're fine. You're fine. Oh,
Can you
look.
see
See, look at that. Oh my God, it's an airsoft gun. Anybody
Mhm.
above the age of 18 can buy one at your local Walmart.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And at
yeah.
your local any store that is like Walmart. Anything you can
Mhm.
go online and buy one. Take your mama's account, take your daddy's account, and go buy one with their credit cards on Amazon.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm gonna try
Oh
to
my
pull this.
Lord forbid you gave
Yeah,
your
I'm gonna
kid
try to
an
pull this short up
airsoft
for you
gun.
real quick and show you exactly what I was doing. That this bitch turned that into that shit. And I'm like,
I had to be an
and then
asshole.
some
Sorry.
other bitch jumps on it and starts, like all kinds of fucked up shit. And I'm like sitting there, I'm looking at this thing, like, first off, I don't even know who the fuck you are, whatever. And then, I'm looking in the chat and there's Bev, not Bev, there's fucking Jill in there,
Yep.
like, oh well, Bev asked for that wrench for a reason, blah blah blah. And Andrew, I don't care what anybody says, you don't go from being a mod, like for me, and then all of a sudden in a matter of days you're all snuggled up over in Wells Camp. Like you were over here for a fucking reason. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm not fucking stupid. And because I'm not fucking stupid, that's a problem for everybody. Well, I don't know what to tell you, but then she's trying to make it sound like, look, this broad sent me front and back of her credit card, home address, phone number, all that shit, right?
You could have
I
doxed
paid
them
the
off.
phone.
You could have doxed them.
Dude, Doxter, I could have fucking went shopping. I could have, like, you know what I mean? I could have done a lot of things. But, and there's been several times since I paid the phone bill that she said, just keep it, don't worry about it. And I'm like, no, dude, like even if you don't want it, when I get my money, you're getting it for the money. Like, you know what I mean? Because, like, you don't ever see me asking people for shit.
No.
Like, you know what I mean? So when she did that for me, I was like hesitant at first to even accept it. But, then I was like, fuck it, you're getting it back. She's like, oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Well, Jill, when I got agitated because, she was like, doing that needy shit. And like, I had a lot of shit going on, so I wasn't talking all that much. Well, Jill, I guess got in Bev's ear. Now all of a sudden, like, I ripped her off. I did that. I'm like, you fucking serious? Like, and I told you that this was what was happening. And she's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Well, coincidentally, it is, because I have all the fucking receipts for it. Well, they don't like that. They don't like that at all. You know what I mean? So last night it went to, she was going today to file a claim, so more legal shit for something I didn't do, on top of all the other shit I'm trying to fucking deal with in my life, and dedicate a little bit of time to a little girl who, for all intents and purposes, went through the same fucking shit I went through as a little kid. And I understand that most people don't comprehend what they say, like the words having and shit like that. Like, you know what I mean? So I put myself on there to do that before that little girl. I don't ask for fucking nothing. You know what I mean? And I'm the bad guy because they don't like it. They don't like that I know exactly what those certain things that you do and words that you say actually fucking mean. I deflect an honest description of that man. Oh, excuse the fuck out of me. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you were supposed to, line somebody's pocket for being a fucking disgusting, deplorable human being, with or without the disappearance being their responsibility. Look at how they treated those kids.
Yeah.
That man makes good money. That man makes good fucking money. And all the shit he's got going on the sides. In 5 years that Summer lived there, you couldn't buy a bed in a bag for that baby. All those years you've been there, you got multiple vehicles. You jump in the car anytime you want and drive to Wisconsin, Utah, here, there, whatever. You couldn't take $59 fucking and go buy them kids bed in the bags.
Nope.
And I'm the asshole for saying this. I'm like, the fuck?
They're not $59 no more.
It's been a while since I had to buy kids beds.
They're like $200
for little kids beds.
For a twin size bed. It's like $200.
Holy crap!
I just bought my girls one.
Right, but you could have bought them, like, any kind of little bedspread, like that mat that kid was sleeping. Come on, my dogs don't even sleep on shit like that.
No,
and I'm really fucked up for pointing that out. That's fucked up. Like that.
No, you're not fucked up.
You say it.
No, you listen. You're a lot like listen. I've noticed a lot that. A lot of people are just like me. If they see something, they gonna say something. Whether it be in real life or through a live like I've been doing. Like, if it's fucked up, it's fucked up, bro.
Oh, if I lived in Tennessee, trust and fucking believe, I'd be saying something fucking toe to toe. I would, the same shit I say on this fucking platform, dude, I would be like, I'd be arrested multiple times because I would have went upside her fucking head. Truth be known.
You see this
I'm
now,
just
right?
learning how to do things with words. You know what I mean? My whole life has been what Summer's life is. And this is the product of it.
Your life got better.
Yeah, my life has gotten better. But if I was anywhere close to those people, trust me, my opinion, it doesn't change with what group I'm surrounded by. Like, I'm what I say is what I say. It's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not candy coating shit for anybody. They're fucked up individuals.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't care how much you threaten me or how many chats you go to and smear my fucking name. I'm still going to say the same shit. I'm still going to fucking say it because it's not right. And where is that fucking baby? Everybody, like, it's like they want it to, and it's the majority of people who, I'm here for the kids. I'm here for the kids. Well, then why do you want everybody to shut up about this kid so life can just go on for these people? Like, after you line their pockets and everything else, like,
that's another thing. People took what I said the other day about the case as when I told them all just to shut the fuck up about it. It wasn't because of the attention for the case. It was because of all the negative and the drama. And people took it a different way than what it came out, of how I said it. It's like, fuck this drama, fuck pointing fingers at people.
It's to the point where the majority of the public, like, as soon as they hear Summer's name, like, they're just, I don't even want to deal with that shit. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. Like, you all have kid's name to the point where like people, it's not that people don't even care anymore. It's people are like so disgusted with the bullshit that goes behind it. They don't even want to hear shit about it. And that plays on to other kids because people think, oh, fuck no, I got involved in that Summer Wells shit. And look how all that shit went. So you know, all these little missing kids are not getting attention because of, you know, the fucking Wells supporters who are intentionally making it that way.
Well, let's not go off to the fact there is that I found a little thing
Mm,
with a lot of other YouTubers. Well, lower level.
mhm.
As soon as there's money offered as reward, they come out of the woodwork like
Oh, yeah.
cockroaches.
Yep. Listen, I gotta the guy's here to pick this dog up. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. And
All right, go ahead.
all right, it's gonna take me a couple minutes. I gotta grab her blanket and stuff. I'll be right back. Thank
Do
you.
your thing. Not a problem.
Hi, Tim.
But hi, everyone. I think Ghost keeps dropping in and out for some reason. I don't know. But, you know, she's Ghost. What can we do? But yes, hello all day. Hello, everyone that's still here. This is how things are supposed to be. And at times, you know, a simple conversation. She had me playing in the background. That happens. So, but, oh, I hear her. But yeah, like I was saying, guys, I'm over here strolling the streets, and you know, people are been asking me, how come I don't go over to Sebastian Rogers' case no more? Well, that's because it's already starting to turn into a shit show. So I bowed out again, and it's sad. He was getting all this positive light, and now he's getting the drama, and it breaks my heart. And I called it. I did. I said straight up, as soon as that reward fund popped up, the streets were gonna go cray cray, and they did. Oh, puppers, I hear you. But yes, Ghost, are you coming back? That is my question. Let me see. Cause bing bang bing on bing bang bing on bing. Okay. Block unknown. Unblock unknown. But yeah, guys, I don't know. It's just crazy. A lot of people do a lot of dumb shit. Fucking number is this? Yeah, it's just stupid. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. But a lot of people do a lot of dumb things. But I like to piss people. I can tell you that right now. Go.
All right, sorry.
You're fine.
Sorry. Hold on.
You all right? What's up, Panty?
Going to tell you what I was doing when this chick says I was flashing the gun, waiting to see how reaching this is. But like it,
It's so far.
but it stretches me the fuck out because I'm sitting here, waiting for a fucking cop to knock on the door and shit because of these fucking people on top of all the other shit. And I'm just like, can you make more shit up? Like, how much more
Probably.
shit? Dude. Well, quite
Dude,
honestly,
I'm waiting for CPS again. What the
Yeah,
fuck you
right.
mean?
thank God my kids are grown because, they probably would have been here 15 million times. But, like, yesterday I point blank, I was like, calling all cowardly cunts. You know what I mean? You might want to be on this fucking live because, like, I've had it. Fucking had it. Like, I'm not an ignorant motherfucker, but I can be. I can be really good at it. You know what I mean? But I don't want to be like that.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I'd rather be like my normal, like, bullshit and telling people jokes or, you know what I mean? Whatever. But this
Yeah.
fucking petty bullshit, no. And now you're getting detrimental. You know what I mean? Like, Innocent needs to lay the fuck down. And first off, all right, if Innocent is really some chick from another country,
Yeah.
why you have the right to know whether I have a permit or not to carry a fucking lighter? But either way, obviously, it has been proven several times. What you use as your knowledge of guns to validate it, you're a fucking idiot. It's not a revolver.
Yep.
It's not a fucking revolver. It wouldn't, even if, and when you watch the video, the magnet fishing video, you see the
Yeah.
rope grab my keychain. That's where the click, click, click comes from.
Yeah.
How do you make a slide bar click? If it was any of your
It
business,
doesn't click.
right? You know what I mean? It was if I was spinning that bitch, it'd be clicking, but it wasn't. So, first off, it's none of your fucking business. I proved you fucking wrong. So that should be the end of it. Instead, you want to go around telling everybody that I'm threatening you, I'm this, I'm that. Show one fucking thing that I threatened anybody, but this is what it falls back to. I was doing a video and I said something about, because I was talking about summer, but somebody asked me something
Yeah.
about magnet fishing or whatever, and I was like, ooh, I should go magnet fishing in that creek. Can you imagine the shit that I probably pulled the fuck out of there? Well, Innocent,
Well, listen, at least you'll get your weight in fucking scrap,
right?
though. I
Probably.
mean, come
The
on.
fucking syringes I pull out of there will friggin' way up. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
so Innocent drops a message saying something like, "Oh, well, you'll be arrested or whatever," and I'm like, "For what? For fucking fishing
not
on?
illegal.
Yeah, I'm not on private property. I like to do what I want. You know what I mean?" And
Actually, in some states, even if you are on private property, a lot of people that have creeks and whatnot that run through their land, a lot of people wouldn't mind if you cleaned up that.
right. But it was just being confrontational because of the well, and made a, I can't remember the exact words, but made a comment like, "Oh yeah, well you won't get a warm reception or something, right?" And I point blank said, "Well, let me tell you what. If they feel the need to come down the fucking hill like they did on Molly Go Lightly and JLR, I won't react the fucking scene. I don't give a fuck if I want to go fishing in a red fucking bikini. I will. And if they come down the fucking hill like that at me, I will fucking defend myself." Oh, she's threatening the wells. How's that a
Who
threat?
cares? Fuck the wells.
Do you already know you don't have enough sense to mind your fucking business and that you're going to approach somebody in an aggressive manner? Well, if you,
Here's your click.
yeah, you advance on somebody in an aggressive manner and you're going to get fucking your ass handed to you. Because one thing I can do and have been doing all my life is defending my fucking self.
Yeah. Well, listen, here's your click.
Yeah. Don't, now you're going to be the target. You know what I mean? But then, like, and so that turns into, a couple other people jump on and start making, threats or whatever. And I'm like, truth be known, I can jump on the back of a bike and be down there in 5 fucking hours if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, fuck out of you. You ain't telling me where I can and can't go. You know what I mean? And if I'm not on private property and you're in another fucking country, what the fuck do you care?
Exactly. I mean, listen, their laws are different than ours, for one.
Mhm.
And for two, The only time you actually need a type of permit is for anything that doesn't have to do with hunting. You don't need a permit for a shoddy
My girlfriend,
or
I was like, come on, let's go
shit like
magnet
that.
fishing. She's like, but I don't have a fishing license. I'm like, we're not,
You don't need a fishing license, darling.
you know, but yeah, and then then Innocent runs to like 4 different channels with that bullshit and turns it into this huge thing. That's not even close to, like, I didn't threaten anybody. You said shit about, I would be arrested or this would happen, and I flat out told you I will defend myself without doubt. I will defend myself. And and I did make a comment. I was like, I don't give a fuck if I go fishing in a fucking red bikini. What are you gonna do about it? You know what I mean? Oh, she's on her way to the well. She's this. She's that. That ain't what the fuck I said. That is not what the fuck I said. I said if I want to, I will. Not I'm on my way down there. Then and
Oh, I got somebody knocking. Hold
Okay.
on.
I'm so like stressed out. I swear.
What? Girls aren't even home. I'm not alive. They're up the street, and their rooms are not clean. Yeah. Blame it on their mother. But yeah.
They are not gonna like me when school starts because I already told your woman.
Well, go ahead,
All
Ro.
right.
You're good. Just give me a
So
moment.
like I'm dealing with that, and I got all this other shit going on, and I constantly got different people throwing shit out there, like I said this or I did this, which I didn't do, and then when I address it, I'm the asshole. I'm starting shit. I'm trying to I live for drama. No, my chats have always been laid back, calm, quiet, whatever, until this shit goes up. But yeah, I do flare up when I get fucking pissed. Yeah, I do talk a piece, and I mean, I'm not just talking shit. I mean it. Like I ain't got no problem standing up for myself, but I shouldn't have to for doing absolutely nothing except for no, I don't think I'm going to save Summer. I don't think I'm going to find Summer. But if something I see, because I recognize people like that, and I put it into regular terms for other people, somehow along the way helps her or some other kid, I much rather do that than see any fucking kid go through shit that I've gone through. And most normal people could not even comprehend half this shit. Like you would never even imagine half this shit that is blatantly obvious to somebody who's been through that, somebody who's lived that life. Like there's so many blatant signs and obvious shit that went on there that like a normal person would never like for example that interview Don does with the kid standing there and the kid looks all awkward and all that shit. First thing I noticed in that video is Don flexing his forearm muscle, pulling that kid in when the kid started to, move on his feet and try to put a couple inches between himself and his father. And Don, being the sneaky fucking prick that he is, using his forearm muscle, flexing it into the kid's shoulder to hold him still. Like, why would you be?
I'm still here.
I know. But you see what I'm saying? Like little shit like that. Everybody else watched that video. Nobody seen him flexing that, forearm muscle into that kid and making that kid stand there. And you see the kid's face getting redder and redder as he's standing there while his father's fucking intimidating him on camera. But because he's such a good fucking sneak, the majority of normal average people didn't even notice that. But now, like, when I say that, they go back and they watch it and they're like, oh shit, he really is. Yeah, he is. I have no reason to make this shit up. Like, if I didn't live it, I wouldn't know it. And if my insight of fucking people like that helps another kid, I was more than what do you think? I didn't know that, like, the accusations that, SPCA put on me didn't look bad, like that somebody was going to turn that into some shit at some point on here. I knew that. Well, that's the original reason I came to this freaking platform, but I put it on hold to talk about Summer because I wasn't so worried about myself. I started talking about Summer, but the fact is, all the documentation's there. I didn't do it, but instead of taking the time to prove all that, I just kept taking all these shots because I wanted to spend more time on Summer, not myself. That's not a bad person. But, like, you know what I mean? I could have done what I did last night or whatever a long time ago, but I put it on the side burner. Like, you know what I mean? Even though it's my horses and shit like that, like, I kind of thought that the welfare of this little girl and the fucking atrocious shit that I see as a complete stranger needed more attention than, you know, me falsely being accused of some shit from friggin' SPCA, which people did not know when they decided to die. And nobody researched shit. I put that on there. So you can pack, you know.
Yep, I agree. Nobody does any
Right,
research.
but like they're all acting like, oh, well, I found this on her and I found that on her. Yo, I put it all there. Would I put it there if I had something to hide? No. But you didn't go research anything. You don't deserve any fucking kudos. All you did was go look at videos that I posted. You know what I mean? But what I didn't post was some of the documentation, like the fact that because of what they did to me, the New Jersey SPCA got disbanded. They still have SPCA shelters. They no longer have SPCA, like animal control cops, because, and in the governor's own words, there are a bunch of wannabe cops with no knowledge of animals. And the fact that the judge, which I posted yesterday, was disciplined for illegal activities in his courtroom. So what I said was the fucking truth. I'm not trying to make myself look better. I'm not trying to say, poor me, poor me. As long as I have been alive, there's pictures of me with animals, taking care of animals, doing without for animals. And it's not even the accusation that bothers me so much, but it's the separation from my horse that bothers me so much that I brought it here. Them accusing me of something, I don't give a shit because it's a proven fact. They're fucking dirty motherfuckers. I didn't have to do the paperwork. It's all in New Jersey state fucking courts information. The judge was repeatedly sanctioned.
I'm gonna grab a quick cup of coffee, honey.
I fucking can't stand that phrase.
That judge was repeatedly sanctioned for doing illegal activities. They're piled up with a dude who, flat out, Mike Vick, got arrested like 3 weeks after this dude, and he took a plea bargain because the dude who started fucking with my horses, his case was so bad. But yet the municipality, because his mom worked in the municipality, they overlooked everything the FBI said. Like, you know, the 36 felony convictions of mutilation, electrocution, fighting, all that shit. They overlooked all that shit and came after me because I, like, you know, when I found out he was a dog fighter and shit, I was like, fuck out of here. That's where I went wrong. And in the state of New Jersey, the laws of husbandry with animals states flat out, you could tie a horse to a stationary object without food and water up to 12 hours. Not that I ever would. But they wrote me tickets saying that I was supposed to have grain in my horse's buckets at all times. But anybody who knows anything about horses knows you'll kill your horse if you do that. Horses get this thing, they colic, and despite what Discovery says, they don't have the ability to throw up, so their stomach flips. So that's the charge for animal abuse I have. So tell me, how did I abuse an animal because I didn't put grain in the buckets 24/7? And the law states that I don't even have to, but my horses were beyond well fed, spoiled, and everything else. There's thousands of videos of me and my horses. My horses were never neglected. My horses were never abused, anything like that. I got caught up with some fucking dirtbag dog fighter whose mom worked in the municipality, so they used it fucking against me. And now I got people in here trying to use it against me without even looking. They see.
So
Yeah.
wait a minute. So I just walked back in. Sorry, I had to get coffee. Because somebody's doing something that beyond your knowledge, and then you find out about it later, you're instantly part of their
Well,
bullshit.
because I like I used to feel bad for the guy because he would show up at the farm like at 8:30 at night to feed the horses, and the horses were in really bad shape. But I always used to call him Poor Henry. I had no idea he was a dog fighter and all this shit until the
Yeah.
owner of the farm started like sending me porn and shit. And I told him several times, I'm like, dude, knock it the fuck off. My old man went up there and told him several times, knock it the fuck off. Well, he's like, you know, this old South Philly Guido torpedo polyester blend fucking unbuttoned to his belly button dude. And he's just getting what he wants, and he didn't get it. Well, I didn't know that Henry had all these convictions and that the municipality and the farm owner knew all about it, but knew he had all these animals there and shit. So Frank set him on me. You know what I mean? Frank like was like, oh fuck her, you know what I mean? So he fed my horses laxatives, all this shit. And you know, because his mom worked for the municipality, they fucked with me. Like the law, like I don't know if you heard it, but the law in New Jersey for adequate husbandry for horses, which I don't agree with this, but you can tie your horse up to a stationary object for up to 12 hours without food and water. That's perfectly acceptable in the eyes of the law in New Jersey. But they wrote me tickets for not having grain on the horse. Like my horses were fed twice a day, 2.5 scoops each time, plus, you know, a bales of hay all day long. So how are you charging me for not having food in my buckets at all times when the state law is you don't even have to for 12 hours? You know what I'm saying? And because mommy worked in the municipality, they used that to fuck with me. They used that to fuck with me big time.
So because your grain wasn't readily
That's what they
accessible.
used as in like, you know, as a reason to write me a ticket, which in all rights, like that's an illegal ticket. You know what I mean? But they kept stretching court out. I had like, here you go. I had 2 special forces Navy dudes. One was still active and just came back from 2 tours in Iraq. The other one was retired and whatever. So I'm not like, my witnesses weren't just like, you know, well, average day people. Like I had really good witnesses that were at my farms at all times. And every time I had a court date, they'd make me sit there until like 4 o'clock, and then they'd friggin' postpone it again. And we're going on like 4 or 5 months. These witnesses keep coming back. Like, you know what I mean? They locked me up like 3 times. Like I was there on Wednesday. They told me that they're going to postpone it. I'll get a letter, or, you know, of a date when I got to go back. I go in there the following Wednesday with a friend of mine had court or whatever. I get arrested in the courtroom for Wednesday, and this Wednesday that I was there with my friend, they decided that my court date was Monday. Like, even if you mailed me notices, I wouldn't have got it. So you push it up to Monday, and then you issue a warrant for my arrest for contempt of court.
Nice.
Right. And, you know, what are you going to do? You go to the prosecutors, and they're like, oh, well, you know, there's nothing we can do with it. You know, you just have to go, because they don't even listen to you. They're just like, you know, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. Dude has...
But you got proof you were there and that you would... and everything
all
else.
of it.
So your lawyer, so it should have been an open and shut
Wait,
case.
you just said something
on that.
You just said something. My lawyer. I obtained my own lawyer.
Yep.
Not a court appointed lawyer. I was paying my own lawyer. When I was standing in front of the judge that Wednesday and they had cuffs on me, my lawyer like comes walking up because the judge says to me, and your lawyer was released. I'm like, what? Your lawyer's no longer representing you. I'm like, what? Like, you know what I mean? How can you fire my personally retained fucking attorney? My attorney is walking up the aisle and he says, Your Honor, I'm still willing to represent her. And at that point, I said, I want to exercise my right to defend myself. Well, the judge was like, oh, he drops his glasses. He's like, you see that woman over there? She's what we call a professional prosecutor. She's been prosecuting people in my courtroom for years. You think you can adequately defend yourself? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Just because I don't walk in here acting like, you know, I'm Miss Know-It-All, whatever, but yeah, I can. And you know what I mean? Fuck yeah. So I did. You know what I mean? I did. And when I walked in there with all them, you know, friggin' statutes and the Department of Agriculture putting out the laws and bylines for animal husbandry, there was nothing I did that was anything close to illegal. Like my horse, dude, you like pull up videos real quick. Look on my thing and pull up a couple videos of me and my horses. You tell me my horses look neglected or abused. You know what I mean? Especially
No.
like here, I'll give you a
If-
title. I'll wait and see if I can.
Listen, Ro. I've seen all your
Mhm.
videos. I know they're not
Mhm.
abused, but darling, don't take this personal. Don't get so close to their, nuggies, bro. You don't need a secondary
They don't
incident.
have nuggies.
Just saying.
They like my
Well,
big horse. He's gelded, which means they took them away, but they took him away late, so he thinks he's a stud still. But like that,
like I said, don't get too
Mhm.
close.
I'm going through losing. I had lost my first son, and in between this shit starts, and I'm doing everything that like a citizen would do. I'm repeatedly going to the police station. They're saying they had nothing to do with it, but yet the guy who picked them up is saying he can't release them to me because they're the ones who ordered. Like it was like a fucking mouse back and forth, and you know what I mean. Like wasn't going anywhere. Finally, I get to the point where
Yep.
I call 911 the one day because I was like, you know what, I'm going to make a record of this. Besides in this township, so there's documentation of what I'm saying and where I'm going. Well, I call and I said that I was going there to either file charges on the man for stealing my horses or they were going to release my horses. Well, I got the phone call that my son was shot and I didn't go. But I called him back. Like I'm that much of an asshole that I called him back and said, look, I just got a really bad phone call. I can't make it there, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And like,
Yeah.
this dude was such a fucking scumbag. If any article you read on Mike Vick, this guy's name is mentioned in it. This guy is why Mike Vick took a plea bargain. He fought his own dog the night the FBI was in his house, and his dog lost. His own 5-year-old fucking dog, dude. He takes an extension cord, clips the end off, puts clamps on it to the lips and to the balls on a 110 line. You know how long it takes to electrocute something to death on a 110?
Pretty fucking long.
Right? So part of that is he can't.
That's more of a torture thing
Absolutely.
than anything, bro.
Absolutely. And he's got a kennel. The fucking name of his kennel, Graveyard Puppies. Fucking Graveyard Puppies.
Jesus.
And he's raising them the fight. I'm like, oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? Well, when he got busted.
But how are you supposed to know about all this if you're just working with dudes?
Well,
It's
I
like,
wasn't working.
you're there to do a fucking job, not to get to be all chummy
I wasn't
with
working
people.
with him. I had horses at this farm where he had horses against all like the when he got busted for fighting the FBI.
Wait. How is he even legal to have
He's
animals?
not, but the township was overlooking it because his mother used to work for the township, and the guy who owned the farm was overlooking it because he's a bore test driller, and the owner of the farm is a developer who uses him for side jobs. And I didn't know any of this shit until I didn't give the owner of the farm a piece of ass, and he got fucking mad. And this dirtbag started feeding my horses fucking laxatives. And, I'm trying to fight back the legal fucking way, not knowing any of this shit. And then it all comes out, and I'm like, motherfucker. And the dogs that he had to surrender, he moves across the street from his house to this black dude's house that he's friends with, right? For 3 years, thousands of people are calling because these dogs are on little bitty chains. They're not being fed. They got no shelter. All this shit. But they're on my ass every day because I don't have grain in my bucket 24. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you ain't responding to no calls in the whole fucking township. You ain't doing no kind of your job. But because I won't give this dago prick a piece of ass, you're over here doing all this shit?
Yeah, pretty fucking much.
Well, that's the animal abuse thing that, like, is now, I'm listening to fucking people, that video where I put the horse down. Fucking Discovering is telling people, it comes out the other day. She didn't even watch the video, but she's going from chat to chat telling people she kicked her horse so bad it puked. First off, horses can't puke. Second off, the horse knocked my fucking teeth out. Kicked me 6 times. I never raised my voice, let alone my hands or feet. I stayed in that until I got him to the ground so the vet could put him out of his pain. And you're going to say I'm abused?
Yeah,
besides myself.
Listen, yep, that's the problem.
Mhm.
You abuse yourself in trying to help an animal not
And I
suffer
got
anymore.
fucking idiots
You
like that
suffered.
running up and down this fucking platform telling people, oh, she abuses. And most normal people, like just the same with the kids. If you think somebody abused a kid or an animal, that's the lowest low, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's how life is, though.
Right. Well, I'm not. So, like, for some idiot to be, and then when she was in my chat the other day, I played that video again. And I'm like, okay, Discovering, where did I kick the horse? Where did the horse fucking puke? Then she, wants to go to something else. And then, she, had like 3 or 4 other people in there trying to give me shit at the same time that I'm calling all this shit out. Like, why? First off, if you're going to come at somebody, what do you need 6 motherfuckers for?
Because they're afraid of you.
Well, then I guess they shouldn't fuck with me. I ain't fucking with nobody. Andrew, you yourself, like, I mean, come on. And I ain't trying to start shit. You said a lot of shit before I finally started saying shit back. You know what I mean? Because I'm not looking for shit. You know what I mean? But at a certain point, I will get pissed and I will fucking handle mine. But I don't want to be like that with people. Like, you know what I mean? I like getting.
Oh, I understand.
I like getting along with people. I like, I want to spend my time doing what I was doing and paying attention to shit going on in that little girl's life and other little kids' lives, because I don't want anybody to ever go through what the fuck I went through. But I got to constantly.
Did you see my tribute?
Huh?
Though? Did you see my tribute to Summer's case?
Maybe
I'm not sure if I took it down or not, but I did just a recap of everything that has to do with the news.
Yeah. Oh, you know what?
Just the news station.
I was in the live that you did right before you did that, and you were going to put it all on there for, like, I think the day or something. You were just going to run that, and then I got distracted with more bullshit, so I never actually seen that, but I did see your precursor to it.
I will. It says Summer Wells news clips only. I will. It's in private right now, but I will take it out of private. It's a 3-hour and 20-minute long video.
And right there.
Couldn't get that right.
It like, and I said this when this shit came up with your kid's initial in that video. There are so many scenarios that could actually fit for this kid. I mean, think about that. All the fucked up shit that was going on in that little kid's life, that there's this many scenarios that you can actually make fucking fit. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Could you imagine being that little girl? And then I got people like Discovering, running around saying all this bullshit because she don't like the fact that I say that baby was probably most likely S8. Well, how the fuck do you think that baby felt?
Yeah,
how the fuck do you think that baby felt? Like, so let me guess, if we were to recover or rescue her today, do we just charge the person with like kidnapping her because it hurts your feelings to hear that there's fucking scumbags that do that to little kids? So like she doesn't get justice because your feelings are fluffy about the possibility that might have happened, and don't put that on her? What mentality do you have that if that child was as Abe, that could possibly be put on her? That's not put on her. She don't carry that fucking weight. She didn't do something fucking wrong to somebody. They did wrong to her. That's not putting that on that baby.
But that's not how this world works anymore.
Well, you know what? They need to fucking go to psychiatrists or shit, because if somebody's fucking S-Aid by a fucking adult, that in no way, shape, or form falls on that fucking baby. That baby had no fucking wrongdoing in any of that shit. She ain't carrying that weight.
No, but you gotta understand, though. These sick individuals that make a point to go out there and SA a child or a teen or anybody under the age, or even an adult.
It's like they're trying to normalize
whether it's that's the problem. The people doing this nasty shit are trying to normalize it.
Yep.
They actually are trying to go by a certain different name, and
Daisy,
I can't remember the name of it.
Daisy, Innocent, and a couple other. Think of how die-hard and ruthless they are about defending the Wells. Now, after not any of the accusations, just after him sitting there and telling you what he did to his sister repeatedly, you will go
And no
and do
charges
all
were
kinds of
brought
evil
up.
shit to people for saying he's a child molester and defend this man. What's going on in your house?
Pretty much.
You know what I mean? The fuck is going on in your house that you're so diehard and not even, go at somebody who's like presenting a problem to you or whatever. You're reaching out and starting shit with people that aren't even interacting with you in defense of this dude. The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is?
Well, here's my. I would like your opinion
Mhm.
on something there, youngin.
Mhm.
Okay. So, let's see. About 8 years ago. Okay, I went to jail.
You went where?
I went to jail.
Okay.
Let me give you a little content background
Mhm.
for context here.
Mhm.
I'm with this 18-year-old at the time.
Mhm.
I wind up getting her pregnant. She's just about ready to pop,
Mhm.
and this dude pulls a knife and tries to stab her in the stomach. So I put the boots to him.
Mhm.
Like it's those lovely scenes that I usually put up here of blood splatter
Mhm.
everywhere. Looks like a murder
Mhm.
scene. Yeah, well that's how this bedroom was by the time I got done with this
I
kid.
would have probably done the same thing.
And I went to jail for I got sentenced to what's the word I'm looking for? 6 months
It's not bad.
for putting the boots to this
Mhm.
kid. I only had to do 4. But within the first month I'm there, my daughter's born.
Mhm.
Now, this is my first time in jail where one of my children is born.
Mhm. Rough.
And it hits
Mhm.
home. But any normal person would break down, cry, flip the fuck out type deal. I sat there with a smile on my face.
Mhm.
Because I put myself in jail and in that position to miss the birth
Mhm.
to protect that little one. And she ain't even on the planet yet. Well, long story short, I do my time, I come out.
Mhm.
There's already bullshit with court going on. And then I have to go through bullshit to get my name on the birth certificate. Like, I know for a fact this child's mine. I should not have to go through DNA and get my name on this fucking piece of paper. But the law is the law.
Mhm.
So
Really fucked up. They can
Let's
force child
fast
support
forward.
without that, blood tests and shit. Or
Yeah.
even if you're married to somebody who has, gives birth to somebody else's baby, they can charge you for the rest of your life for that baby because you're married to her, but you don't get half
Yep.
the rights that people are entitled to, or like it's asinine the way some of these laws are written.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But let's fast forward to December of last year.
Mhm.
Baby mama gets hit with sleeping with someone under the age of 17. Now, mind you, there are laws up here that gives me the right to take away all of her parental
Mhm.
rights. But this isn't the first time. No, ma'am. About 3 weeks after I get released in 2017, okay, for the incident with this dude about my daughter,
Mhm.
she gets hit with sleeping with a 16-year-old at 18. Now, in a lot of people's eyes, that don't look like much. 2 years difference, it's
But that's
whatever.
the second charge, though.
No, that would be
Oh,
first.
okay.
Now, but here's the thing.
Mhm.
With that, it's a catch-22. If the parents are okay with it, you're not going to get in trouble.
Mhm.
But if the parents aren't okay with it,
And-
you can look at some.
And depending
Shit.
on how it came about, I mean, if you
It was a fight over
no,
DNA
I mean,
on whether or not the child was mine.
The interaction with her and the kid, like if she, manipulated or strong armed the kid or something, then like that's a different category than if they just kind of liked each other and it happened. Like, you know what I mean? If, like There's
Well, I am echoing.
a little bit, but like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of versus like a molest, being molesting or being a willing
Yeah.
recipient. I guess.
But the thing about it is, the reason why it took so long for my name to go on the birth certificate is because there had to be DNA and everything else that led up with the charges of the sleeping with the underage. So turn one of your devices down. Damn.
Me?
I think it's because her speakers are close to the microphone on her laptop. It happens with Evan too.
I'm on the phone.
Goes. Oh well, that I don't know.
I don't know. Let me turn my volume down. Maybe that'll help. I didn't know I was echoing. I'm sorry. Is that better?
I was 28 sleeping with an 18-year-old. Get it right.
Yeah.
That ain't illegal. That ain't illegal.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's a
The fuck? That ain't illegal.
No, but I mean,
Just goes
we're
to
on
show.
different
Just goes to
maturity
show, you
levels,
know.
for sure. Well, maybe not with you though.
No,
Sorry.
no. At that time, bro, my maturity level was like 16. So,
Yeah.
but listen, it is what it is. All
Mhm.
right. But she's sitting in jail right now, waiting to go upstate.
Mm.
And I think it's funny. So, outside of that, here's the kicker. She married my best friend,
Mm. She put him on the birth
and she was
certificate?
fucking him. Nope, she was fucking him while I was in
Oh,
jail.
nice. Little insatiable,
give a shit.
isn't she?
Well, not just that. I mean, it ain't the first time I had a homie fuck a bitch I was with.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I guess I was just test driving it for the rest of the crew. I don't know.
Why is it always friends that do you dirty? You know what I mean?
It's just it's the way life
Mhm.
is. But no, see, now comes the fun part because there is a legal agreement that was made before I was put on the birth certificate.
Mhm.
So now comes the fun part of fighting at court.
What are you fighting for? Do you want rights? Or you,
My youngest.
so you want her or him?
Her, yes.
Like custody. It's a little. All right. So you're saying you want custody of her?
Yep.
All right. Well,
I mean, listen, I had an agreement with these outside people
mhm,
because they're not bloodline at all.
mhm.
I had an agreement. We had a verbal agreement. Anytime that I want to see her,
Mhm.
they'd bring her to me.
Mhm.
As long as it wasn't during the school week and there was nothing planned on weekends, which of course is understandable. Well, it's been 2 years,
How old is she?
right? She'll be 8 this year. It's been 2 years. Last time I seen her, she was 6.
Oh, so you have interacted with her and all that shit. She knows who you are,
It was barely because of these people.
right? But she does know, like, that you're
She knows
somebody
I'm
in
dead.
her, like,
I try to be.
All right. So the people who have her,
Have
have
her.
they raised her from the get go?
From court orders that they have agreements with the mother, yes.
Okay. So that's been like her, basically, like, mom and dad and home
Yes.
and all that stuff. Well,
Uh-huh.
I would say definitely go for, at least
Thank you,
limited
Ghost.
visitation with her, because like you don't.
Oh
like,
yeah,
to
no.
take her
I'm
out of
starting
that-
I'm starting slow. I'm starting
Yeah.
slow. I'm not gonna go. Even though there's a old law for up here that states if you're not blood
Mhm.
and there's a court order agreement,
Mhm.
if a blood family member comes through, they have all rights to take
Right.
said child no matter what.
Right.
But see, I'm not gonna be that
There
great.
you go. Because that would be
I should be.
harmful to the kid, big time.
Well, you see, people say that I'm a bad person, but they gotta understand, I didn't do nothing to these
Mhm.
people. Okay, just because my life is something you don't
Mhm.
like, don't mean shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and it's basically a rewind of what happened with Hunter
Mhm.
when Allison took off with him.
Well, I would say
And it's like,
definitely I mean, but
Oh, I got court
but
papers.
if you're going, like, one thing I'm going to say, and I said this to my sister's old man, if you're going to initiate contact with the kid and all that stuff, don't stop. You know what I mean? Like, don't go into her life.
Well, I'm not the one that kiboshed it.
Right. But, like,
These people are.
right. But a lot of people will, you know, exercise their rights or whatever. Like, sometimes they just do it because, like, out of spite or whatever to the other person. And then, you know, after they, you know, make contact and shit with the kid, and, you know, you're going to cause a disruption in her life, no matter how you look at it, because she's been under the belief of, you know, this is her family type thing. So it's going to be an adjustment to begin with. And if you
Well,
make her go through that
these people
adjustment and
have
then you
her-
stop, it's going to do so much damage. So if you're going to do it, follow through,
It's
like,
gotta be slow.
completely.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. But here's the thing about it, though. Okay, here's the big thing
Mhm.
about it. All right. The big thing about it is these people have been pushing their morals on my child for too long. Like, my children, listen, you know my
Mhm.
kids. You hear them all the time. My children aren't quiet. They aren't shy. They ain't none of
Mhm.
that. My kids are normal ass kids that are loud and rowdy as fuck.
They're kids.
Tell me how my youngest isn't. Thank you all day, 420.
Because they probably, like, are they older?
A bit
All right,
older,
well,
not much.
see,
Maybe
Yeah,
50s.
like my age. Well, a lot of older
Yeah.
people have still, you know, the regiment that our
They're-
parents, like, you know, like, you don't speak until spoken to.
They're Bible thumpers.
Yeah, and stuff like that, where, you know, like, people your age and stuff are more lax than, you know, let kids be kids and stuff like that. So, you know, try to find a happy medium. You know what I mean? Like,
The only problem is with the happy medium, okay, is that they have her. How do I put this? She's living a sheltered life. Is it? You understand what I mean by that?
yeah, I do.
And if you ask me, no child should live a life like
Mhm.
that. Because if you have a child, understandable, you're gonna raise them the way you want to raise
Mhm.
them. That's understandable. But to have a child so sheltered that to the point to where she's quiet in front of
Mhm.
everybody, what the fuck are you doing wrong?
Yeah, like, I think some kids are too sheltered, which, like, deprives them the right of coping skills in real life. You know what I mean? Because if you don't let them, you know, experience certain things or make their own decisions,
They're
in
afraid to
certain
even
ways,
let her go outside in the middle of
do
winter.
what?
Are you fucking They're afraid to let her go outside in wintertime. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's like, she should be going sledding and having snowball fights and stuff. Like, that's what kids are supposed to do.
So listen. So she has child form asthma.
Mhm.
Okay.
I've had it.
Most children grow out of
Yeah,
that.
I
Most
did.
children grow
I
out of
did,
that.
but it came back as I got
Okay.
older.
Well,
Mhm.
yeah. But I'm saying most children grow out of that. Tell me how they're trying to normalize and and make it to where it's such a big fucking thing. No, it isn't.
Because some people need the attention for the, you know, the medically needed baby that they brought into their life to take care of, because, you know, out of the goodness of their heart, when it's really just for, like, you know, everybody to say,
She
oh, look
she-
at poor Nancy, she sacrificed her life for this baby, blah blah blah.
she's one of the only children I have that wasn't born with any defects. Okay. So given that, all right,
Mm.
my son Wyatt got the shitty end of the stick. He was born with autism.
But I don't think that's
My
a
daughter
shitty-
Kaylin.
I don't know.
It's just the way I look at
Mhm.
it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And Kaylin was born with Chiari malformation,
Mm.
brain leakage. Okay. My daughter Katrina, was born normal. So, well, the definition of normal for being born, I should
Mhm.
say. And Anna was as well.
All girls, huh?
No, not all
Well,
girls.
I mean, 4 of them so far, right?
Yeah,
Well,
Hunter
That's problematic.
Hunter was born with extra, like anger shit like
Mhm.
that type issues.
Mhm.
Okay. And depression and anxiety runs thick and deep in my blood.
Mhm.
So all my children have that. So that's whatever.
Mhm.
So outside of all that, the medical definition of a normal child would be my 15-year-old and my 18-year-old. No, not my 18-year-old. My 15-year-old and my 8-year-old. Sorry. Okay. So why are they treating this child who has medical backing stating there's nothing fucking wrong with
Because
her?
some people need that extra.
Attention.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it's fucked up, but I've seen a lot of people do shit like
Uh-huh.
that. Like, you know what I mean?
You realize
Exaggerate
that my
the
children,
small shit with the kids to make it seem like you were sacrificing so much
there's a
of
word for it.
yourself out of the goodness of your heart for this kid when you're really causing more problems by
There's a word for it. And I can't remember. It starts with an
Munchausen
M.
by proxy.
That's it. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
And that's a real fucking
It
thing.
is. And it's very rampant.
Yep.
Mhm.
But my thing is, listen, even my children that are classified as special needs,
Mhm.
they don't even get checks, man.
Mhm.
They just do their
Yeah,
fucking thing.
yeah. But there's different levels.
Like-
Like, you know what I mean? Some have
My son is level 2 on the autism spectrum. Okay.
right. See, like
And
they can function pretty
he's on the
much.
verge of graduating.
Yeah, right. Well, like most of them can function just like other kids, but then there's, each one has like a slight difference in whether it be, processing of something or, reactions to certain things. Like, just because they're
Yeah.
on that spectrum doesn't mean like my sister was handicapped and she wasn't born handicapped, but she, I don't know, something with the chicken pox when she was little and then she got pneumonia on top of it. But she was
Yeah,
pretty
that
much
does suck.
stunted as the mentality of like a 6-year-old. So like
Yep.
developmentally, she didn't progress. Like she stayed. It was like having like little baby sister for like my whole life. But other people are able to, their mentality and stuff matures, and it might be a little bit slower or it might be faster than other people, but they progress with years. And then there's some like my sister who, her mentality level didn't progress. Like, you know what I mean? So there's
Yeah.
highly functionable people on the spectrum, and then there's people who aren't. But
Well,
the ones who are
Listen,
mhm,
this boy, my soon to be 17-year-old.
mhm,
Okay. He's graduating next year with A's. I think the lowest he's had on a report card was a B
mhm,
minus. Now, mind you, he is autistic, but that boy is smart as a whip.
most
Like, bro,
autistic people are.
he's quick.
Most autistic people are like there's a word called savant, but it fits, but it doesn't fit. Like they are almost genius level in certain things, where there's other things like something as silly to us as tying a shoe, they may have problems with, but they can sit there and break down algebra all day, like no problem. You know what I mean? So
Listen, this dude is a genius when it comes down to his schoolwork and his editing skills for videos. His he's a genius when it comes to it.
mhm.
And I think that's
Yeah.
cool.
Oh yeah.
And my daughter Kaylin, like, she's a bit out of pocket in certain areas,
It's female.
but at the end of the day, bro, the only thing she's failing, which is weird, is gym.
She might feel, uncomfortable.
She doesn't.
And
She doesn't like to wear anything but boots.
mm,
She's her father's child.
yeah, and she might also like, also a lot of times, especially girls, like females are evil to each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I live with 3 of them.
That's why I said problematic when you said 4. But like, she may feel awkward and shit, and as far as participating, or even say she's not as fast as most kids or whatever, and somebody points that out and picks on her, and that's why she's not
Well,
interactive
thing.
with it. Like, you know what I mean?
she used to get picked on,
Mhm. Yeah.
really horribly before I come back around. And it took me 4 years to get that little girl comfortable with herself.
Yeah.
And the factor is that she is so far comfortable with herself, she don't give a fuck what nobody got to say no
Mhm.
more.
That's good.
And I taught my kids, okay? even the step kids and the
Mhm.
kids I help raise. I taught all of them. The world ain't nice. Neither am I. Get the fuck over it.
Yeah,
My
but in the
nephews
same
and
token,
nieces call me.
you know, you got to teach them to
Uh,
be kind and shit too. You know what I mean?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm. My kids are
But at
badasses.
the end of
Let
the
me tell you, my kids are a force to be fucking reckoned with. But they will drop whatever they're doing to carry the groceries for the, you know, old lady down the street. They'll get up on the bus and, you know, give the pregnant lady a seat. If she don't want to sit down, they'll still stand the whole ride.
Yep.
But let some dude slide in that bus and try to sit in that seat. You know what I mean? But, you know,
Oh yeah.
it's
But it's to the point where the bullies at school won't fuck with my kids.
good. Good.
Because my girls will go. These kids, okay,
Mm-hmm.
we're fucking with the new kids. Obviously, my girls' new schools. We moved to a new
Mhm.
town. Well, these bullies thought they could fuck
Mhm.
with them. Well, my girls went to schools and said, "Listen, my dad does YouTube. He'll dox your whole
Mhm.
lifestyle and make you look like
Mhm.
a piece of shit."
See, that's the thing.
And now all
The
the
bullies all want to gang up on you and fuck with you. But then when you defend
yup.
yourself, you know, they want to group together and you're the bad guy. You're the bad guy for standing up for yourself. You're the bad guy for not taking their
Oh,
like, you know what I mean? Like, no, you know, you guys want to ride somebody and ride them and ride them. And then when they turn around and you spin the tables, you want to cry victim. How about you just don't bully people? How about you just be fucking
yeah.
nice to people and everybody gets along? How hard is that
Apparently, very.
for little minded people? It is.
Yeah. But listen, here's the funny part, right? Okay. My girls threaten these guys, threaten these other kids with me and my YouTube
Mhm.
channel to dox their whole lifestyle. And now they're not being messed with by these set of people.
Mhm.
And there's different sets of people.
Mhm.
And I told my daughter straight up, if it keeps going and the school don't want to do nothing about
Mhm.
it, and I can't get the superintendent to help out, do what you got to do.
Right. Don't start no
And at
shit,
the
but
end
don't
of the
take no
day,
shit.
exactly. And I told him at the end of the fucking day, I'll come get you, but go get ice cream. I
Yeah.
don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. My kid
Like,
I've been called into, you know, 2 different states principal's office because and each time one time when I had bought a house in Carolina, my
mm,
youngest comes home and he's like, "Mom, there's these 3 kids who keep picking on this kid on the bus." And I'm like, "Why?" Because he's black. I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "That's the only reason?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I didn't realize how rampant it was still down where I moved, but it was. And
oh yeah,
so, you know, a few days go by or whatever, I get a phone call, you know, "Can you come up to the school?" And I'm like, "Okay." I get up there and, you know, my kid's sitting in the like outside office looking at me like terrified. I'm like, you know, they call me in the office and the principal starts telling me how my son got in a fight with 3 kids in a higher class and, you know,
mm,
he's considering what he's going to do. I'm like, wait a minute. My son is protecting somebody who has gone to the bus driver, has gone to the teachers, and you don't put these 3 kids in their place. You know what I mean? My son did what was right.
yup,
You're not punishing him. You know what I mean? You're not fucking
no,
punishing them. I don't give a fuck what you think. You know what I mean? Why don't you put in these 3 kids who were like ungodly picking on this kid for no other reason except for he's black? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you teaching these fucking kids? You know what I mean? Fucking
exactly.
tell me about how I'm raising my kid. And you're a fucking educator? Like the fuck out of here. Then it happened in Jersey. There was this little girl had cerebral palsy on the bus. And
Mm,
you know, they kept fucking picking on her and shit. My son come home, like, I mean, he come in slamming the fucking door, like red in his face. I'm like looking at this little kid going by, like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell is wrong with you, right? He's like, Mom, they're picking on this little girl and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, why? You know, and he tells me, and I'm like, yo, that's fucked up. I'm like, well, you know, what's the bus driver say or whatever? And he's like, Mom, she don't say nothing. I'm like, well, you know, when you get to the school, like get one of the because they go in the gymnasium first, like do breakfast or whatever. I said, get one of the aides and you know, say something to her or whatever, and you know, see if you can do it like that way. And he tried, and they weren't doing anything. So you know, he went buck on a couple, and I get called to the fucking school again, and they're like, well, your son
yup.
beat the shit out of you know a couple people with his lunchbox and blah blah blah. I'm like, why? Why? And they're like, well, we're not quite sure. I said, well, I am. I'll tell you why. Because there's a little girl with cerebral palsy who gets, they pull her hair on the bus, they spit on her on the bus, they call her a retard on the bus. Like, and you, your bus drivers, and all your fucking teachers and aides, sit back and don't say a fucking thing. My son was raised different. My son, you don't take advantage of somebody, at a disadvantage of you. You don't pick on the fucking weak. If you can't build somebody up and help somebody, then stay the fuck away from them. You know what I mean? And my kids are like that. My kids will, and I do it too, maybe to the extreme, but I will take up for the underdog all day, every day. Like, I don't give a fuck. I have gotten in fights with 2 dudes, like 6'4", whatever. I don't give a fuck for picking on somebody like, smaller than them or handicapped or whatever. Oh, you're tough, motherfucker? Let me see how fucking tough you are, because I'm not fucking handicapped. Why don't you fucking hit me? And that, that's how that goes. But I'll do it every fucking time. And I'll teach my kids to do it every time. If somebody can't defend themselves and you're there, you fucking defend them.
Listen, I make something. If I see something a bit different, yeah, I'm gonna crack jokes. I'm gonna tee hee ha ha with it. But if I find out,
I'm a smart ass.
Yeah, but if I find out down the road, like, listen, that person actually, there's something actually wrong with that person, I will apologize about it. I mean,
Absolutely.
I've made that mistake many a times before.
And like a lot of times, I'm guilty of, like, I'll when I'm driving or whatever, like, I'll say some dumb shit. Somebody cuts me off or whatever. But like when I moved down south, like my kid didn't even understand what those words meant or whatever, and I had to sit there because, like, I don't care. You're pink, yellow, purple, whatever. I'm not prejudiced. I'm not fucking prejudiced. But I did used to use fucking words when I was mad at, like, fucking people just use. Like, I never meant them in the actual definition of them. I meant them as slang or derogatories or whatever.
Yeah.
But I was, like, my kid didn't know anything about, like, actual prejudice or anything until we moved down south. And that's when I, caught myself up. I was like, wait a minute. Like, you know what I mean? Even though, like, I think it's just a slang word or whatever, that's like, pretty much teaching my kid that that's what I'm about. Like, that's
not a problem, honey.
So I had to remodify that shit big time, because, like, no, I get mad and I
know.
just yell, but that's never something that I would present or fucking want anybody to be.
I agree.
No. And then you got people who, because of your income or whatever, will single out your kids and, pick on them and shit and act as if they're lesser than. You know what I mean? It ain't no different than doing that to somebody of a different color or somebody with a disability, like, because somebody's in an economic different group than you, like, you pick on them.
But I'm saying,
like, no.
I'm saying, the thing is that, it's all right to have jokes, good times, but when you find out that, listen, like, this person is, like, got, like, a physical or a birth defect that made him out to be that way. When you find that out and get definitive facts on it, and it ain't just hearsay bullshit, you kind of feel like an ass.
I went in a bar one day to have lunch, like a local regular bar, whatever, and I'm always telling everybody jokes and all this shit, and somebody said something smart, and it was right after I had got my first set of teeth back, and somebody said something from across the bar, and I was fucking around, and I was like, yo, don't make me take my teeth out and come over there and kick your fucking ass. And everybody at the bar got silent, like, heads went down, and they're just sitting, like, and I'm like looking, and I'm like, well, hold up, motherfuckers. If you sit here and you laugh while I'm busting other people's balls, you can't laugh at me busting my own balls. Then I'm like, that's not me laughing with you. That's me laughing at you. That's not what I'm like. You know what I mean? If I can't take a joke on myself right after I, put a joke on you, then there's meaning behind that. We're not just joking. That's, somebody being an asshole. Like, you know what I mean? Joking goes
they
all the way
probably
around.
took what you said when you said that statement as like, oh fuck, she's getting real. We're shutting the fuck up. We're staying out of it.
Well, no, they like, you could tell they really wanted to laugh, but because it was me, they weren't going to laugh. And I'm like, yo, that was fucking funny. Like, you know what I mean? If I can laugh at you, why can't you laugh at me? Like, you know what I mean? They just figured that, like, if they laughed, like, I would go to fuck off or whatever. But dude, if I'm making jokes on you and I can't take a joke on me, then the jokes I'm making on you aren't jokes. That's real shit that I feel. Like, I don't ever want people to think, like, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm busting and, like, joking with you and shit, I'm joking with you. Like, and you should be able to do it with me. Otherwise, there's real meaning behind that. And no, like, no. You know what I mean? A joke's a joke, but like some people try to play it off like, oh, I'm just joking. But you say something about them and, they're all up in arms. Well, that's not like somebody just joking with you. That's somebody like fucking making fun of you and manipulating you and fuck all that. Like, you know what I mean? If you can't take it, don't give it. And if you're joking, it should be a mutual thing. It shouldn't just be me joking on you all the time and then you joke on me and it's like, oh, well, I'm offended.
Well,
That's,
listen.
But that's a lot of people's
by the way,
mentalities.
just
I
so
can
you
say what
know.
I want about you, but don't say shit about me. Well, that's because you mean that shit.
Yeah, but listen, just so you know, a lot of
Mhm.
people, I want to clarify this. A lot of people
Mhm.
don't understand the fact when I say nobody could fuck with you but me. Well,
Mhm.
that's only because for the simple fact there is I'm actually man enough to sit there, say what I gotta say, and then when I realize, and then when I'm done being pissy, I actually come back with an apology,
Right.
and I'm a man about it.
And see,
Most
here's my
people
thing.
out here just run their mouth and don't do shit.
Right. And here's another thing. You and I actually had a rapport. We have interacted with each other. Whether we're laughing or we're fucking flipping on each other, we
Yup.
interact with each other. I have no interaction with these fucking people.
No,
No
you
interaction
don't.
whatsoever. And not only do they make, false shit and repeated shit, they never apologize, but there's no rapport. Like,
There,
you might tell me to go fuck myself today and we're cool tomorrow. But you know what I mean? And that's
dude,
seemingly what you and me do.
look at
But
the last live that
I
had
don't
your
have
name on it.
no, huh?
Look at my last live that had your name on it. You weren't anywhere to fuck around me at that time.
Hmm.
And I'm
I've
over
seen
here and
that.
I'm flipping the fuck out on motherfuckers like, yo,
I know.
listen,
Thank you.
stay the fuck in your lane, stay the fuck away from her.
Hmm.
If anybody's gonna flip out on her, it's gonna be me. Fuck off, have a nice day.
Hmm. And like, I agree with that because of the fact that we do, I don't know, it might be because we're basically from like the same geographic area and you're extremely sarcastic. I'm extremely
Oh, I'm an
sarcastic, but
asshole.
I also like I'm sarcastic. I don't mean that shit directly at people. Like, you know what I mean? Now
Yeah.
there's been times where, me and you have said shit back and forth to each other when we were pissy and shit. But the majority of what you and I say back and forth is like sarcastic or smart ass shit, which
Yeah.
coming from the East Coast, that's how everybody
That's an
is all
everyday,
day.
that's
Like,
a normal thing.
right. You don't sweat that shit. But then you got people like, white girl and shit coming out and say, dude, I don't joke with you. I don't talk
Nope.
with you. I don't fucking know you. So the fuck,
Like,
like, you know what I mean? Fuck that. That's totally different than like, you and me throwing one-liners at each other. And you know what I mean? I don't care who you interact with. Sooner or
but you see,
later, somebody's gonna.
the thing is about us over here on this side of the hemisphere
Mhm.
is that we don't know what lines not to cross until
Right.
until we cross them motherfuckers and left it in the dust. We learn
Mhm.
by doing.
Mhm.
And ain't
Yes.
nothing off. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, certain shit's off limits." Listen, if you were raised on this side of the hemisphere, bro, ain't shit off fucking limits.
Yeah. Like when I first moved down south, like, besides my rate of speech, like
Yeah,
people were like, oh my God, you talk so fast. I talk so fast. I walk so fast. I everything so fast because up here, everything is so fast. You know what I
yup,
mean? So when you go down south, like, people talk
it's
slower, they
slow.
move slower. They like, it's not as aggressive. And
Yeah,
literally when I come up from down south, as soon as I hit the Delmarva line, you can feel the difference in aggression from the traffic patterns to holding the door open for a while and somebody at Wawa, all of a sudden people are looking at you like, what the fuck do you want? Where a couple miles back, you hold the door open for somebody and they're like, oh, thank you. And you're like, have a nice day, whatever.
yeah.
But the aggression level and the pace of
It's
northern
listen, down
East
south
Coast
hits
is,
different.
yeah, it is. It's much more laid back. It's like, it's not as populated either. So, when up here, like, you pretty much gotta fight for your spot no matter where it is all the time, every time,
Oh
because
yeah,
there's thousands of people to slide right in that spot. Where down south, it's like more spread out, like, you know what I mean? There's not as much competition for
when I lived
any
down
and
there,
everything. Like, you know what I mean? You have time to
breathe.
get to know breathe, definitely breathe, but you get to know people on a slower pace and you know what I mean, more genuinely than
Yeah.
up here. Like
When
people are,
when I was living in Georgia, bro, like,
I,
don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the
I
weather. I loved it down there.
I love the South, love it.
But bro, I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it. It's like an alien fucking planet down there because of how things move. It's like, dude, an hour seems like 3 when up here an hour seems like 5 minutes.
Right. I mean, think about it.
It's
When you're like,
different down there, dude.
you just walk to the store from your house, like, you know,
Yup.
there's people sitting on the steps or whatever. There's all kinds of shit going on, and you're interacting with them people as you're walking down the street without even knowing it, whether it's a head nod or what's up or whatever. You know, but you're on your grind because you're watching all angles. Down there, you don't like have to do that. So it's
No.
like, yeah, like it's
Bro,
different,
down
and people
south,
don't
listen,
understand
down
that
south,
shit.
bro.
Like,
Down south, bro, you ain't gotta worry about 90% of the shit up here because your neighbors
Right.
would have already handled it before
Right.
you even could turn around. It's like,
Yep.
what the fuck? Like,
Yep.
bro, I'm used to handling my own.
Yeah, and
But-
all the time. You know what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah. What's
like
up,
when
Selena?
you come up in the city and shit, like you don't take care. Like, you know, I don't care. Like, you know, I'm the youngest of my family and shit. I can't tell you how many times I had to slump somebody for some shit they said about my sister. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But you know, down south, you don't have that as much because one, there's not as many people, and two, there's like, you know, they're raised different. They're more like the respect
Chillaxed.
lines
Yeah,
are
they're more
stronger.
relaxed type.
Right, but still,
here's the
but
thing,
the
though.
respect
If you,
and shit is more stringent because, like,
oh
up
yeah,
here, it ain't nothing when you're like, "Go fuck yourself," but you say "go fuck yourself" down there, they take that very offensively because
up here,
it's
listen,
personalized to
up
them.
this
Like
way,
up here, it's like get told
up
"fuck you"
this
like
way is
30
just
times
us
a day.
telling you hello, how you doing?
Right,
Fuck
right,
you, hey, fuck you, and walk
right.
away.
And down there, like they take it like that to them is a serious insult, and they take it seriously because
Oh yeah,
it doesn't happen as much as up here. Like, you know,
oh
us,
yeah,
it's just like nothing. Like, you know, it happens all the time. But down
oh yeah.
there, like, you
Give me
know,
1 minute. I have to use the
Mhm.
restroom, love.
Okay. Hello,
Oh.
Andrew's chat.
It's all good. My chat's actually pretty decent these days.
Yeah, yeah. I've been peeking in lately, a little bit here and there.
Oh, I gotta pee. Where's my coffee cup? I'll get more of that while I'm up. Oh.
All this shit going on, I like totally forgot my sister had a heart attack yesterday until this morning. That's pretty fucked up. Oh yeah. And let me see if I can see chat. Hey Selena, how are you? Where'd Ghost go? Is she still up here? Ghost, you still up here? Because you're way quiet. Yeah. Triggered, I'm back. Ceiling fans clean. There you go. You know what I do with the ceiling fan? I take a wire hanger and you know them the Swiffer, like the floor thing, well they have duster ones and that you put on your little dust one. But if you bend the wire hanger, you can put it on the wire hanger and just
Yeah.
reach up and do it real quick and kind of work.
Yes, Selena. Knowledge is live on panel.
Yeah. Yeah, what happened to
I don't know. She keeps popping in and out. Apparently, you know, a lot of calls today.
Yeah. She gets up
I
so
mean,
early. Oh my god. I wake up and she's
well.
already done 2 lives. I'm like, oh my god. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, I don't know. Down south and up here is totally different, and like the sarcasm, like what passes up here that people don't even like really notice that you said or whatever, and then down there is like so different because you know
Oh yeah.
they're not as sarcastic and aggressive as we are, which you know that's why I love when I go down south. Like I literally
So
feel my stomach unknot when I'm like on my way. Like by the time I cross Chesapeake Bay Bridge, like I can literally feel my stomach unknot. I'm like so
what is your take?
peaceful. It's unreal.
What is your take on a little idea? I want to get a couple of us together
Mm.
and try to solve one of the great mysteries of the world.
What?
There's some tunnels and whatnot that hide secrets from the past.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't nothing about getting. I mean, obviously, you find something in the ground, it could be worth a lot of money. It ain't about the money. It's about the fun, the experience, and the good times. But the problem is that land has to be bought, and then you can do whatever you want with it. But
Mhm.
my biggest problem with that is that it's too close to two other popular and well-known areas.
Mhm.
The piece of land I've been looking at for this idea of mine.
Mhm.
And it's right literally snugged up to one ranch
Mhm.
that's becoming very popular.
Mhm.
And about 20 miles south from it is Skinwalker Ranch.
Mhm. That's what I was just thinking in my head.
Okay, now you know what the other ranch
Stay
is,
out of
yes?
there. Stay out
Oh
of there.
no, 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 no. I want to
Dude.
go next. I want to go next. I want to take over the land next to Blind Frog Ranch
All right.
for one
Do you
reason.
realize the
Oh, I know.
military shit that's going on out there?
I know what's
and
I know what's
that's
going on up there,
it's empty like that because of that. Like people don't
but
have
it's
long
all public
life
land.
expectancies out there.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's all public land,
Right.
except
But
for right now. Skinwalker Ranch is surrounded by public land.
right. But that
20
public
miles
land is
north.
maintained by different groups that
Yes, it's
maintain
very
it in a
heavily
certain
watched.
aspect because they need complete anonymity in what they're doing out there.
But you see, Skinwalker Ranch is heavily watched. Always has been.
Mm-hmm.
Now you go 20 miles. You go 20 miles north. You got Blind Frog Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mhm.
they are being heavily watched,
Mhm.
like horribly.
Mhm.
I want to get right next door to them. Only for one reason, though.
Mhm.
It's not to cash in on what they're doing.
Mhm.
More of wanting to give them a helping hand and more land to use. Like I want to buy the land and allow them to basically do what they need to do for a certain fee. And I don't want the glory. I don't want none of it.
But
I
they're
just want to.
doing that anyway under the
They're up there
guise
digging
of
right now.
the government's land.
No, their land's bought. He's owned that land for the better half of 20 years.
Mhm.
And they're up there digging right now. By digging, they're boreholes, whole fucking nine type, trying to get to these
My
caverns.
husband's a bore test driller.
They're trying to get to these caverns, okay, that are underneath their property.
Mhm.
That has to do with the Mormon gold.
Mhm.
And they're trying to hunt that down and see if it's all legends or if it's true.
Right, but something like that, you need to be really skilled in, traversing them caverns, gases that get released, all
Oh
that
yeah,
stuff when you start, like, you know what I mean?
dude.
And
They went down there and
Mhm.
they made a hole. They
Mhm.
found a dry entrance,
Mhm.
and the three of them went down. The
Mhm.
father, the son, and the archaeologist.
Mhm.
Well, the father almost died because of CO2 poisoning.
Mhm.
Because it's a gas that settles at the
Mhm.
lowest
And when
part
you
of the
stir it up,
cavern.
that's yeah.
And at the end of the day,
That's why miners used to take canaries down there with them.
you're right. But
Mhm.
yet again, they found, you know how they found it?
Mhm.
A leak of radiation.
Oh.
So this land,
Mhm.
okay, is sought after
Mhm.
because of the histories behind
Yeah.
it. Like the Mayans and
Yes.
the Mormons and things
Mhm.
like that.
Mhm.
There's such good history there.
Mhm.
And the only issue is that their land is like, if you look at it on a map, it's a backward 7.
See, all that history that's there is there because and
It
I
was
mean, I
there
don't care who
because it was
you
put
are,
there.
people seem to, when they find shit like that, and instead of being amazed with what you're holding in your hand and the fact that it's been there all these years and all this stuff, people put a monetary gain to it and they start exploiting that, and then that history is taken out of there, like, you know what I mean, because
Yeah.
people sell it off and this, that,
But
the other thing.
here's the
And
thing. That's not what these guys are after.
Mhm.
These guys know about the legends, know about the
Mhm.
mystery of the place. That's why he bought it. To
Mhm.
basically say, okay, well, there's this legend of what's going on with Montezuma's gold and it
Mm.
being traveled all the way up here, and the Mormons' gold being right
Mm.
here,
Mhm. It's
leading
like
up
the
to the
Ark of the
property.
Covenant.
Yeah, leading up to the
Mm.
property that he bought and owns.
Mm.
He's not out. He's not there to be like, hey, I'm gonna go sell this off to the highest bidder. No, he's
Mm.
there to debunk the bullshit.
Mm.
Now, given X amount of miles off the property, there is NASA was there at one point
Mm.
doing God only knows what.
Mm. Are you
But
familiar
also
with Dylan Rounds?
doing rounds. I'm not. No.
Kid disappeared out in Utah.
Yes,
He's
yes,
out
yes,
there
yes,
farming by
yes.
himself.
The guy that
All right.
disappeared off his grandfather's ranch.
His farm actually. But if you look at a map and you locate where Dylan's farm is,
Yeah.
and you pull out a little bit, that whole surrounding area, like
Yeah.
besides his ranch and like 2 other farms that are kind of closely related, there's a huge military installation out there. There's some
Mhm.
other shit, and there's a bunch of old mines and things like that out there. Um, anything and everything you do out there, even like when what was it? Heavy D Diesel, I think it was
Heavy
like
D.
had their own helicopter and
Yeah,
was
I know.
volunteering to go look
Heavy.
for them and stuff. Like everything you do has to be approved.
Dave Sparks
Holy
and
shit.
his crew. I know they went out there looking. You watch him too?
Well, I watched him when he was involved with Dylan. Wow, it is torrential downpouring all of a sudden down here. But
Oh yeah, we got a storm heading my way too, from
yeah,
probably
but
your side.
like even the searches for Dylan and stuff, a lot of them had to be and stuff because of activities going on in the surrounding land, like whether
Yeah.
it be military installation or privately owned, construction companies out there doing whatever. So even though it's your land, you're limited to a lot of things that you would think you'd be able to do just naturally because it's your land. Like like out there, there's a whole lot of different what's the word I'm looking for? Stipulations. Like
Yeah.
you would think because it's your land, you could dig down and do what you want. It's your land, but like you don't own the mining rights, so you can't do that. Like, or you don't own the
that's
air
the
rights,
thing.
so you can't build up like type thing. There's like a lot of
Yeah, but that's the
stipulations on the
thing
land
though,
out there.
is that's the thing I've been looking into quietly.
Mm.
Because I know that this is an adventure that I may never be able to do because price tags are pretty fucking high.
Mhm.
So, but I
Reason
mean,
for that.
oh yeah. But you see,
Mhm.
the thing about it is with some of the property up there next to Blind Frog,
Mm.
it comes with the mineral rights and the mining rights.
There you
Like
go.
they're selling it as a whole
Mhm. Mhm.
because it's basically empty land with nothing on it.
Mhm.
So,
Well, and a lot of it is land that has already been so turned over so many times that they're pretty sure of themselves that there's no value to get properties with the mining rights much easier
yeah.
than land that hasn't been stripped. Like some of that land has been so stripped that even trying to grow any kind of plants or anything, like there's no minerals left in the ground, like even the salt flats and stuff, like they're running out of that shit because it has been so over exploited. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
yeah.
if you get a piece of land that comes with the mining rights and stuff real easy, chances are that it's already been raped.
Oh,
Like, you know what I mean? Most of the
But-
places that have any mineral value and stuff, they're so hard to get hold of that like an average person will never obtain one.
Oh yeah. But here's my
Yeah.
thing though about that property,
Mm.
right? Is that right now, if you go on maps and you look, you will see that there is some of the property that they own that that other people do own. But up towards where they're digging and where they are, it's all open land.
Mhm.
There's nothing there, like
Mhm.
nothing but mountains, rock, sandstone, shit like that. A very, very rough terrain.
God country.
Yeah. And
Mhm.
it wouldn't be a bad idea to go and get the said mineral rights, the property, things like that, and just be
Mhm.
like, go next door and just knock on the door and be like, hey, I know you guys are looking for something. You guys are busy doing whatever you do, but let's make up a contract. You guys can go do what you got to do on this side and not have to worry about getting in trouble for it.
Mhm.
Because if
But
they
see,
dig
like,
on public owned property without proper permits and everything, it's illegal as
Mhm.
fuck.
yeah. But see, like we were just discussing the difference in aggression, sarcasm, all that, like between up here closer to the cities and down south. Like
Yeah.
out there is a whole different latitude of life. Like
Out there, you
you
have to
know,
carry guns.
people shoot you just as quick as like you or I joke around with like
Yeah.
something, or they take very serious. And a lot of the people, even though it's public land, or somebody actually owns the land, there's people that have been out there for generations of families and stuff that pretty much are very territorial. And some of them places out there are still like the old west. Like they don't they don't play around and shit, so you got to keep that
There
in
you
mind
go.
too, on top of
Look at
the
this.
government requirements and stuff. It's a whole different latitude of people and interacting with people, and what they take it to a more extreme like life value level than the rest of the country does, because like they struggle for everything they do every day. And
Yep.
some of them are out there, put everything they got into it, like hoping to make something back, and they take offense to like people
This
just
is
popping up and buying land and doing what they want. So you got to dance for the government, but then you also got to dance for the people who feel that they have rights to, even though it's your property. It's was their great grandfathers or whatever, and they're not going to take kindly to you going in and doing what you
oh
want,
yeah. Well,
even though
look.
you own it.
If you look at the screen, this is
Mhm.
the land around. This is their land and the
Yeah.
land around it.
Yeah,
And look at this. This is all
I know.
all wide open.
Yep.
And a lot of the land, a lot of it
Mhm.
is open, like
Yeah.
up for grabs.
Mhm.
And that kind of lifestyle is just nuts.
Oh, I could live that. I like. I Matter of fact, here you go. Google. You got Google Maps?
I'm on it right now.
All right. Go to 1113 Yancey Trail.
11,
It should come up without putting
13.
the name of the town in it, but
I don't know how to spell Yancey. Sorry.
Cey.
Yancey Trail, Yancey Road,
Nope, Yancey Trail.
Yancey. I got you.
Now open that up.
Right here. It's not gonna
All
come.
right,
I got
now
it.
see the surrounding area?
Yep.
Like pull back out. All right, that was my house. On the left side of me is Ward Burton's personal hunting preserve. The other
Okay.
side is the Staunton State Park, where the New River and the Dan River meet. I lived
Okay.
out there by myself with my kids.
That's a good place to live, though.
Fucking ain't right. But there's not a soul. There's not a house. There's like, I can live like that. Like
Bro,
that
I
is
could run
my-
around naked like that. Fuck, send
I
it.
did it all the time. Like that is but like most people can't live like that. Most people can't take that isolation. You know what I mean? Look, like pull back and look at that place. And you go down
Bro,
out my
like
driveway
there is like
and down
no
to the state
town.
park. You got two rivers down there. Like it's one of the most environmentally beautiful places you could ever live. But most people can't live that isolation.
But if you look, I'm pulling out. I think the closest fucking town you got is
Like
Scottsburg.
40 minutes away.
Yeah, like Scottsburg,
Mhm.
and that's a small town.
Yeah. And
Holy
in Scottsburg, the only thing
fuck.
in Scottsburg was like a little gas station that sold cigarettes and milk. Besides that, you had to go up into it's called South Boston, but it's in Virginia.
Yeah, I
South
see it.
Boston, there was like a Walmart, a couple fast food places, but that was it. And they consider that the big city. Like,
That,
you want to talk
well,
about? hmm
bro, look at
I
the
know.
mileage. If you go in a straight line from your old back door to go, look
hmm
at the mileage you'd have to go.
hmm Yep.
Like,
But see,
holy
to me, that was
fuck.
ideal. I was in my glory living there.
Nothing wrong with it.
hmm But for a lot of people, they can, like that isolation and like, it bothers people. Like people have literally gone insane living in, isolation like that, where I don't know, maybe because of the shit I've been through over that, or I just want to be left alone.
Nothing wrong with that.
But if you can go down the street a little bit, go into the state park and look at some of the like the shit in that park. It is so beautiful out there. It's unreal. Like,
Well,
I
I got this
actually
view.
found-
It's not gonna let me place a pointer today.
Yeah, I actually found the plaque for it's called Hungry Mother. There's a state park for it. Like back in the day, this little girl was found by a bunch of soldiers. Like, people were starving and stuff, and like nobody had seen that plaque in a long time. They actually, like, because overgrowth and stuff, they just hadn't seen it. I was out riding one day and just stumbled across it because, like, look at all the places I had to ride. Like, I would
Well,
leave my
I'm
house, like,
saying,
hmm
like, there's so much free
Beautiful, right?
real estate to do whatever.
hmm
Well, without destroying the beauty of it.
hmm
Let me put that out there.
I
Well,
had 12 acres out there, and
12 acres
like
is a
that
lot.
looks like a pin drop on that map.
Well, yeah, I mean, 12
Mhm.
acres is a fucking lot, dude.
hmm Not like, yeah, but like in the grand spectrum of it, it's minute to that open area, and that's
And the
all
grand,
open.
listen, in this whole area that I see right here
Mm-hmm.
between this road and 344, in the
Mhm.
grand scheme, 12 acres looks like literally a pin drop, nothing
Yeah.
more.
Yep. Now,
But that's got to be
mo-
beautiful land.
yeah, it is. Like, have you ever gone to I know in the beginning of the story about you going down south or whatever, you had mentioned NASCAR and stuff.
Yep.
If you go to the actual town of South Boston, Martinsville track is right there, and on the other side, coming into that area is like Lynchburg, but they're like the two closest big cities. And
Right
that's
here,
like
South Boston
yeah.
Speedway.
hmm
Right here.
Yep.
But that,
But that's
but,
like
but that's like
biggest
in the middle of
attraction.
nowhere itself.
right. So like out there, it's so
That community's got to be tight.
like
though.
well, yeah, because most of the people are related, and it's family, land generation after generation handed down. Like now they're starting to develop a little bit more out there and stuff, but the people are just so genuine,
Yeah.
like so. I used to joke with people up here when I lived down there. It was like walking backwards into 20 years ago, like down, like when I first went down there, people still had pagers and they didn't know much about Facebook and stuff. And I loved it because there was none of the bullshit that came with all that shit. Like nobody's
Oh, yeah.
moving at a high rate. It's like, a fast pace. Everybody's like, just taking their time and enjoying life. Like the biggest thing was like, certain times of the year you could pick all your garden stuff and go into town to what they call a cannery, where you could process all your vegetables and stuff and can them for the upcoming winter. And people like actually planned around that, like their social, like people used to get dressed up
Yeah.
to go to Walmart on Friday and Saturday nights and hang out in the lobby of Walmart like we would in the city, like, you know what I mean? And it's just different.
There's nothing wrong with that, though.
No, not at all. I loved it. My kids loved it too. Like I really don't like
But
going
you
back up
dead.
there.
Listen, you dead ass.
Mhm.
You were dead ass, and then look at it. Look at this on the map. I
Mhm.
pulled it all the way out.
hmm
In the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
you got a major city here.
And that
And-
major city is like so not a major city. That is like
Richmond
what
isn't as
we
big
would
as it
consider
looks.
like. Let me think. What can common ground between you and me that you would know? Like where Levittown is, PA.
No. I know where
No,
some
all right. How
bus
about
stops are. If that
yeah,
helps.
right. Let me think. Trying
But
to
yet
think of a
again,
town you would like.
Allentown.
Like yeah, like Allentown. Allentown would actually be more metro than South Boston. Like you know what I
There it
mean? Like
is.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, look.
And I mean, I loved it. But like when you meet a lot of the people there, like especially the younger people, like they want to move out of there so bad and go to the city because they've never really been exposed to it.
Oh,
But
yeah.
when you've been exposed to the city and shit, you really want to go to like the country that you know what I mean? So
Yep.
but yeah,
But
there's no big
if you
city anywhere
if you
near
go
there.
down if you go down 81,
Mhm, mhm,
well 80 to 81, you will
mhm.
see
Go down
most of the
68
well from up here 80
or 58.
81 is actually a quick straight shot
Yeah,
from
81's the main artery that runs, you
yeah.
know,
But
yeah.
most of the towns you see on 81
Mhm,
that you have to go through are the ones I
mhm,
know about because I've
mhm,
obviously seen them in my
yeah.
lifetime.
See, Snow Hill, 81 goes right through Snow Hill. Like,
Yup.
I go a different way when I go out, but you can say if you jump off 81 at Snow Hill, you can get to like where I live with like within an hour or so. But the way I go down is like I go down through like Williamsburg, Virginia, and you know that way, and I come up
Yep.
like it's 58, and I go through like Lynchburg and all that stuff, and there's not a big city anywhere near there. Like
No.
the big, I can't. I'm trying to think of the biggest city in between there.
But
Like
if you
I want to say probably Virginia Beach has more of a metropolitan.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
But you
but
see
that's like 8 hours away from me.
oh yeah.
I
But
lived in Virginia Beach before I moved out to Scottsburg.
well, Jesus woman. But listen,
Mm.
so you see, all right, I have to
Here,
take
run
30
this one.
I'd have to take 38 to 88 all the way to
Mhm,
81, which is in
mhm,
Binghamton,
mhm.
and then take 81 all the way to fuck down. Now,
All the way
mind
down.
you,
Yeah.
88 Route 88 is 45 fucking minutes away from my house.
Mhm, mhm,
And that's over two mountains between
mhm.
me and 88.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a
Put
bitch to
in
drive in the winter.
721 Sandy Hook Road.
Let's see, 721.
This will give you an idea how much I'm seeking the attention that I put myself in these areas.
Let's see. Whoa. It led me to a school. Oh, I
721.
put 712. I put
Yeah, no,
712. Sorry.
it's 721 Sandy Hook. Or no, Sandy Cross. I'm sorry, Sandy Cross.
Sandy Cross? Well, get me.
Yeah,
What one
Sandy
is it?
Cross.
Hook or Cross? Jesus. You brought me to Sandy Hook fucking school, bro.
Yeah, Sandy Hook's up North Jersey. Sandy Cross
Whoa,
is in Carolina, in Gates
whoa.
County.
We got 3 different pins here.
Go to 721
I'm there.
Sandy Cross in Gates, Carolina.
We don't have Gates, Carolina. We got
Sunbury, Carolina. Then
let's see. Hang on. I'm in South. I got 1, 2 South Carolina,
North
Carolina. I got 2 pins for North. I got. Let's see. 1 above Greensboro. And well, Greensboro.
by
Well,
Elizabeth City. Look
this
for
one
Elizabeth
here.
City.
Elizabeth City. That
All
would
right, now
be.
go to the Sandy Cross. That's close to that.
Let's see. I do not see it on this side. So let's scroll out. Go to the other one. That's yeah. I got you. What one's
That's
this
my
one?
other house.
Right in the middle of right in the middle of nowhere.
Now, how much do I want attention?
Oh, yeah, we want that attention so bad.
You know what I mean?
But there's nothing wrong with that. But I listen, bro. There ain't no
I loved
find
it.
in
My
your
kids
fucking
loved it.
house.
hmm
Like, I'm not even fronting. I mean, I type in one address, I get 4 different pins on my map. Like, wait, what the
Mhm.
fuck did I?
hmm But I love living like that remote. That like
There's
you know,
nothing wrong with that.
No, you know what I mean. I like growing my garden. I like friggin' just being Dr. Doolittle out in the middle of the woods, and
There's nothing wrong with that.
all my like old lady neighbors and shit. They like fucking love me, and You know, when I would harvest a cow or whatever, I'd, you know, get on my horse and go like deliver meat to the old like biddies down the road and shit, you know, and stuff like that. I like that. I'd much rather do
Oh,
that
you won't
than
let me
be
drop you, bitch.
do
Come on.
what? No, I much
I'm
rather
trying
do
to drop
that
my little
than
dude, but it won't let me.
You like that, right?
mm-hmm. Look, and the water around there, like I didn't have to go like either way I went, like 45 minutes to the west was Virginia Beach and you know the actual
Yeah.
Virginia Beach. Like 40 minutes to the east was Elizabeth City, which starts the major highway down the east coast all the way
Yep.
down to
That
Hatteras
would
and shit.
be 17.
And then if you went the other way, you got all the mountains. So like geographically, you couldn't ask for a better spot. Like,
Geographically, you put yourself in the middle of a perfect spot to just chill.
Yep. Yep.
And there's nothing
So you
wrong
see
with
why
that.
I get so twisted about this shit?
Well, yeah.
hmm
But like I said, though, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, there's a lot of potential in some of these so-called dead areas.
hmm
Just putting it out there.
Well, Pansy, he was being mean to me at one point because there was a major misunderstanding, and it was primarily due to other people's opinions and things that were being said to him and to me.
Yep.
But
But
in general,
nowadays, like I said,
he
nowadays,
can be an ass,
motherfucker,
but he's all right. Do what?
nowadays, like I said, nowadays, anybody fuck with you, I'm gonna fucking tear them apart.
Right. But
Nobody
see, most
fucks
people
with my
like they
row.
can't comprehend that. They're like, wait a
No.
minute, like you know.
Listen, I know a lot of people. Listen, the lower YouTube streets already don't like me. I don't give a fuck. I'll make it 30 times worse. I'm that motherfucker.
Mhm. See, I think a lot of that, Andrew, is because like one is the way we talk, like, and
Yup.
like especially me because of the fact that like I do speak the truth, and a lot of truth that I speak is things that people aren't prepared to hear, but they're not used to hearing it at all, as it's common for us to hear stuff like that. So I
Yeah.
say things that I'm not thinking is going to offend people as much as it offends certain groups of people, because it's like, you know, something that is said like in this life a lot, and because you know there's more people, this shit happens more. But you get like these people down south that are like so spread out, and you start talking about like child molestation and shit like that, it's not as rampant as like you hear about it up here. You know what I mean? So when
Yeah.
I give certain details about certain things, you know, it shocks people, like, and how it just flows out of my mouth. Like, it's not that I'm callous to what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? It's just that there's more exposure to that shit where there's more people. You know what I mean? So for me to talk about it casually, to other people, it's really offensive and foul that like I would say the words that I say, because you know they don't have to deal with that as much as a highly populated place is. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. Oh,
Yeah, and
sorry.
it's a fucking shame, and it's a shame that it's so rampant everywhere anymore that you know people have to be exposed to that shit.
I
But
have a
on the same
question for you.
token, do what?
All right, I got a question for you.
hmm
You can still see my page, yes?
When you oh
The one,
shit!
the map.
Whoa,
What is
hold
it?
up!
What up?
Did you just hear that?
No, what was it?
Sounded like somebody fucking rapid firing fucking shotgun.
Oh, well, that's no bueno.
Dude, that was fucking weird. Like, I have the shooting range over to the left of me. This shit was like at the right of me. Like, that was fucking weird.
Yeah, that's not good.
Like, three of them. Pop, pop, pop.
It ain't
Oh,
hunting
listen,
season yet.
listen. You hear that?
Slightly, but yeah.
The fuck is going on?
Somebody out of pocket.
Right?
So, I'm looking at this map.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Going back to the
Mhm.
whole Blind Frog and Skinwalker Ranch thing
Mhm.
here. Now, there is a definitive amount of time of travel between between both of these places.
Yeah.
Okay, a definitive amount, like almost an
Hours.
hour away from each other.
Mhm.
Almost an hour
Mhm.
away from each other.
Mhm.
Now, how is the same thing that's happening at one going on at another? Because if I look at this map,
right, like I am now, up here in these mountains where Blind Frog is,
Mhm.
we know for a definitive fact that NASA was fucking around up there.
Mhm.
Okay, but they left. The only thing
Mhm.
that's left there is a marker in the ground that poof, hey, I was here,
Mhm.
and that went from
But
federally
the
owned
effects on the
land to
environment are still there.
right, but that went
Mhm.
from federally owned land to
Mhm.
government owned land.
Mhm.
Okay, so that is what it is.
Well, federally and government are the same. It's just
Well,
different subsidiaries.
well, yeah. In other words, the
Mhm.
state owned it, and now just the local government owns it.
Mhm.
Well, the country owned it.
Or the
Now the
federal
state owns
government
it.
owns it, and the state government's not allowed to access it.
Yeah. In other words, it's
Like,
kind of like the army owned NASA owned it at one point, and then
mhm.
now the state and the city own that property now.
Mhm.
So, but you go down the skin. We all know about Skinwalker Ranch, and who the dude? What the fuck is going on at your house?
I don't know. I'm kind of getting a little fucking worried because it's like fucking weird. Like
Bro,
my street's
serious?
like dead end street, but there's like a main artery that like like 4-lane road that runs down like goes through all
Yeah.
the little town. But like usually it's really quiet. Like it's like you don't hear of a lot of like crazy shit, but like I know what fucking shotguns sound like. Like you know what I mean? That was a fucking shotgun, and it wasn't coming from the shooting range. And now I'm hearing like cars, like when you jump on the fucking gas, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like I'm hearing that shit like flying down the road there. Like I'm like, I don't know
So
what the fuck.
a possible shootout.
I'm like thinking maybe so. Like that's fucking scary. And I'm like, thank God I would just thought about like the dogs being outside, but they're downstairs, so I don't have to go out there for that. But
Well, I wouldn't go
I
out
don't know,
for
man. I
at
hope
least a
somebody ain't
minute.
fucking
Wait till
hurt
you hear the
and shit.
sirens.
I don't hear any. That's like the problem.
You might. But so like I was saying, back to this.
Mhm.
Okay, we all know about Skinwalker Ranch. We all know about the
Mhm.
stories there.
Mhm.
We all know
Mhm.
about them. Even before they did it, before camera crews went up there, and
Yeah.
it became a TV show. We all know
Mhm.
about the stories over there,
Mhm.
and we all know what's going on this fucking ranch right here. Okay, this
Mhm.
crazy ass place right
Mhm.
here. All right.
Mhm.
But my question is, what does this place here? What there was at one point, from my understanding, it was government owned,
Mhm.
and
Experiments and shit.
right. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, what do the the things ranch, right? Like caving, the wall carving, shit like that, have to do
Mhm.
with an hour drive away
Connected
to Frog?
corridors. Connected corridors.
But my question is, since we know for a
Mhm.
definitive fact that there are tunnel systems upon tunnel systems in these
Mhm.
fucking mountains right here
Mhm.
that go forever,
Right. That's what I mean by corridors.
but I'm just still not understanding what one has to do with the other. They're completely different from each other.
Right, but you figure if the shit was going on at that one ranch, and it was going on at that ranch because that location was chosen for the isolation and shit. The probabilities of a competitive organization or group or whatever was closely related and maybe not as publicized and shit as the other one that was conducting the same shit going on and stuff like
Right.
that. And
So did you hear
when
the
them
story?
corridors were made, but
Did you hear the story about what happened in the local town near Blind Frog?
when
A couple years back, if not maybe about a decade or so.
refresh
But
me a little bit.
there's a story going around with the locals around Blind Frog
Mhm.
that one of the farmers uh went out, heard something, and fucking around with their animals.
Mhm.
Now you have
A lot of it.
horses. You have
Mhm.
horses. You've
Mhm.
been around horses. You know how they act when they get spooked.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Now this person had 4 horses standing ass to ass,
Mhm.
and an animal of some sort was circling them.
Mhm.
I think the reason why they were standing ass to ass is out of to protect themselves. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this lady put a bullet in this fucking animal's forehead.
Mhm.
The husband, after he got home from work to go clean up the mess, there was no bullet hole in the animal's head, no
Mhm.
blood,
Mhm.
no nothing. And when the husband went out, checked to see what was going on, obviously with his animals, went back to go get his um vehicle to obviously remove the body.
Mhm.
The
It was
body was
gone.
gone.
Mhm.
But listen, 2 days later, in the papers, the lady read an obituary about an Indian child found dead in his bed with a bullet hole in his forehead. Riddle me that one. And mind
It
you though,
depends on your beliefs.
but
See, some
mind you,
people believe that it's not capable for things to shapeshift. It's not capable for things to regenerate after certain injuries and stuff. Like, it's just unfathomable to some people because their fundamental and their religious beliefs don't allow you to be open to the possibilities of other beliefs and things. Now there's Indians and stuff that they believe firmly in different gods that you know some are sun gods, some are different, but they have the ability to you know um
but
enter
that
different like bodies, like their
yeah,
spirits,
I can
and they
understand that. But
so
my
to
thing
me
is
that sounds like what they call
that's
like a dog man
right.
kind of
I
thing.
would I would say that's more towards a shapeshifter.
Mhm,
Um Indian beliefs, we call them shapeshifters, but
mhm,
at the end of the day, Indian beliefs is their skinwalkers, change
mhm,
forms. Now,
mhm.
this was done close.
Shapeshifters.
Yeah, this is done
Mhm,
close to Blind Frog.
mhm,
Now, that type of thing you hear about with the legacies and the stories coming out of Skinwalker Ranch, you don't hear
mhm.
about that type of shit. You wouldn't
Back in
think
the
that
day
type of
you
shit
did,
would
though.
be, yeah.
Back in
But
the
what
day you did hear that shit.
But what I'm saying is why? Why is it that within the last, say, 50 years, okay?
Mhm,
In the last 50 years, there's been more sightings and more
mhm.
confirmed weirdness going on with Skinwalker Ranch.
Because if you go on like the Indian beliefs and things like that, there's disturbances in like sacred ground, this, that, the other thing. There is
Right.
like basically raping of you know um the environment, like being stripped of all its stuff, and
Yeah.
Indian gods and things like that are not happy, and things happen because of that. Like, it's almost like
But what if
they're
it's
they're coming like more rampant because more in if you believe that philosophy, more horrible things are being done to the environment and things like that out there, and
right?
things that they considered sacred that
But
flares, you know
if the current activity,
mhm,
okay, that's going on in Blind Frog,
mhm,
okay,
mhm,
and those that used to roam that area,
mhm,
skinwalkers, shapeshifters, whatever the fuck you want to call them,
mhm,
those of unnatural and sometimes unbelievable
mhm,
happenings
mhm,
and abilities were actually around Skinwalker and have been there for generations, but they
mhm,
moved from, say, Blind Frog area to Skinwalker Ranch and decided to stay a little further away
Mm,
But what if, with all the activity in the spotlight now that Blind Frog has,
mm,
brought those back to their homeland? What if, now hear me out, this is just a theory.
mhm.
Now, what if they're not Native Americans? What if they're the remnants of the Mayan civilization that's been there for eons?
Or the I'm gonna say it wrong. The Inca.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah, we don't
Yes.
know. I mean,
But
what we
if you
know of
look at
all
it,
that in the past is other people's interpretation. Like, I mean, I could say a word and it has one definition in my brain, but your definition is slightly different. So
mm,
each person who has translated them experiences to us were subject to their interpretation of what
yeah,
those experiences were. And we don't know for sure what that was or how that's explained. So we could very well have
but the
dismissed all that
Mayans
shit as
disappeared, did they not?
hocus pocus, and it's really actual factual shit that could possibly
Right.
happen.
But didn't the Mayans just disappear?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
they just went poof, just like the
Right.
people at Roanoke, correct?
Yeah, and just like the people
But
over where the pyramids are and shit.
think about it. Think about it, Ro. What
Mhm.
if they didn't just poof?
Right.
What if they just moved from above ground?
Mhm.
Because if you go and listen to anybody who's ever studied Mayan history
Mhm.
and ever studied anything about the Mayan lifestyle, they were
Mhm.
good at what
Mhm.
they did, which is
Extremely.
build beautiful cities
Mhm.
and an elaborate tunnel
Mhm.
systems.
Even sewer
And
systems and everything that were
yes,
unheard of.
yes.
I mean, look at how many thousands of people have died because of inadequate sewer systems as we were developing as a society that
But
these
the
people
Mayans
way
had it
back
locked
then
down.
had elaborate systems.
But listen,
Mm,
they were so good at the sewer systems and
mhm,
moving water from one point to another.
mhm.
So good at it.
With
What
nothing that
if,
we have today. Like we have all
right,
this
with
machinery and
nothing?
all these,
Now, half our
abilities to
90% of our
transport.
machinery can't even do what the fuck these people are doing.
Right, right. So it
But
makes you kind of wonder if they had some,
what if they never disappeared? What if they're still going?
I think there probably is in some ways.
If you go and you look deeper
Mhm,
into the Blind Frog Ranch and
mhm,
in the Skinwalker Ranch, and you see all these elaborate tunnel systems
mhm.
and how a lot of them are booby trapped with water that doesn't even make sense to be there.
How about the cavern out there that there's like an underground lake and there's like 350 vehicles down there? Like
Yeah,
nobody can explain how these vehicles got there or anything
but
else.
you see what I'm saying? What if this
Mhm,
ancient civilization that made Mexico
mhm,
City,
mhm.
is built on this ancient on the Mayan civilization
Right.
hub?
And if you look at the markings on the walls in these caverns and stuff, they are very similar to the ones in Mexico and
They were
things.
count. Listen, you know how
Mhm,
you use tally marks, right? To count.
mhm, mhm,
Tell me how there's tally marks on a wall in a cavern
mhm,
just below a shelf that was built into a fucking limestone, not limestone, into a wall, a
mhm,
bedrock wall, literally
mhm.
like carved out, perfectly flat, perfectly
With no
rounded
machinery.
area with no
Mhm,
machinery.
mhm,
And you're telling me that these markings throughout the years, yes, they will fade,
mhm,
but these markings didn't look like faded markings.
mhm.
But you're telling me that these systems go on for miles and miles, and then you get somebody who
How about the fact
researched.
that there's no dust in them?
How about the fact
When they
there
get down in
is,
there, there's not, years and years of dust buildup or, stuff like that.
because
It
there's
looks as if somebody just
multiple.
came through and swept the floor.
But listen,
Mm,
that's easily explained.
mm.
Obviously, if you're working underground, you're going to need fresh air.
What? No, she went home. Did you just hear that noise a couple minutes ago? Were you sleeping? All right. It sounded like somebody popped off like a double barrel like 3 times, like really close. Yeah. So be careful going out there.
Head on a
Right.
swivel.
Yeah. Right.
But no, but if you listen though, a lot, I can explain why there's no bit. Like you go down in a cave, there's dust, there's particles, whole nine. All right.
Mm,
But if you look at if you look at the caverns that
mm,
the people who own Blind Frog go into, the one underneath Skinwalker Ranch, the ones underneath Mexico City, and anything of the Mayan ruins, you'll see. You go down there, it looks like there's nothing, no dust, no nothing's kicked up, because
mm.
when they were built and created, they made such a perfect wind
Air
tunnel.
exchange.
Yeah, wind tunnel.
Mm, mm.
Always.
How about the
Now,
light sources?
that's the thing. The light sources.
Mhm.
Now you see, you go down there. People have been in these caverns. Now there has been no proof of any type of fires or anything to be seen yet.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously torches were used, but
But there's no carbon monoxide that exploded with those torches, which underground
just
you
that.
have.
not just that, but there's no remnants
Mhm.
of any torch
Charred.
holders. Nothing
Right.
yet.
Yeah, nothing charred.
No, nothing charred. No burn marks where a torch would sit on a wall. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But you're telling me that they built this shit in the dark?
Mm.
But
Or how
that's the
about
problem.
when you get down in some of these caverns that they're going through with, headlamps and shit, and then all of a sudden you come to this, like the size of the stadium open area that it looks like it's broad daylight, but you just traverse down these, caverns, and there's no, like, the only light source is like something that's like a pinhead size that's like in another tunnel, but it's arranged in a way that when you get into this open area, somehow it filtered like broad daylight down there, but
Yeah.
you're in complete darkness getting there. Like it,
But my thing is, though, some of the tunnels, okay, they're
mm,
5, 6, 7, 8 feet fucking tall,
mhm,
but others 4, 3 feet tall, but wide.
mhm,
And my thing is that with a lot of these places, and even archaeologists who've gone through these tunnels, see see, the cave drawings and, footprints of humans and
mhm,
animals.
mhm.
Like they will see footprints that have been there for eons. When they first go in, all of a sudden the human prints would stop, and there would be animal footprints.
Mhm.
And it makes no sense to someone who doesn't, to a closed-minded person, so to speak.
Right. I was just gonna say.
Now,
Mhm.
we have definitive proof that something, don't know what, but
Something
something
intelligent.
is going on.
Mhm,
Because you don't just go from having feet like human to animal. So they know something is going on.
mhm,
Then you do your research and you hear about the legends of the skinwalkers, shapeshifters. You hear about all that. But the proof they have, any type of proof or documentation, disappears within 3 days.
Well,
Goes poof.
I kind of think that, and some people like to say, really fucked up shit about this, but I am under the firm belief that we are not the only beings in this universe.
No,
You know what I mean?
we're not.
There's obviously, I mean, just if you look at the pyramids alone and the ability to do, like, I mean, fundamentally, the construction of those would take like cranes that wouldn't even reach those heights, and things like that. In modern day, you're talking about people did with like ropes and pushing these boulders up hills on rocks and shit, like
It's
and
insane.
yeah, it is. But like there's just, I think it's because there's other, I don't know, beings or whatever that have those abilities that we either ran off, or because humans fucking destroy every species
Yes,
of
they
anything
do.
we have ever touched, from the
Unlike, but
land
listen,
to
I
the
gotta give it. I gotta give it to the owners of Blind Frog and Skinwalker, okay?
mm,
Because anytime that they make a change to the environment, such as
mm,
digging or whatnot,
mm,
if they don't find what they need, they fill it back in.
mm.
So they
But
respect the land.
right, but
But
when you fill it back in, it's still not in the original form.
no, it's
So
not in
if
its original form.
right, so
But
if the Indian way of thinking is correct, then the environment has been jeopardized, or the not discredited, violated, because you changed it, you altered it, and if you
yes,
believe in that way of thinking, that would agitate those entities or whatever, that would make them flare up, I would think. And it, like, there's so many possibilities of what and how it could be. It's just
exactly.
depending
Give me
on
1 second. I
your
gotta pee again.
education and your open-mindedness, I guess.
Give me 1 second, honey. I gotta pee again.
Mhm.
God dang coffee goes right through me.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
It's designed like that, actually. I think chat froze. Hey, all day 420. If you're still here, hello. Trigger my love to lips too. Message from audience will display here. Lips and I are late rest. Wow, I put that in there a long time ago. Susan Bright definitely dropped like a top. Ghost. Hi, Ghost. If you're still here. Jeez. How long have I been on you? Haters. Thank you, Trigger.
Okay.
Hello, Susan Bright. How are you?
So,
Mm.
but here's the thing. Okay.
Mm.
Now, you got, from my understanding, with Skinwalker Ranch, they've had blacked out cars roll up.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They've had a Black Hawk helicopter circle the ranch.
Stallions.
Yep.
The
And
silent
then
ones.
you
And all
look
of a
in.
sudden they're just on top of you.
Yeah, but then you go up the Blind Frog.
Mm.
Okay, they're digging. They're looking at something that is underground, and it's a giant box that's carbon dated to the 15th century. To 1500s. Okay, and they brought a couple rocks out of it, cracked it open to see if it was, it was iron out. It was an iron ore, but they cracked it open because with iron ore you have other minerals that go with it, such as gold, silver, shit like that.
There's
Well,
a lot
they
of zinc out
found,
that way too.
yep, but they found something that shouldn't have been there. They found gallium.
Really?
Yes, inside these rocks, they found gallium. Like, they broke it open and it was there. But mind you, gallium wasn't discovered or given its name until 300 years after
That's
the
in
rocks were put there.
that's in human species definition of when it was discovered.
Yes. So 300 years after this box, I'll put it, was placed into this cave system and flooded, gallium was basically discovered.
Now,
by
was
humans.
it the way it's inside the iron bore? Is it something that was
It's like they drilled a hole. They
placed
took a
there
machine.
and the iron bore developed around it, or was it something that naturally?
Basically what it is that they drilled a hole, placed a rod of gallium in the ore, and put it underground in a box. But the way that it was made is what's confusing.
Mm.
Because the hole is so fucking perfect, it looks like a piece of machinery did it.
Mhm.
But yet again, when they go and look at a different area, they have gold slag
Mhm.
from like a smelter,
Mhm.
bits and pieces of it lying everywhere. Okay, so they're smelting this ore,
Mhm.
and they have made a new metal, and this metal melts in your hand. So to them, that would be its weight worth in gold.
Mhm.
It'd be worth a lot. But my question is, how did they get it that perfect of a hole to put it there?
That's the big question. You know
So
what I mean? Was it something from another universe? Was it a construction technique that has been forgotten? Is it like gods? Like there's many possibilities, but nobody knows for sure because it is something that is completely unique to us.
do you know what an energy anomaly is?
Mm.
Okay. What causes an energy anomaly?
A shift in energy.
Right. But what causes a shift in energy in the middle of nowhere?
Are we referring to underground or because it could
In
be
general, the
wind?
whole area. Okay.
Yeah,
These
well,
guys,
if you think, the Earth is rotating, so, not only is it rotating, but there's also, water in the core, so the water's always moving and, shit shifts and erodes, and with the erosion, like, the the air that's entered and the water
yep.
that's entered, like, shifts and, like, moves things. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
But listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you
Mm,
when you melt sand, what do you
mm,
get?
glass.
Okay. Now, there's a spot on Blind Frog Ranch where they will
Mm,
melt the sand
mm,
from different points in on their property. Okay.
mm,
They'll take it to where this energy anomaly is and smelt it. Now
mm.
you should see glass,
Yeah.
right? But tell
Well,
me
wait,
how it's
no, but there's a high content of uh salt out there because actually like most of that was like water at one time, so there's a lot of like sea salt type. I
yes.
can't think of the
But
friggin'
what happens
name.
when you
It's,
melt
it's a
salt?
stupid name.
I know what you're talking. But what happens
Sodium.
when you
Sodium.
what happens when you
It
melt salt?
liquefies. Like it's
It disappears. It
nothing.
dissipates.
Yeah. Yeah.
It dissipates. It turns into gas. It goes
Yeah.
away.
Like it. Yeah.
So even with that as a factor,
Mm,
you go in, you take the sand, you shift out all the rocks and shit out of it. So
mm,
you got this fine sand.
mm,
You go to this spot that's called an energy anomaly on your property,
mm,
and you melt that sand. You should get glass.
mm,
No matter where you are in the
mm,
world, you
mm,
should get fucking glass.
mm.
Tell me how it became a metal, and with traces of silver through it.
Is the sand not sand, but actually dust from previous
No,
um
it's sand. That's the thing. It's all they took. This is going
with
on from
silver dust in
seven.
it?
That's the thing. This is what's going on in 7 different spots on this
The only thing
property.
I can think is if there was a local mining, going on in the area, and they had like a it could be a windstorm or a
Yes, I would
a
think that too. But
deliberate like exhaust system and dust went into the air and
but it
settled.
would be glass. It would be glass
No,
with
I'm talking about
traces.
the dust coming off from, like, say,
Yes.
like if they had a giant shifter and as they're sifting, there's still going to be a
Oh
bit
no,
of
they're using
molecules that are going to be so micro tiny.
no, they're
It's
using window screens.
right, but there's still going to be an airborne dust
Yes.
from that, no matter what, like at least a little,
Oh
and
yeah. But the
Like
thing
that,
about it
but
is,
see, that
though,
wouldn't
is
be enough
that
to accumulate that
it
much
would
over
be if they're smelting the sand, it would be glass.
Mhm.
It would turn into glass, okay,
Mhm.
with
Mhm.
traces of the
the
airborne
silver.
metals.
Mhm.
But how is the glass turning into a solid piece of metal with traces of silver in it? No matter where they took this sand
Mhm.
off of this property, they bring it to the spot of this anomaly that's shutting down, that's sucking the energy from the batteries of anything they bring over there, that's
Mhm.
fucking with electronics, whole nine. And it turns something that's
Yeah, that's
supposed
a
to
whole
be
different realm right there. Like that the first thing I thought of right there, like, but that depends on, again, what you believe or not. But like that, usually people who have any kind of true psychic ability or connection or whatever, they drain the electricity out of things. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Cell phones, batteries, things like that. So if you believe in stuff like that, like that would lead you to think of some kind of psychic, I don't know, entity or like multiple, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing that, as a human, I know that has, like, well, not that I know, that I,
In
theorize or
my
whatever, that
enclosure,
has the ability to do that but that's like, one of psychic kind of belief thing.
yeah.
But I don't know as far
But
as
if you
humanly.
look into this like I am,
Hmm.
okay,
Hmm.
if you look into this and you actually pay attention to a lot
Hmm.
of it, even though a lot of the theories are crazy, some of
Hmm.
it does make a lot of sense.
Hmm. That's what, like,
Like,
always made me look into other, theories or possibilities, because some of the shit, like, there, humanly, there's no explanation. But if you look at some of the other beliefs or, alleged ways of life and shit, like, it does kind of, like, that's the only thing that makes it make sense. So, like, even though you don't believe it because there's not a logical explanation according to us, but like, if you apply the beliefs of supposedly the Incas and shit, then that makes perfectly sense. But like, that don't make sense to us because we don't, like, we don't accept that thought. So it makes me question a lot of things. Like,
mhm.
is like, their psychic power, things that actually are affecting us. Is there extraterrestrial type things, like,
But here's the
affecting us,
thing,
like, and doing me feel like there's a lot of
a
what
lot of
ifs.
that, a lot of the
Hmm.
extraterrestrial type dealings
Hmm.
could be
But
from the
some say that
factor.
the Incas and everything are from extraterrestrial, like, dropped off here, like, used to mine minerals and shit from the earth, like, to, I don't know, power them, whatever. But like, if you, some people believe that's the explanation. Like, and I don't know, I'm still hesitant on saying that. But like, I mean, some of the shit, it seems as if that would have to be the explanation, because there's no human, explanation for it. Like, so,
The Mayan
you know,
calendar ran out, right?
mm, mm,
What if the Mayan calendar, okay?
what's your egg timer on life on this planet?
Well, no, 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 no. What if that was one generation's life expectancy?
Right. Like
Like,
the
what
whole.
if that was the life expectancy of one person
Mm,
and then a new generation?
right. That's like what I'm, like, kind of what I'm saying. Like, if the whole civilization
Just
exists
doesn't
to.
fucking disappear.
Right. And then, you know what I mean? Like, basically an egg timer on the existence of everything that they were doing, like building tunnels, this, that, the other thing. And then whether it be, weather, like a flood or a drought or whatever, that they just, the whole civilization was extinct. And then there's like a refreshing period in between. And then like another, I don't know, group, pod, seed, whatever, deposit it for, another civilization to, have the egg timer flipped on. And be periodic, like,
Yep.
deposits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But
Yeah,
here's my
there's
thing on it. Here's my thing on it, okay? Montezuma.
Mhm.
Big boss man. Heavy boss man. Into a lot of things we consider dark and evil these days.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. Now, what if, okay, we know Montezuma had lots of money. We know that the Spaniards came in and tried to destroy him out.
Mm.
We know that Montezuma's brother took a lot of the treasury and headed and landed in Utah, now modern day Utah.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
We know that a lot of people went.
Mm.
What if, okay, that Mayan calendar was the expectancy of Montezuma's rule, and given that it was cut short by the Spaniards, they couldn't continue on with the calendar for the next ruler. We know Montezuma's brother
Then we win by
left,
default.
but you listen. We know Montezuma's brother left with a lot of their gold and a lot of their treasury. Thus, for the Mormon gold was created from them whole nine.
Mhm.
So we know this. This is proven. This has been seen. There's receipts for that.
Mhm.
And what if, okay, they landed in Utah? They helped out the Mormons. They did what they did, right?
Mhm.
But instead of doing what Montezuma did, which is build these beautiful structures and make his rule known,
Mhm.
what if they continued underground and stayed hidden
Mhm.
and continue to prosper and grow?
Mhm.
Now we have high levels of radiation,
Mhm.
high level of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Mhm.
We have strange underground systems, strange to us. Carvings on walls that look like they were just done, even though they carbon date back to the 1500s.
Mhm.
What if the reason why a lot of this shit is so mysterious and a lot of these things are going on is because the Mayans that got away went underground?
Mhm.
They come up at night in their secondary form, which is wolves, mountain lions, coyotes,
Mhm.
because they've been known in their history of what they wrote on their walls and carved in their history that they could shapeshift into any of these animals. Now, what if these animals lying about in this area are just them during out at night doing their thing?
Then I would say we should be really scared.
I honestly think that given they're only going after livestock, the shit that we usually eat, that we eat to this day, that is what's being killed up there. Cows, deer,
But
things
when
like
you run
that.
out of livestock, what's left?
Right.
I can hear you. I'm grabbing my sweater, but you know,
All right, go ahead.
like the more if there is a civilization, and that's what has been going on for a certain period of time, they're going to run out of that supply in that area. They're going to spread out, and they're going to deplete that variety, and then
But
what's
what
left?
if they chose, now hear me out, what if they chose to do the practice of whatever they do to shapeshift and chose to become one of their livestock to keep that food going long enough to sustain life? Now, it's written in the Mayan history that
Mm.
they turn
Nobody
into.
listening. I have moved.
Go ahead, go get a hoodie.
All right. Yeah, I'm listening.
So it's been known that they turn into predators. Now, what if they turned into their prey long enough to keep the general population going? So that way they have a constant flow of food.
But I don't see how they would have a constant flow of food just by turning into their prey. There would have to be like some kind of multiplication of that species, like in a large like amount, which would mean that they would have to have some way of sustaining that, which there would be, you would think there would be some kind of evidence, whether it was fecal matter in the the boar samples or something, like there would be some kind of
Understandable.
yeah.
But they've already found numerous bones
Yeah.
from mainly our nowadays livestock and what we hunt on a daily.
Hmm.
So, but if you look at the map, you'll see there's on the mountain there's a lot of greenery.
Mhm.
Now, what if within this travel time between both ranches, okay, what if it's not just there between those two ranches? What if that is like a general setup for them,
Mhm.
but they're traveling outside and bringing and basically force
All right.
moving the food into their hunting grounds.
Well, and I mean, this may be a little far fetched, but if you think about all the minerals and things that are out that and the deeper you go down, the more various minerals there are. All these supplements and things that we use nowadays in small doses, but that elongate, flexibility, this, that, and whatever. What if their primary existence is mineral enhanced? So that would reduce the protein dependency and things like that. You know what I mean? Like less livestock would be needed because you fundamentally have, mineral substitutes, or that's not the word I'm using. I mean, mineral, like like to sustain you, like you know what I mean. Like instead of like we eat meat, vegetables, and fruits for different aspects. What if they just like discovered the same results off of things that could be harvested, like out of those rocks and underground, and so their actual necessity for cattle, fruit, things like that were minimized. They wouldn't need to like maintain a large supply of livestock and things like that because they're and I'm drawing a blank on the word, but supplements. You know what I mean? We call them supplements. Maybe they're they're the primary existence, and cattle and shit is just supplements to them. You know what I'm saying? Like if they've discovered a way to, completely nourish your body without, intaking, plant life or cattle with just all these different minerals and shit in the rocks.
Right. But now, if you look at it, okay.
Mm.
Now, sorry, I'm paying attention to things, other things. But no, if you look at it, okay. Now, on Blind Frog, they found 2 cows.
Whoa! Did you like see that hillside look like a animal face?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I know. Oh,
Okay.
shit. I hit the wrong button. Hang on. But no, I know. There's actually a Mayan. What the fuck did I just do? Son of a bitch.
You shifted it.
I moved it. It's fine. See, look, it's all
Okay,
fine.
like I mean, that shit is just amazing how all that is out there.
Oh yeah, don't we know that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well you can sit there a minute. Okay, so if look, You look at this,
Mhm.
and you go back before all the fuckery of obviously corrosion, shit like that.
Mhm.
It does look like a face here.
Mhm.
Now, it's from a Mayan god that it was
Now wait,
believed to be made
if
up.
you look at it from, see where that crevice is in the center of those two like plateau things,
Yep.
like right where you're. All right, there's like the dark spot that looks like an eye on each side. It almost looks like an outline of a heart with a crack going through the center.
Yep.
Now, if you look at the one to my right, it almost looks like a rounded head of like other things that have been found in civilization, like to civilize, like you know what I mean. That looks like an alien head to me from here.
Right. But
Yeah.
now there is a Mayan god.
Mhm.
We know we're echoing, Selena.
Sorry.
But no, you're all right.
That's all right.
But we know that there is a Mayan
Gotta
god
be.
that
Mhm.
was rumored to be worshipped, but there was no evidence of it other than on catalog.
Hmm.
Okay, there was no like monuments or anything. It was the protector of, believed to be the protector of their treasures.
Mhm.
And
So like a sergeant
they-
at arms.
yeah.
Mhm.
All right, not a problem, Trigger. And before obviously the couple of years of moving about and
Mhm.
the great obviously windstorms, rain, snow, whole nine corroded it. This is what this point on the map. Huh? Oh, you're cutting in and out, darling. Eroded.
Okay.
Is believed to be the only type of structure to be seen by of this god.
Mhm.
And right where, if you look on the map, right here, where it says underground mine, okay, that is the anomaly. That is the energy anomaly right here. Oh, horrible connection.
Mhm.
Yep. And the way I look at it is they already know what's underneath there. What's causing that energy anomaly. Because they had somebody come in that researches energy anomalies in space and here on Earth. And it's been stated that with the type of equipment he uses, it shows a... Who's calling? What? Hang on. Yellow. Okay.
Anyways, how you doing, Ro?
Bye. So, if you look at it, when these guys...
Where'd you go?
Where? Uh-oh, did we lose knowledge?
No, I think we did. You got a phone call, and I was like, anyways, how you doing?
Oh, no, you're good. Oh, yeah, we lost knowledge there for a second, but it's all right.
I was going to talk to Knowledge real quick while you were on the phone.
But yes, well, you could have chimed in on this too, young lady.
I've been here and there. I'm dealing with personal shit.
I know. Where did you go? There she.
I don't think you
we
know
got no feed.
exactly
All right.
the extent of what I'm dealing with, but
No. Knowledge, you back, darling? Nope, she ain't back. She lost connection.
well, she'll come back then.
Oh yeah, but yeah,
But yeah,
this,
you got a phone call, so I was just gonna chime in and talk to Knowledge real quick.
nothing wrong with that. But how's life with
Hi,
you?
Ericon.
I don't know if he's still here.
Yeah, he said boring, and that was about it.
Yeah, but now if you look at this though, right? What I've been saying, this anomaly. I mean, all right, we got you somewhat there, Knowledge, but we'll wait for her to do that. But I'll continue speaking. She'll chime in when she comes back.
All right,
But
yeah.
if you look at it, all right, these guys called in experts on obviously gravity anomalies, shit, energy anomalies, shit like that. Now this guy has you are cutting in and out still, but we
Hey,
got something of a
Handy,
picture. What?
you've been live for over 3 hours, and
Oh
I've
wow.
like basically been muted the entire time. I need a trophy for being muted for 3 hours.
Well, you could have jumped in.
I'm just saying, you know how hard it's been for me. I couldn't have jumped in. I wasn't home.
Well, you are now. Yeah, we
Yeah,
got
I am now.
somewhat of your knowledge. But
Dude, I just had the whole fucking town listening to your ass again, like it was back in the day all over.
fuck it, Rana. But so where this underground mine is right now on my map is where this energy anomaly sits. Okay. Now they called in researchers to check out this anomaly and why it's doing what it's doing. Well, this person said the only other place he's ever seen this type of anomaly is in a fucking black hole. So,
No, Andrew, can I ask you a question?
yeah.
Was that black hole a belly button?
No.
All right, I'm muting again.
Okay. But no, so he went back and did more research. And come to find out, what's causing this anomaly, as I'll call it, is a meteorite.
Which would take you to select. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine now. It's just
Okay.
you
Which would take
your house
you
is
to-
like mine.
Yeah, it's an old house, but
Yeah.
that would take you back to the, explanation of like extraterrestrial.
Yes. But if you look at it though, Mayans collected rare minerals.
Mhm.
Okay. What is the biggest treasure on the planet to find? It ain't
Thirst,
gold.
copper.
Well, outside of that, it's mineral wise, it's meteor rock. That is one of the biggest things that is sought after, even to this day.
Mhm.
It's
But
literally
the Incas and
worth.
shit, they were more of a copper based.
Not. Yes.
Yeah. Like if you look at like their drawings and the things that have been found, the majority of what like we consider jewelry or whatever, which could be stripes and stars for them, most of it is high copper content.
I agree.
Yeah.
So if you look up,
Fucking you up, ain't I? You thought I was a dumbass, huh?
no, but if
I'm
you look
joking.
up, okay, how much meteorite per gram,
Mhm.
not ounce, but per gram
Mhm.
is running? Okay,
Mhm.
it is 50 cents a gram.
But that's
Debating
based
on
on
what.
our value system.
Yes, but debating on what it looks like.
Mhm.
So if you get in it in its natural, beautiful form,
Mhm.
you're looking at as high as $40 a gram. Okay, and people are still looking for this shit to this day.
Yeah.
And the largest piece of meteorite that was discovered and
Mhm.
sold went for $10 million. So
You ever look on like I don't know, if you ever mess around looking at like different gemstones and this that and the other thing.
Yep.
If you are rocks and shit, like
Yep.
you can go on and you can see where all over the world, like people who have found meteor rocks in their yards or whatever, sell them and like a rock like this big will bring you like, 20,000-30,000 bucks, depending on like, its
Yeah.
shape or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? I kind of, think our value system compared to
There's
potentially other existences has a different
Yeah.
measuring and value type thing. Like what we think is worth
but
something.
what
just,
is
I
it
don't know,
doing
or
there?
what?
What is it doing there? Look, it doesn't look like any type of meteor of any size has crash landed in this general
there's
area.
no big divot or anything.
Even with
I
a
forget
small
what they
piece
call
of,
them.
even with a small piece of meteor, it leaves a
Mhm.
significant crater.
Right, that's the word I couldn't think of. Crater, like
I mean,
or anywhere near
look
that.
at the craters where meteors have hit throughout the years that us now have found. A
Mhm.
tiny fucking fist-sized meteor leaves a 2-3 mile fucking crater,
Mhm.
and it sits and they've been there for
But there used to be
years.
water out there too. So
Yes, there still is.
right, but I mean, like that, all that land used to be like the ocean, so you had a deeper depth of water, but like so the impact of meteors wouldn't do as much
Right.
terrain
But
damage.
here's the thing: as you dig deeper into the ground, right, you would
Yeah.
see. Obviously, you would see where the old ocean used to be, shit like that.
Uh-huh.
Now, tell me, no matter how far they dig down, they have not found that yet in this general vicinity.
Mhm.
But we do know in the 1500s,
Mhm.
this was all dry land. But this meteor they found, okay,
Mhm.
is only about 50 feet below the surface.
What?
Yep. It's about 50 feet below the surface. Now,
know what to say on that one.
with that in mind,
Mhm.
okay, what we know today about what a fist-sized meteorite can do
Mhm.
and the impact it has on its surrounding environment.
Mhm.
Tell me how there's no definitive fucking proof that it was that it crash landed there.
I can't give you a definitive answer.
It was placed there.
Seemingly.
Now,
But-
what do we know about the Mayans? They praised the sky.
Mhm.
They praised many different. They prayed to many different gods, but they praised the stars, the galaxy, space, the sky. We know that.
Atmosphere.
Now, if a rock fell from the heavens
Mhm.
and they obtained it, that would be a prized possession,
Mhm.
something they would want to keep forever.
Uh-huh.
Now, mind you, about 150 feet below the fucking surface, give or take a couple dozen feet,
Mhm.
okay, the tunnels
Mhm.
are there. It's proven they're there. Like, without a
Mhm.
doubt, they're there.
Mhm. Mhm.
How is this sitting above the tunnels at 55 fucking feet? And about, I'd like to say maybe at the 100-foot mark, if not a little more, is the top of the tunnels. Why would
they
that
don't have,
sit
like,
on there?
Like, and if you look at the construction of the tunnels, they don't have like what we would consider like a load bearing, like, beam or whatever, like they're pretty like wide open, like them tunnels don't have like a support beam in the middle and shit like that. So
No.
I don't, yeah. I don't know.
But you understand what I'm saying, though, right?
Mhm.
Now, this is anywhere from 30 to 50, even 60 feet above the roof of the of this tunnel system,
Mhm.
right next to a mountainside that looks like the Mayan god Tawats. Okay,
Mhm.
that's why it says head of Tawats here. Okay, he is the
Mhm.
Mayan god of protection, of treasury, whatever, just protection in general. That's not really ever been praised or seen in
Or maybe
carvings,
hidden.
but it's sitting right semi near the head of Tawat. All right. So if you look at it, they got their god of protection, a piece of meteorite 55 fucking feet below the surface. And underneath that, at about 100 feet, is a giant fucking tunnel system. But here's the thing. Meteorites, we know, throws off just about any magnetic thing that we got. We know that.
Mhm. Mhm.
But it still does not explain how sand turns to metal
Mhm.
and how there's this giant anomaly at underneath this meteorite at about 100 feet in this cavern.
Mhm.
And then if you go and look at the research that was already done by the people that own this ranch, it looks like a key. The room looks like a key,
Mhm.
like an old-fashioned type key.
Mhm. Like
And
a skeleton key.
yes,
Mhm.
but the thing about it is, every time they get a bit closer to what's up,
Mhm.
you got Blackhawks flying. You got blacked out cars driving around.
Well, you
You
got to
got
decide whether it's man-made or if
yeah.
you believe it's made by something else, and whatever it is, it's very well
But what
protected.
if? Listen, what if the reason why NASA was there is because of these anomalies that are popping up all over throughout this ranch?
Mhm.
Okay, what if the factor of that these anomalies, whether it be a piece of meteorite or whatever,
Mhm.
shouldn't be here, shouldn't be where they are, shouldn't react the way they are reacting.
Mhm.
Now, if you have somebody who studies the
But wait,
go ahead.
we have altered the environment between our carbon, footprints, our
Yeah.
gastral releases, and things like that. Now you add that onto the natural, like the ocean waves and everything are definitely um aligned with the moon cycle and things like that. Now you add that in, and that's what was there prior our existence, and then you add the slight changes and eruptions that we've caused that could have a
Mhm.
different effect on how it has always performed before because of us altering the environment.
Yeah. But if you look at it, though,
Mhm.
okay, if you look at it, you had NASA up
Mhm.
there with studying gravity, it's whole
Mhm.
9 type deal. Okay. Now they were there for a
Mhm.
fucking reason. But in one night they disappeared. they left in one fucking night, packed up everything, and the only remnants is a little plaque stating they were there in the fucking cement.
Really?
They left in one night. All that information's been buried. I mean, a lot of people look at it like, oh well, it's just another, flat world or alien conspiracy type shit. But the thing about it is, there is more receipts and data and proof about what's going on in places like these ranches and what the government's been doing. That's just been wiped. So with our technology, they could take what they want. The government could take whatever they want, but they can't take the footage you already have. And if you're smart,
They can actually,
you'd have more than
though,
one.
and they do it in ways that are very unethical, and we don't hear about. Like, think about how many people have been completely erased off of this earth out there, and nobody will ever know about it. And it was like them black vehicles show up, somebody just gone. And if you're, say, a small crew of people who out there mining or whatever, and they
Minding their
right,
business.
but you're infringing on an experiment or knowledge that they've withheld, and you're coming too close to it, and you just you disappear because they're protecting something
Either
or hiding
that-
something.
Either that, I can agree with that. But okay, now here's my theory on that. What if that the reason why these people are taking and doing this grimy shit, the government, okay, to these everyday people just doing whatever they want to do on
Well,
their
the
own property.
driving force for that is always greed.
Well, not just that, but what if what took them years of research and coming up empty, and this small group is only taking the better part of 2 decades to figure out what the fuck they couldn't. What if they're just grimy little bitches? What if they're just pissed off?
What do you mean, the government?
Because what if whoever
Well, nobody likes to be
is just
outsmarted.
pissed off, but they're not doing anything besides trying to figure out the mysteries of the Mormon gold and what's going and
Right,
Montezuma's
but
gold.
think about it. Like, just about
That's all they're
anything
doing.
aligned with the government has been notoriously proven time and time again to be slack ass. So what if they're just setting about and running out all these budget bills, and they're just a bunch of motherfuckers sitting on their ass, and then you got people who actually come out and put the S into it and are getting to answers. Well, that's going to make them fuckers who are sitting on their fucking thumb look bad, so they just have to get gone.
But here's the thing. What was NASA created for?
Space studies.
Yeah.
Why are they in the ground?
Yeah. Why are they in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, Utah?
In the ground.
Like I said, look at this.
Mhm.
Literally,
Mhm.
look at this. That is literally in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Straight up, like nothing. In the middle of buttfuck nowhere,
Mhm.
Utah.
Mhm.
Okay? I believe the closest city is White Rock, I think. Yeah, let me scroll out. Yeah, the closest big thing, Naples,
Mhm.
all that, are miles and miles away.
Mhm.
Okay? So you're telling me NASA's over here playing buttfuck in the middle of nowhere. Now, I could understand if it was research for if they were research for a safer place to launch rockets. That's
Mm.
understandable.
Yeah, but that's answered with
You
a
know what I
couple
mean?
work tests and couple pylons and
Yeah.
shit.
But why the fuck
are they in the middle
are they in the middle
of this type
of
of
this type of terrain, this type of
area?
area? It don't look. Listen,
It
it don't even. This is a mountainside.
It looks flat
to us, but in all actuality, that is a mountainside. Okay? There is no flat fucking land anywhere
And that crevice that we're seeing right
for
there
them to put
looks like
anything.
minute to us right now, but that crevice is deeper than deep. Mhm.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying, though?
Like,
Why are they out in the middle of these mountainsides,
I would say it
hillsides?
has some relation to spatial, like they're learning something about something that has to do with space that's connected to that.
But you have mountains right
Mhm.
here
that
that are higher than the mountains here.
Mhm.
You got look, you got all this extra space and mountains throughout the whole United
Mhm.
States that are higher and would be better to use for their spatial
Mhm.
shit.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? So why in the middle of this butt fucked area are they playing fuck fuck? I mean, go to Area 51. They're on an old salt
Mhm.
bed.
I'm thinking the sodium
Okay.
has something to do with my dad didn't need you outside. Hold on 1 second.
Mhm.
Go. It's raining. Keep going, Emma. Come on. Come on. You want to go? No, Mom, it's raining out there. Get out of here. Go get it. You want a cookie? I didn't go get it. I'll give you a cookie when I'm going outside.
I haven't even gotten to the best part yet.
Say what?
I haven't even gotten to the best
Okay.
part yet. Okay, now we understand. Given everything I've
Mhm.
stated,
Mhm.
okay. Understand this. Over here, they dig, they do
Mhm.
whatever. All right, government gets pissy, they do whatever they do.
I do what I want.
Right. But Mother Nature doesn't. But listen, Mother Nature doesn't take a key helping pissiness when shit's being done on Skinwalker Ranch. Now, over here on Blind
Mhm.
Frog, when they opened up this area
Mhm.
where they're digging, massive windstorms.
What about lithium? Is there
An-
lithium deposits in that area?
Not as far as they know.
So that's one thing.
But massive, but listen, massive windstorms, slight cave-ins, as in loose rocks are falling everywhere, landslides. Sorry, okay. But every time they go to dive into this entrance, or they get closer to finding something, it's not just poachers coming in on their land trying to get a
Mhm.
piece. It's not just the government trying to take their
Mhm.
shit. Mother Nature is trying to stop them. Okay? Now, with that being said, okay, what does that significance of these strange happenings in this general area of just this ranch, just this fucking ranch, is going on? Because even if Mother Nature is getting a bit pissed off, what the fuck is hidden here? Because if you look at Blind Frog, okay, it's a decent sized ranch, but Mother Nature likes to play fuck with them. The closer they get, the strangest shit happens. Like they could be sitting there having a perfectly good day, sun shining, nothing wrong, and then they go and discover something like a dry entrance, massive windstorm. They have to stop. or slight landslides in a place that's not known for them happens.
Maybe
These strange
our
anomalies.
Mother Nature to us, and our explanation of Mother Nature and whether, you know, events and shit are actually a different universal mechanism, you know, deterrent per se for being there. You know what I mean?
But you see what I'm saying,
Mhm.
though? It's but you see this right
Mhm.
here is the main spot of
Okay.
Blind Frog. Okay. Now they have to travel through all this land to get to where they're
Mhm.
digging.
I didn't know what his
Right.
feet.
Mm, Listen, perfect drive all the way through. They don't no complaints, no nothing. They go over here, try to get find what they need to find, a dry
Mhm.
spot to get into these tunnels to find out what's going on, and then all of a sudden a giant windstorm out of nowhere. But they drive back to the main house,
And it's fine.
and on the way back there's no windstorm, no nothing. So they turn around, go back, and there's still a windstorm going on in just this area.
I mean, it could be something as simple as their presence in that area, you know, affects the ecosystem. So weird that you have that reaction, or like, you know, just a freak incident. Like, you know, there's
But in just this area right
Mhm.
here, just this area, this little bit, maybe 5 or 6, maybe if you're lucky, maybe 10 acres of land
Mhm.
right here.
Mhm.
Okay, is where it is. They could go off over this way, nothing. They could go up this way,
Mhm.
nothing. But they go here, and the strangest fucking shit happens.
Maybe it's like
But now there's this place on this ranch. They call it Bead Rock. Okay.
mhm.
People literally don't give a fuck about posted, nothing. They don't care. They go onto this property just to go to this fucking rock formation. Leave beads, leave money, leave whatever they have on
Mhm.
hand. It's like they are physically compelled to go to this said place in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, Utah, and leave something as tribute.
That implies that they believe in an alternate belief than what, you know, most of us in society believe, like our religions or whatever. That
But
they
what if these
are
people
paying homage to a god, or you know what I mean? They're rewarding, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what if these people,
Mhm.
okay, these what we believe to be everyday people are really been doing this for generations and
Well, that would imply they're not
decades.
people.
That would imply, or maybe it was something installed into their heads at younger ages that's been passed on for generations and generations. Maybe these people that are still going to that are compelled to go to this said place in the middle of buttfuck nowhere are actually remnants of the Mayan civilization.
Well, that I would dispute that one, because if you look at generational traditions, even, you know, religious beliefs or whatever, as each generation comes up, they don't hold
Change it.
those beliefs or those idolizations on such high esteem. And if you look at each generation of, like, at least humans, you know, they started out with like we'll take religion. They started out with a
Mhm.
huge respect for and dedication to and living their lives by, the guidelines, whatever. But, generationally, that has disbanded. So for them to be so compelled to go, like, I would think it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be a generational thing
Well,
because
I'm saying,
generation after generation, they backslide, like, you know what I mean? They slack on the traditions and
but
beliefs.
there's proof. But
Mhm.
listen, there is video
Mhm.
footage, okay, of a trail
Mhm.
cam of this random person trespassing on this ranch, standing in a most randomest spot ever in the middle of this
Mhm.
ranch. Okay, and just acts weird. Like we have our weird. We know we've seen a lot of weird, but even weird for that.
Was he tripping?
That's the thing. He disappeared.
And
They went to the exact
Mhm.
spot where this trail cam was, where they caught this
Mm.
guy. Okay. Footprints disappeared. Now, if you're anybody who's anybody, you're running through sand, rock, whatever, you're gonna leave a fucking
Mhm.
footprint.
Mhm.
Disappeared. No
Well,
signs
yes
of
and no,
any ATVs.
because I don't know if it's because I'm Indian or whatever, but um,
Mhm.
I can on purpose go places and not leave a track, but I have to make an effort to do that. You know what I mean? And Indians
Right.
did it.
But if you're somebody that's like not giving a
Mhm.
shit,
Yeah,
you're not gonna
right. You're
care.
leaving them on. Mhm.
But the tracks abundantly disappear, just
Mhm.
abruptly, and there's no sign of. Now I can understand tracks, okay,
Mhm.
footprints. Yeah, they're gonna disappear if you get into a vehicle or on a vehicle. Now tell me how there's no other vehicle tracks other than what they just
Mhm.
made, and poof, gone.
Did
Like,
it fall in one of the
gone.
crevices?
That's the thing. There was nothing there other than a trail cam where just to protect the property line because a lot of people were trespassing. And it's just no tracks, no nothing. Dude disappeared. Now, I'm sorry, not for nothing, but that's a whole lot of fucking land to be traversing through without an ATV,
Yeah.
for one.
Or a mule or
For
a horse
two,
would leave tracks.
but yeah, and for two, just to up down and go poof,
Mhm.
motherfucker, without an ATV is
Even
strange.
if you had to go in by foot at a certain point, where was your vehicle that got you to that point? Or you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's nighttime, you're gonna see the light
And you see a light
of
out
an
there for
all-terrain
miles
vehicle.
and miles and miles. Mhm.
Exactly. And not to mention, they have night vision
Thermal
goggles.
imagers and all
So you're gonna be, yeah, they're gonna be spotted, but
Yeah.
nothing.
that. I'll tell you what.
But a
and,
deer.
and, you know, people say weird shit about the way I am. Where you seen the two places where I lived. You
Yeah.
entered that patch of woods anywhere in a certain distance of my house, I either had you under thermal or I had you on night vision. It
Right.
you just when you live a certain way, like, and I would believe that the government and shit would have access to much better equipment than I had top of line shit, but still my top of the line is nothing compared to what the government has access to. So there should definitely
Sorry,
be
I'm
a
rewinding
trace
my
or
page.
something of that person long before they
Yeah.
got there.
But if you look,
there's literally
for miles,
Nothing.
nothing.
And now think about
Look, there's
a
nothing.
tiny, tiny light source, even like a flashlight or something out there.
You're gonna see.
You're gonna see
Right.
it.
It's going to pick up, and especially if you have thermal imaging or night vision, it's it's going to stick out. And any
Yeah.
even
But if you look, though,
even
there's
the
nothing.
heat from say like an engine block or whatever, that's going to throw off enough heat. It's
Yeah.
going to get picked up on thermal, even if you didn't have lights on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you
But you understand what I'm
Absolutely.
saying. How does somebody just disappear
in a place
in a
like
place like this? It's not unheard of.
Mhm.
Don't get it wrong. It's
But
not
there,
unheard of.
but there would be some mode of transportation to there, or some remnants of how the person got out there, like you know what I mean, like because at a certain point you're
Yes.
gonna have to do most of that like on your feet or whatever. So where's the horse, the mule, or the vehicle you used to get to that point?
There isn't one. That's the
Mhm.
thing.
but
But
now
now this guy that owns this
Mhm.
ranch,
Mhm.
okay,
his son
his son
lives up there
lives up
Yeah.
there throughout
from
from the time
winter's
winter's
over
over to the time winter
Mhm.
starts.
okay
Mhm.
Okay, he
Mhm.
lives there.
whole
Whole family, everything.
now
Now this incident happened very close to where he set up
Mhm.
camp with his
Mhm.
family. So obviously he's going to be
Mhm.
pissed.
but
But they couldn't find any remnants. And that's a little too close for comfort, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, the first thing that just went to my mind is, and again, go back to the seclusion that I submerged myself in. If you
Mhm.
broke into the perimeter of where I was, and we were
But you're
that
gonna know.
isolated out there, and you had a nefarious reason or whatever, like I think you would have to disappear. Like if if it's just you and my family out there, and all of a sudden you appear or whatever, or like any kind of confrontation or whatever, you would have to disappear. You know what I mean? You are my
Right.
kids, so
In my
you're gonna have to
general
go.
understanding.
yeah
But in
Mhm.
my general understanding, you don't just go poof
Mm-mm.
in literal minutes
Mhm.
without
Mhm.
and out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere,
Mhm.
dark is dark.
Mhm. Yeah.
So we all been there
Mhm.
outside of city lights, dark as fucking pitch dark. You can't see an inch in front of your face.
Well,
Now,
on mountain ranges,
how the fuck
though,
are you gonna get out of there?
but on see when you're out in an area like that, because of the lack of civilization and our architecture or whatever, there isn't street lights, building lights, things like that. You're higher elevated, so you're closer to the stars, and your eyes perception changes. Like when it's dark, you actually could see more accurately in the dark than you can in the dark that has a light source coming from the sides,
Oh.
because that messes with your dilation of your eyes and stuff. Now you put in the darkness and your eyes adjusting to that, but the higher elevated air, you're closer to the stars, which is going to like illuminate other things. So you know what I mean? Like people that
Yeah.
are used to it, their dark's not as dark as like our dark, like you know what I mean? Because they're used to seeing with low light sources, but you're at a higher elevation, so you actually have stars and constellations to illuminate where like certain things are. Even though it's still
Mhm.
dark, you could still see like outlines of certain things and shit that you go off of,
Right.
like
But here's my
like
thing about it though.
landmark
That
type shit.
terrain, if you look at
Mhm.
this terrain, it is
Mhm.
not easy to traverse without an all-terrain
No,
vehicle.
hell no.
'Cause you're gonna get yourself
Mhm.
fucked up in the middle of the night.
Hmm.
But to
Mhm.
just up down and go poof, I'm gone.
Hmm.
It don't smell right. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And it was just one dude.
Yes, just one. But the thing about it is the way he was acting.
Mhm,
If I'll have to isolate that part of the video when I find it again, and
mhm,
I'll have to post it. But
mhm.
the way he was
It,
acting was
mhm.
strange. I mean, we've all
Mhm.
seen tweakers, we all seen druggies. They
Yeah,
act pretty fucked up.
but
But I'm saying even
psychedelic
for
highs are totally different than tweakers or dope heads. You
yeah.
know, a psychedelic,
But what I'm saying is
your
this dude
level of
acted like his arms went to a position that doesn't seem right. You know what I mean? Like,
mhm,
you know how you stretch, you stretch, you got your arms way back, and you can only go to a certain angle with them.
mhm,
Well, this guy's whole body was basically bent
contorted.
backwards, contorted in a way that it doesn't seem like a tweaker,
Mhm,
but just the general sound of it
mhm,
and what he was doing doesn't seem right of a normal tweaker, no matter what. But we've seen some pretty strange shit with tweakers, so.
mhm,
But what also gets the factor of that I don't think it was one is the fact he just up, down, and disappeared.
mhm.
That's what's getting me to think, like, listen, that ain't no.
What do you
You
think
know,
it is?
in all honesty, it could be. I really don't know. That's my problem. I
I
don't.
think it's
I
celestial.
don't want to sit there. I don't want to sit there and say, listen, it's a skinwalker. But
I think it's celestial.
the proof is in the pudding.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
I mean, and the government that they have nothing, and
how much does a cow
know,
weigh when it's dead?
what do you, what stage of death?
Fresh. Like maybe
I
24
mean,
hours.
an average dairy cow,
Yep.
probably anywhere between 3, like an average weight, like medium everyday build one, probably
Mhm.
between like 275 to like could go, 350, 375.
How easy is it to make that thing disappear?
Not easy.
Okay, so
Like
you're gonna
one
need
person,
just in general
not. I mean,
to move a dead
besides
cow off a
normal,
ranch.
besides normal, eroding or
Yes,
composition or whatever,
but how
like
easy is it to remove it, say,
carcass and
off your
everything
cow ranch?
gone.
Yeah, like the whole thing.
Not easy. Not easy at
Okay.
all.
Now, you leave it now a cow when it's or any animal or anything
Mhm,
dead on the ground.
mhm,
It's gonna leave a print in the ground. It's gonna leave print in the ground type whole nine.
mhm, mhm.
Tell me how a dead cow with a strange branding
Mhm.
disappeared. No vehicle
And it
marks.
wasn't drugged away by animals.
No. Now you know any dead animal they're gonna leave some type of remnants behind.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nothing was left behind besides a literal square mark that looked burnt. Now, if you ask me, I don't think a cow is square
No, no.
or a rectangle.
Mm.
But the grass was not
Yeah, I mean, you could
indented.
almost. It does have a elongated rectangular like torso, but then you add in the head and the legs and the curvature of like the pelvic area and shit, and it takes that that's like no, it would not be square.
No, but you
No.
understand what I'm saying? I mean,
Mhm,
the grass
mhm,
wasn't matted down from
mhm,
where it was sitting.
mhm.
Nothing. It just up, done, and poof. Now there was nothing there, like no juices from its decay, nothing.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, short of a crane dropping a chain and picking it up off that mountain, I
Yeah,
don't know. Yeah, I
but
don't know.
I show you the terrain. Now,
Mhm,
you know it ain't easy to get shit through there.
mhm.
Now, how are you gonna move a 300-pound dead animal
With no trace. I don't know.
without a trace?
Yeah, I don't.
Now,
But,
but here's the thing:
mhm,
they found a a deer on their property.
Mm,
Well, of what was left of it.
mm,
And the meat was still there.
mm.
The venison was still on the bone.
But was
But
the blood
the
drained?
hide, but listen, the hide was gone.
Mhm,
The head was gone.
mhm,
The legs were gone.
mhm.
All
There
that
was
was left
actually
was just the torso with the meat on it. Now, if we know anything about animals, they're gonna eat the meat and leave the rest.
right.
Well, this
There
seemed
has
like
actually been herds of cattle that have been found that way.
right now.
Mhm.
Make it make sense. Two of the feet were found. Well, legs. Sorry,
Mm.
were found not that far away from the carcass. But
Mm.
where's the rest of it?
Well, I can't think. Let me think. There's a. Let me think. There's a lake connected to. I gotta think of the name of the place, but there's this. It's supposed to be this normal shit, but closely
Yeah.
related to that spot within like a few miles. There was I think it was like 20 head of cattle that the legs were lopped off like right under the knee joint. The
Yup.
heads and other things were removed. The hides were removed, and the torsos and the meat were still there. And they located like a pile of the legs. Not many of the skulls though. There was only like one or two skulls, but
Mhm.
the legs and shit were several hundred feet away. And to this day that I know of, there was no explanation. But I will look up the place that I'm talking about, and I'll send you like a link or whatever so you can check that out. But that's exactly how these cattle were, and some of the cattle look as if they were seared, like
Mm.
like the edges of where the hide would be had some like searing marks. So
Right.
I don't know, like if it's extraterrestrial, if it's some kind of
But
not
this is
psychic,
this is
what's not
like I
psychic,
said.
what's
But this
um
here, okay, this
mm,
is Blind Frog Ranch. This is our
mm,
subject of it right now. It's Blind Frog
mm,
Ranch. Now I've told you some of the mysterious things going on up there.
mm,
Now that is, like I said earlier, about an hour away from where this shit happens on a daily.
mm,
At Skinwalker Ranch, this type of shit happens all the motherfucking time.
mm, mm.
But an hour away north, make it make sense.
Somebody took something from one spot that they shouldn't have and decided to try to spread it out on their own and unleash
Or
some
m-
shit that should have been contained.
Or maybe, just maybe, okay,
Mm,
when they decided to go up here to this ranch and this guy decided to follow the legends and the stories and
mhm,
try to investigate
mm,
and find out what is going on, maybe going back to going back to what we know, which
mm,
is Montezuma's brother brought
mm,
some of their treasury to here in the middle of bumfuck Utah, nowadays Utah,
mhm,
and maybe they stirred up these Mayans that have been underground living, shape-shifting to just be themselves.
mhm,
I mean, if you ask me, if you want to hide somewhere and you want to be you and be what you're supposed to be, I mean, you couldn't get a better place than the middle of fucking nowhere.
mhm.
And
Right.
maybe with them trying to figure out what was going on with these legends and mysterious shit going on,
Mhm,
maybe, now just maybe, the newer generation of the Mayans are taking interested look and looking at and leaving little like warning signs such as the cows, the deer carcasses and shit like that.
I was just gonna say maybe the people who were curious and and were now studying these myths and legends and things instead of studying them first and then going out there, went out there and inadvertently did what they would consider either a threat or disrespect, and that's why it's stirring.
Right. But listen, here's the thing though. Now, what
Mm.
have we been told throughout our life? The Mayans
Shut
went
the fuck
up, down,
up,
and
mind your business.
well, outside of that, but the Mayans disappeared, correct?
Yeah.
We were told the Mayans just up, down, and abruptly said, fuck off, see you, bye. They're no more.
Mm.
So, how are we in this generation of life supposed to know what is disrespect and respectful if we've been told this whole time that this set of people are no more? But what if that's what they wanted? What if that's what this set of people wanted the rest of the world to believe is that they've just said, fuck off, bye?
Mhm.
Okay? What if that's what they wanted? And they just chose the middle of nowadays Utah to just go live
Well,
life and be left alone.
based on that location and the depth of it, if it is a civilization, I would definitely think that that was their intention by and I would think that the people who are part of the civilization who were searching more for the treasures versus the civilization is why we believe that they no longer exist because they didn't want us to know when we were crossing a disrespectful line or whatever because all
Or,
they cared about was getting the treasures.
but listen, or
Mm.
because the Spaniards came in and fought with the Mayans, well, with Montezuma to be precise. Okay,
Yeah.
we know that. We
Mm.
know that history tells us this,
Mhm.
and there's obviously
But you
proof
got the
within the
Incas
pudding.
in there too.
Yes, but we
Mhm.
got the proof within the pudding that the
Mhm.
Mayans and the Incas went see you by about the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, now what if? Hear me out, just a theory, but what if? Because we know from what we found and went out there and nosed about
Mm.
and got that Montezuma's brother took X amount of Mayans
Mm.
to Utah. We know that for a definitive fact.
Mhm.
Because later on in history,
Well, I mean, even in death, they took large numbers of the civilization as servants,
with them,
protectants, and
yeah,
shit. Yeah.
but with Montezuma being Montezuma, in other words,
Mm.
go big or go to fuck home.
Fucking A. Hoorah.
Damn right.
Mm-hmm.
But what if Montezuma didn't just send these other Mayans of his under his rule with his vast treasury to the middle of bumfuck nowhere? And what if he sent his brother to rule and to look after this set of people? Okay? And they go and they wind up going to the middle of Utah, chilling.
What if
Meet
middle
up
Utah
with
was a punishment?
But what
And
if
they
it
were
was, well,
banished.
at the time, but listen, at the time, the Spaniards were coming in to try to get that gold,
Mm-hmm.
that treasury that Montezuma had.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the middle of the night, Montezuma orders these people to take his treasury and leave, go north. And they land here in Utah. But what if he sent his brother with them? And his brother learned from Montezuma's mistakes, instead of being glorified and building these massive structures, he just kept it
Simple
quiet.
existence.
Yes, but what if, now hear me out, what if the Inca
Mhm.
followed suit
Mhm.
and the Mayans and Incas wound up being together and living civilization together and mixing
It is
bloodlines.
possible. I mean, people could survive at them deaths, like, there is sustainable air, food
Yeah.
sources, things like that. Like, it would be a dietary complete switch to what we know today as,
But if
um,
history shows us
what we
anything,
eat, what we survive on. Like, but a lot of, like, in them underwater water rivers and shit, there's fish, there's
yeah.
you know what I mean, other things that could contribute proteins and shit, and drinkable water if properly processed
Well,
and
not
shit.
that far from
And
the
you got the
ranch,
sodium.
but not that far from the ranch, okay,
Mm-hmm.
is a natural spring.
Mm-hmm.
So
And there's a lot of them
sustainable water.
underground. So yeah,
Yeah.
finding a water source underground's not hard.
No. But if you look at it, though, if you look at what history showed us, look at the races, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Blacks, whites, Asians, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Mixed mingle,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mhm.
relationships form, children are made, new bloodlines.
Mm-hmm.
If that shows us anything about human development, what makes us think that the Mayans and the Inca didn't do the same thing back in the 1500s?
And if you look at the Incas, the Mayans, and natives and all that, there was a darker pigmentation across the board, and
Hmm.
you know what I mean. Body structure was a little bit different and things like that. So primarily, every geographic pocket of people carried more of the what is it I'm saying? Like all right, for lack of better words, because I'm like brain farting right now, like the Latino pigmentation, body frames, and shit like that, more than the white characteristics of, like, I think the white characteristics, if we're going to go with the Incas and Mayans, like, were genetically compromised. You know what I mean? Like,
But
blonde hair and blue eyes, like, would be a genetic freak at that point. And
but
so
listen, going on your thought right there, okay?
Mhm.
What do we know about Indians? Their skin's darker.
Absolutely.
Yes. What do we know about most
Hair,
races?
eye, everything's different.
What do we know about most races, though?
Most are
And
dark. Besides,
yes,
Irish, German.
but what if? Now, hear me out. This is just another theory. Going on that, what if the white race
Mhm.
was the clean slate to create another race?
Mm-mm.
No.
I think we were somewhere way back, genetic mutations of the different races, like, the something that compromised to weaken, like, our eyesight, or like, with the blue eyes coming out or whatever, we had less abilities to see, as far as generations of darker eyes, and the development of the eyes, and generation after generation, that retinas growth and this, that, and the other thing, and then a mutation developed a blue eye, because that's
But you understand what I'm saying, though? I mean, what
I
if?
think we are the weaker of the possibilities.
Right, but
I
what I'm
think
saying is,
we-
if you look at it, okay, when you go and you look at history, especially around
Mhm.
the United States and Mexico area, Indians, you have a lot of Indian tribes. You have a lot of Mayan tribes, a lot of
Which,
different colors,
Mhm.
so to speak.
Yeah,
And
well, technically, Mayans and Incas were, Indians. You know what I
yes,
mean? They
they were
share
of
many of
they
the
were
same
of
genetic
darker
similarities.
pigment.
Mhm.
Now,
Well, yeah, like, I mean, even they're, like, a lot of Indians, or tend to be, like,
throw
flat-footed,
the white race
wide-footed.
in there. Okay,
What?
you listening? Throw
Yeah.
the white race in there.
Mm-hmm.
Introduce a different color into this scheme of things. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now hear me out. Okay.
Okay.
You throw them in there.
Mm.
Now all of a sudden, what do you got? You got a fair skinned Indian, still Indian, but a different shade.
Right.
And
But
then look at what's going on with now. Okay,
mhm.
within the last 100 years.
But see,
Okay.
the darker, like, like just eye color, or a little darker seems to dominate. Like, so the chances of, say, if you had a light-eyed, male and a dark-eyed female, matter of fact, my kid, but the chances of that child coming out with darker eyes is stronger than it coming out with bluer eyes,
Right.
because
But
the
when you think of
darker,
Native American, what color skin do you think?
like a
Traditional.
mocha or a latte,
Right.
like a
But
toasted almond.
you're Native American, yes?
Yes,
What color? What pigment are you?
tan.
Exactly.
Mm.
So if you have, okay, now hear me out. Now if you have a different tribe
Mhm.
coming from a different area that's obviously a darker pigment or lighter pigment than yours,
Mhm.
and you go and mix and mingle
Mhm.
with a different Native American tribe that are different,
Mhm.
you come out with a whole new pigment of that race.
Mhm.
Now, what if taking that there and taking what we know about mixing of races throughout the last 100 years or less,
Mhm. Mhm.
okay, take that and you place it in now
Mhm.
with the way that this place here looks
Mhm.
and the strange happenings. Now,
Mhm.
what if the intended point of Montezuma's brother
Mhm.
was to blend in? In other words, get in there and in time create relationships with the local tribes
Mhm.
and then breed to the point to where both are
Right,
one
but you would
shade.
still have a primarily darker skin, darker eye, darker hair civilization, like versus the
Nowadays
Mid
Indians.
Eastern Europeans. What?
Nowadays
Yeah.
Indians.
Well, yeah,
They
you
are
mean
of
like
fair but listen, now they are of fair skin.
uh,
They still have the traditional black hair and dark eyes,
mm,
but they don't have the traditional skin pigment. Well, a lot of them anyway.
mhm.
Okay.
But see,
Now
you got
that
to
was
put
done
in
with
a factor.
generational breeding.
Mhm. But see, the Mayans and things from Mexico, um, because of geographical location and the sun,
Yup.
um, closeness to the sun, is actually why some are darker than the others, because their bodies have learned to adapt and
Right.
I don't know what to call it, but your body like learns to adapt, and you get a
Evolve.
self-protective like your skin being darker lets you
You evolve.
endure some of the heat more, right? You know what I mean? And then you come up
Mhm.
further up into North Americans and stuff where the sun isn't as close and as hot, and the skin are lighter, like, you know what I mean? So
But
you
it's
would still be a
but in
brown.
time, right. But
Mm,
what I'm saying is in time
mm,
throughout the 500 years
mm,
that since this historical moment happened
mm,
that has receipts has
mm.
happened, it could have been throughout generational breeding that comes out to where it's you, me nowadays.
All right. Let's see. All right. My My
Look at
father's mother
albinos.
is Cherokee.
Mm.
My father's parents are Blackfoot.
Now, listen, are they
Cherokees.
traditional or now by what I mean traditional, like what we know with dark skin, dark hair, dark eyes type Indians. Now, are they
Yeah.
traditional all the way around or just certain features?
Well, that's what I was just going to say. The Cherokee side is
Mm.
taller, higher cheekbones, more elongated frames, where the Blackfoots are rounded faces, round,
Mm-hmm.
skulls, bigger like
Yeah.
eye sockets, like you know what I mean, where the Cherokees with the higher cheekbones and stuff, their eye socket structure is a little bit different, and
Yeah.
the body frames are a little bit different. Like the Cherokees tend to be taller and thinner, like athletic build, where the Blackfoots are more of a, I want to say like a squat, like they're not short, but they're shorter than the Cherokees, but like like what's the word I'm
Traditional
looking
cave,
for?
in other words, traditional cave dwellers. They're short, they're
Pretty
short,
much.
squatty, but
With the wide
yeah.
foots, yeah.
But what I'm saying is, couldn't it be a possibility? Okay, throughout
Mhm.
throughout generational breeding between the different tribes, and then obviously us coming over in the 1700s
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
mixing with the locals. Couldn't
Mhm.
it be throughout generational breeding that these two tribes that up done and went fuck off are still alive and well now?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's where I was getting at. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, you put in two different tribes,
Mhm.
many different features. Obviously, if they mix and mingle, it's going to create something new.
Mhm.
Now you throw in a totally different skin color
Mhm.
and mix and mingle with that.
Mhm.
Now you're off to a whole new hide in plain sight type deal.
Mhm. But
You know
see,
what I
with
mean?
the addition to that, like say the Europeans, like the fairer skin and fairer eyes don't
Mm,
fare so well in that environment as the darker. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
like I think it would be limited to the hold on, give me a second. Let me think how I want to say
Go
this.
ahead. I
I
know it's
think
a very,
the like
very good conversation.
right the blue eyes are not as good at like seeing in the dark as in, like, you know what I mean, like your vision would be jeopardized because
Yeah.
it's weakened, and your skin would
The lighter the eyes,
the more yeah
the
the
weaker
right.
they are.
And I like with the skin pigmentation, I would think that the lighter the skin got, it would jeopardize you even more, because now you're like I don't I don't burn. I go like instantly gold.
Mm,
You know what I mean? Where like
yeah.
my stepsister, she gets like lobster red. Now I could walk through the desert all
Yeah.
day, where she couldn't for
And
5
not have an
minutes.
issue.
So I would think that they would want to eliminate the majority of the fairer skins out of the lineage. You know what I mean? If they were going to live like that.
Yes, I can
Yeah.
understand that. But what if? But here's the thing: if history shows us anything,
Uh-huh.
okay, of what is known is that we came
Fucked
over.
everything up.
We not
Mm.
just that, but we come
Mhm.
over, all right, and we're a fair
Mhm.
skin.
Yeah.
So we have all these new elements to play
Mhm.
fuck with.
Mhm.
But with generational breeding, now if you are a civilization or two that is trying to stay
Under.
off the
Mhm.
radar,
I would stay on the darker side.
I mean, if you got a bunch of fair skinned motherfuckers taking over this whole fucking plot of land and everything else, you'd want to kind of blend in with them and not stand out as much.
Well, no, because I would want to keep the strengths of the darker pigmentation and eliminate the weaker of, to have a more
Exactly.
fruitful survival of a civilization if you know
Yeah.
that these weaker, lighter people are going to
But what if?
jeopardize your strengths. Why induce them into your civilization?
But I'm saying, what if? But
Uh,
hear me out. What if? Okay, you're running from a big catastrophic
mm,
event. Okay, you already had run-ins with these fair-skinned fucking
mm,
foreigners. Your whole lifestyle just got all fucked up
mm,
due to them. Now, out of fear, and fear makes you do some pretty
mhm.
fucked up shit.
I've heard.
What if I'm saying out of fear,
Mm,
they started populating with the fair skin, so that way they have a known fact that their bloodline and race, even though that it's against everything they
mm,
know. It's against everything they know. If you're fair skinned, you're ousted, you're
mm,
gone. But but even though it's against how they are, what if they did it for the survival of their lineage and their bloodline? Because I mean, honestly, you just ran thousands and thousands of miles away from the only place you ever
mm,
known, the only civilization you ever had, and you got these people, these strange fucking people coming over
mm,
here, and now you're back to having this fear that your whole life is going to come to a crashing end, and everybody you know will die. So why not, out of fear, mix, mingle,
See, they,
and introduce your line into
mm,
a different type of situation to adjust to keep your line
no,
running?
because natives were clean. The white man was dirty and brought a lot of diseases,
Yeah.
and it would make no sense to bring that into your civilization and jeopardize your civilization by bringing that dirt. You know what I mean? You're weaker and you're dirty. Why do I want to incorporate you into my world?
Right. Well, I'm saying now,
Mm,
listen. Okay, that's what we know of Native
mhm,
Americans.
mhm,
Okay, but I'm saying if you look at it, the
mhm,
Mayans, they just got done dealing with the Spaniards. Now they have these fucking weird people over here.
yeah.
What the
I was
fuck?
answering somebody. Sorry.
Oh, but at the end, okay. Hey, you got your whole lineage, and the last thing you knew of anyone from back
Mm,
home is that a war was
mm,
going on, and you're sitting here,
mm, yeah.
and you're trying to stay out of sight, out of
Mm,
mind, and then you have this fair pigment people coming in, taking over all this
mm,
land, and you already gone through one catastrophic event to your
mm,
tribe out of fear.
maybe. But but
Either that or they did two things. They did.
I think they
Well,
went
listen.
deeper
Now
under.
hear this part. That's now
Mm,
listen. That's part of what I was gonna
mm,
say here. Maybe instead of just breeding out the whole
yeah,
lineage,
mm.
okay? Maybe they had a set group of
Second
their
rate
tribesmen
citizens that were
that
scalps
or their
or feelers, whatever you want to call them.
slaves.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? And
Maybe they had the lower levels, their lower level citizens go out,
mm,
mix and mingle with the fair
mm,
skin, create a new line
mm.
of mix between these foreigners
But I can't see wanting
and
to
them.
weaken your natural attributes,
But
like your.
what I'm saying
Mm,
though is face
mm,
value.
mm.
You know what I mean? You look at it like,
But see,
okay,
there's
well,
a difference
we
right
don't
there,
know what these
Andrew.
people are.
You look at it face value.
Huh.
Natives don't look at it face value. They look at it in like they're gods. They're because they don't value themselves or their wants or desires over their respect and dedication to their gods. You know what I mean? Like you're just a vessel of transportation. You're like a subservient to your gods. You're not like, even though you have self-value, you don't value you over the gods.
So what?
You know
So
what I mean?
okay, thank you. All right, good, good, good. Now we're on the same page here. Okay, now going to their gods. All right. Why is the head of why is twat? Sorry. The only thing outside of written. No, there's no statues. No, nothing of this person.
Mm.
Okay, of this god of
Mm.
theirs, other
They
than
have
what they have
gods.
written. Well, this particular
Okay.
one. Okay, and he's supposed to be this god of protection. Now, a god of protection, wouldn't you have statues of this guy in places that you wanted protected? Like
Some kind
your
of
home,
civilization,
things like
like
that.
symbolizing it. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Now tell me how the only remnants ever found in the in this history that we have
Mhm.
now is this mountain on my screen.
Maybe because of the size of that. Like
But wouldn't he?
if I was a
but-
god and I was given a mountain as a symbol of me versus a little gold trinket with my likeness on it, I'd be more honored by the mountain in my
All
likeness.
right, quiet down. I'm live.
Well,
But here's my
Mhm.
thing, though. Wouldn't there be more remnants of this particular god if he's known for protection? B, in a lot of places where protection would be needed.
yes and no. In a pure Incan Mayan native, you wouldn't need all these protected symbols if you did right.
What?
Can I come in for a minute?
Yeah, hurry up.
Can our freezer come over later by picking up her stuff?
Yeah, but I
She has one
need
guard, so
coffee made, and then yes.
She has one guard until 9. So
Like I said, I need coffee, and then your answer is yes. So you gotta make me a pot of coffee and bring me a
I
cup.
don't want to make a pot of coffee.
Then I don't want
I
your
already
friends
made
here.
one once, and I made you a cup already.
Like I said, then I don't want your friends here.
She's only coming to pick up her stuff that she left when
I
we left to go
don't
for a bike ride.
I don't want to hear.
I'm not making another pot.
I don't want to hear it.
No.
Well, now I'll tell you. That's how that goes.
But
Always works.
mine used to be
But listen, but you see what I'm saying now? I mean, there are
right. But
slim to no
see,
records
those people
of this
were
god.
so dedicated and loyal to their gods that for them to do the majority of the things that would wanting protection from those gods, like would be you dishonoring the gods because you had no reason to fear your gods if you honored them correctly. You know what I mean? You
But
wouldn't
here's
need
my
all
thing,
those
though.
symbols for protection.
But here's my thing, though. Okay. All day, I hope everything's all right. She's got a tornado warning.
Oh goodness, where's she at?
I
Is she
don't
in
exactly
Jersey?
remember. I hope you're okay, honey. Bat down the hatches.
Right? Yeah, I gotta take my dog
But,
out in a minute, too.
My thing is, okay, you got the Mayans
Mm,
in all their beautiful glory, with all of their gods everywhere,
mhm,
no matter what.
mhm.
Why is Twat, one of their gods, barely spoken about, other than he is the god of protection? Okay.
Why don't we
Why-
have why don't we have
Why don't we have more of him?
statues of Lucifer in our house next to the Virgin Mary or Christ?
Right,
That was an angel
I
of
can-
God.
right. I can understand that, but
Mhm.
he is known, well known, You see what I'm
So is
saying?
Lucifer.
But that's what I'm saying. Lucifer is well known. To Watts,
Mhm.
there's little to no information of him at all. Anywhere.
Mm.
Even
Mhm.
in the ancient Mayan cities where they have
Mhm.
found vaults where the treasuries were,
Mhm.
where obviously a god to protect them and their
Mhm.
valuables would obviously be nothing.
All right. Look at
No
the
depictions, nothing.
elaborate statues of Madonna, well, Virgin Mary,
Hmm.
Archangel Michael. You have some that are made out of bisque porcelain with gold leaf painting and
Mhm.
like elaborate. You don't find many representations of Lucifer that were made with materials of that much value because
Right. But
he doesn't like serve us, like, you know what I mean? It's not
yeah,
something.
but we know of him. We know of
Right.
him. We know
Right.
of his misdeeds and things like that. We
Mhm.
know there is. If you look him up, you can sit here for days,
Right.
months, and
Days.
years
Yeah.
getting all this information
Mhm.
on him. But here's my thing. To Watts, the only thing we know about him is that he is a Mayan god
Mhm.
of protection. That is it. There is nothing more on this
Mhm.
guy anywhere that could be found. Not even in the ancient Mayan cities. There's nothing.
You have to put in the psychology of the Mayans that, you know,
But if he
honestly,
was a
like they
well-praised god for protection, you would think that there would be more about this guy. Instead, what do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Hundreds
mountain.
and hundreds of thousands of miles away from where this civilization was.
Mhm.
We get a fucking mountain. The only remnants of Tawat is a fucking mountain and a tiny little paragraph of what God he was. Thousands and thousands
All
of
right.
miles away from each other.
If you look at the symbolization of that, that's a mountain that has endured,
Hundreds of
weather,
years.
people, everything else. All the other symbols of the other gods, all have been jeopardized, whether they were made out of wood or whatever. That god of protection is forever there. Like, you know what I mean? That's something that's unshakable. That's something that's ever present. Maybe that's the ultimate
But why here?
display of praise.
I understand that. I do. I get that. I do.
Mhm.
But my
I'm
thing
not
is,
saying that's it. I'm just, yeah.
no, but my thing is,
Mhm.
okay, you go into the Mayans, you read about all their gods everywhere. They're everywhere in every Mayan city you find. They're
Mhm.
everywhere.
Mhm.
But in the main Mayan city, okay, that is nowadays Mexico City. Okay,
Excuse me.
there is a small little thing
Mhm.
about Tawats. That's it. Just a small little thing that says he's the god of protection, and that's it. His name and what he is the god of in Mayan belief.
Mhm.
Now, you go and look at these other gods
Maybe he was
in the
few.
Mayan belief.
Mhm.
There's hundreds, if not thousands, of stories and writings of all these other Mayan gods, okay?
Mhm.
And this guy is and this guy here, who's supposed to be the god of protection in Mayan belief,
Mhm.
has a short little story and nothing more. His name and what he is the god of. And that's it. Nothing more.
How do you
Nothing more at all.
completely protect something if, like, the ultimate way of protecting something would be
But wouldn't you think that that God would be praised? Wouldn't that you think there'd be more history and information on this guy if he was held at such a high
But
standard?
was he? But was he held at a high standards, or was he feared, or like was it like how people seem to talk about something that brings them the results they wanted, like if you believe in a god or whatever, and praying to that god, whatever brought you results, that's the god that you're going to like
Praise.
embellish. Like you're going to want that god everywhere, you're going to want statues of it or representations. And if you didn't have a reason, so much a need to be protected, because you weren't you're following all these other gods, and if you're following them to the dedication that alleged you're supposed to, you wouldn't feel the need for a protection god as strongly as if you were
Correct.
not honoring the other gods.
Correct.
I,
Now,
Mhm.
what if? But what if? Montezuma
Mm,
could have wanted his treasury, and obviously his vast treasury he really cared about and wanted protected. Now, that would be somewhere I would think that this god of protection of theirs would have been littered all over, because they were heavy into the beliefs of their gods.
right.
Now, if you have a god that is for protection, you would want it somewhere where you would want the most protection.
Unless you did everything that you were expected to do by the other gods, your need to be protected would be lessened.
Understandable. That is understandable. But there would still be some remnants
You would think.
of
Yeah.
this figure.
Idolization.
Yeah, of this figure, because all the other Mayan gods are idolized and represented everywhere.
Yeah.
But this one
I don't know. I'm gonna look
person,
into it though.
it's very interesting.
I
Now,
like all that stuff, as you can
this
tell.
here
Mm,
is obviously years of erosion, corrosion,
mhm,
all
mhm.
that, obviously, but is in the shape of Twat, the god of protection. And this anomaly, but here's the fuck.
You're breaking up. Mm,
I keep losing.
yeah. I don't know if it's you or me.
It's me. It's over here.
It's getting really dark over here too. I gotta run the dogs out and stuff in a minute. And
Oh yeah, but
I mean, if
the
you can hang on
main.
for a couple minutes, I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mm. All right, give me like
Run
5 minutes. I'm gonna
them
go
puppies.
to
That
the
gives me a
bathroom,
minute.
put them out.
Take a piss.
All right, cool beans. I'll be back. Oops, if I don't knock everything over first.
We'll,
All right,
we'll
I'll be right back. But
we'll take a short second.
intermission. Yep. All right,
All right.
I'll be back.
Everyone, we're gonna take a short second. I gotta pee. Intermission. Go. Oh. Kayla, make that a pot of coffee, please. I know, I'm asking you. Oh, ow. Short intermission. What? Oh. You're fine. Boom. Sorry, guys. We're taking a short intermission here. Uh-oh. Internet is flaky. Okay. Getting shit. Connecting. Reconnect. Yep. Back. Swam. What the hell is eating up all my internet? What the hell is eating up weather? All right. That should be. That should be a lot better. Well, what's up, everyone? Sorry, my internet's in and out, and we are waiting on Miss Knowledge to come back.
Sorry, my internet's in and out. We are waiting on Miss Knowledge to come back.
But yeah, so if we look at things the way they're supposed to be, nothing makes sense. What in the fuck? People. But no. Oh. Stop. Please. Hi. You gotta be up my butt? Yeah, we are better now because my internet's not so shitty. But it still is. Sorry, guys. We're waiting for Ro to come back. It's alright. It takes time. Hi, Osh. Yeah, you always be shit talking. But it's alright, though. I love him to death. So, back on our subject here. What if? Why? Well, not even what if. Hey, I hear you.
Right?
So,
I was just thinking.
why
Mhm.
in the world would they build a mountain for a god that technically doesn't have praise in the main cities.
I think the symbolism of the mountain being a non-shakable
Mm.
presence would like explain the mountain of it, but as far as not honor them in parades and stuff, the only thing I can think of is fear, maybe. Like
I'm not sure.
people in New Orleans, there's like they have beliefs in voodoo and stuff, and there's certain like voodoo devils or whatever that they don't like bring out around Mardi Gras and stuff like that because they're known for negative
Yeah.
effects or whatever. Maybe.
But here's my thing though. I just Googled
Mhm.
Twats.
Mhm.
And he's not even in here.
Are you spelling it right?
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
He's not. Most of the gods, you got a god
So
for
where
fire.
did you get the information you've gotten on them?
Well, I'm saying we got gods of fire.
Mm-hmm.
We got gods of everything else. Death, whole nine.
Mhm.
Okay. We have they have plenty of other gods to be feared.
Yeah.
But why is the one god that they have nowhere to be found other than what is depicted on his name and what he is the god of
Mhm.
in this mountain?
Oh. I'm gonna have to look into it.
That I am currently looking at this moment, and there is plenty of pictures and articles on all these other gods.
Go
It's
to
like he was
the
written.
Encyclopedia of
written out of-
Britannica website and put it in there.
Oh, I could, but it's like he was written out of fucking their history.
Mhm. I mean, unless like like I said earlier, the translation of him maybe got lost in the language barriers, the generational lack of like interest or dedication to like gods like it was back then. Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
But here's the thing, or maybe, going back on what you said, there was no reason
To fear.
to praise him at that time because the Mayans believed that they were protected because of how remote and out of the way their civilization
And
was.
how dedicated they were to all the other gods.
And by the not just
Mhm.
that, and they really didn't need to have any type of symbolism or symbols of him anywhere because they believed they were protected where they are no matter what. And by the time it was where they needed his protection, it was daylight dollar short.
Could be.
And so with the move to new lands such as Utah, they needed more protection than most because they didn't have
And you think just
any knowledge of the area.
just the environment would be a like a thorough shock for their systems and shit. You know what I mean? So on top of the other
So
things you're
that
combating, you're fighting the environment too, which pretty much like me.
so
With all these things
that could
attacking you,
be
sooner or later you're gonna
why
fall.
Right, but that could be why when they got there and they needed the protection, they didn't just do it in a small scale. They did it in a grand scale.
Yeah, yeah.
Because by this time in their belief systems,
Mm. They really
he
needed
wasn't getting
protection.
any attention at all. He
Mhm.
wasn't getting any this god of theirs wasn't getting any at all. And
Mhm.
maybe in their way of thinking, they needed to praise him to the ultimate max to get the protection they needed.
Mhm.
So they made something on such a grandiose
Grandiose.
scale
Mhm.
that
Possibly.
the gods and that their gods could see it, and that this particular god could see it and be like, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna help you guys out."
Mhm.
But after X amount of generations and years of not being praised by these guys,
Mhm.
they had to do something to appease him to basically get this offering of
To win his
his
favors.
protection.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
That could be why there is only so little, next to nothing, about this god of theirs other than his name, what he is the god of,
Mhm.
and this mountain of his motherfucking face.
You could be right. You'd definitely be right on that
But
one.
here's my thing,
Mhm.
okay? We hear about all these things. It's written about all these things about the Mayan civilization and Montezuma.
Mhm.
Even all the way down, even his whole fucking bloodline is all across
Mhm.
the Mayan civilization in Mexico, right?
Mhm.
But you don't hear about a fucking thing about anything other than Montezuma sent X amount of Mayans with a vast treasury
Mhm.
to Utah
under
his brother's orders that he gave his brother. Montezuma gave his brother a set of orders to follow, and his brother
Mhm.
did it.
Well,
But you don't hear nothing more.
what if it was like a Cain and Abel situation, and they were under the guise that they were going to this new land to protect or whatever, and it was actually the brother setting him up for demise?
Could be. But if you look at the timing of when this
Mhm.
happened, they were being invaded by the Spaniards. There was a conflict and war going on between the Mayans and
Mhm.
Spaniards. So if you have a vast hoard of minerals, whatever, a treasury of God only knows,
Kind of like the Ark of
and you
Covenant and all the riches that the Romans supposedly, sent over
stole.
somewhere in the Americas, but still hasn't been found. Like, what is the draw, or what is the
But there's truth within the
Mhm.
pudding. You understand what I'm saying here. There's proof that this
Mhm.
random, okay, you look at it, okay, with the situation. They brought over X amount of
Mhm.
gold with them, or X amount of treasury,
Mhm.
whatever. Okay, look at Oak
Mhm.
Island. There's
Mhm.
proof that there is a
Mhm.
pond, a lake, so to speak, that is
Mhm.
man-made. In the bottom of in that pond that they
Mhm.
dug out, there's remnants that carbon dates to the time of when this trip was made with all these
Romans.
with this vast
Mhm.
treasury. So there's proof within the pudding that that at least they were
Mhm.
there. Their ship is there, whole
Mhm.
nine. So there's truth within the
Mhm.
pudding there. Now, at the time, exploring new lands was a thing,
Mhm.
but a whole giant civilization that seems to have disappeared overnight.
Mhm.
And now all of a sudden, X amount of years later,
Were they a
there's
sacrifice
a
to an
mountain.
angered God?
I don't know. All I know is that there was a giant war between the Spaniards and Mayans, and at that time, Montezuma said, "Fuck you! You take the treasury and go north."
You know why so many people get sick in Mexico, even though they, drink bottled water and everything? Because they use the ice cubes.
Yep.
We're smart people, but we're stupid.
But if but if you look at it though,
Brother
the
of Montezuma
brother of Montezuma,
Montezuma
Montezuma ordered his brother
to send
to send
X amount of money
X amount of Mayans
north
north with his vast treasury.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
Now
we know about the war
because they've written it.
Mhm.
But after that is stated, that the brother was ordered to have a large amount of Mayans take the treasury north. You don't hear about the brother anymore.
Mhm. That would lead me strongly.
You don't hear about the treasury anymore until X amount of years later, when a Mormon man with the last name of Rhodes befriends the natives of that area,
Mhm.
and thus for the Mormon gold treasure hunt
Mhm.
begun. Because he would go up to this area where Blind Frog
Mhm.
Ranch is. Okay, go to this area and come back with tens of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of gold,
Mhm.
and built a
See, that would
civilization.
make me lean more towards the possibility that they were sacrificed. You know what I mean? And the
But
treasury was
you gotta
also part of the sacrifice to ensure the others' safety, which didn't work so well, I guess. But real quick,
But here's
this
the thing.
is a Blackfoot shaped face.
Yep.
And I'll show you the turkey. But Dad, listen.
Nothing wrong with that.
But like you can see it, like even like I'm gonna show you
You can see
the one who
differences.
looks most turkey in a second. But even in one
Mhm.
generation, like from one woman, you can see the ancestral um not attributes, characteristics, I guess would suffice, I
Mhm.
guess, of like the builds, but because of what I think is, environmentally, like, like you said, you adapt to your environment, and you know what I
Yep.
mean? You can still see it through, I mean, my grandmom's grandmom was
Generations.
still like, living, on a reservation and things like that, but you would think through my grandmom's grandmom, my grandmom, my like mom, things like that, that would be like, how fish, change. You would not expect to be able to see these characteristics as like strongly. You know what I mean? Because of it being compromised.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, you can see the difference.
they're both my children, but you can see which one carries the
Yeah.
more of my dad's side, and which, you know what I mean. It's weird, like, and like it freaks me out because I know, and then the dad being like Irish German, like totally pale, like basically ginger type thing, like the Indian pigments dominated that. Like I almost pretty much it doesn't even look like there was a dad. Like they look so much like me, and their their pigmentation and stuff. Like my brown dominated the blue and the red, and even though I
Mhm.
have so much red, like natural red in my hair, like it's
Yeah.
weird. Like, but my kids all came out with the dark hair, skin. Even the one that the first one I showed you, he has sky blue eyes,
Hmm.
but he's that dark.
Not bad.
Huh?
I said that's
Yeah,
awesome.
but like but as dark as he is, like his skin and his hair and all that, for him to have them blue eyes is like really weird. I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
My thing
my
is,
thing is,
okay,
okay, Montezuma's gold we know landed landed in Utah.
Mhm.
Okay,
there's
there's plenty of receipts proving the path they took. Whole nine. Now there's an old wagon trail that goes through this property
Mhm.
too. So given that and declined, okay, and you obviously with the old wagon trail is going to bring different religions such as Mormons,
But they also
Christians,
had
whole
like
nine. But the Mormons settled the
but
area.
they also had a rail system per se, like you know what I mean, where they
Yeah,
carts and things like that they like so maybe the wagon trail is like in like over where whatever rail system they utilize to bring themselves and their valuables to Utah and shit.
but here's the
Mhm.
thing. Okay, the land now is
how do I say this?
Has
Has
plenty of had plenty of gold miners
yeah.
on it. Let's put it like
Yeah.
that. Okay, before the property was bought by who? By the people that
I don't
yeah.
know what that is.
I don't either. Static.
It sounds like one of the cop radios when you push the button in. But
Yeah. Damn. Is that
I
me?
don't know. Let me see something real quick. I didn't do this.
No, that's my end. My mic's being stupid. Okay. Hang on.
All right. I gotta go call and check on my sister pretty soon too.
All right. Are we better?
Yes, much. What did you do?
I had the cord wrapped around it.
Mm.
But no, like I was saying, with the whole situation is the brother was basically written out of the history.
Hmm.
Okay? Because we know during or shortly after the Mayan and Spaniard War, the Mayans disappeared.
Mhm.
Okay? So we know that. But they were there long enough to write down what the hell was going on.
Mhm.
So, with that in fact, why was the brother no longer spoke of? Even though he was spoke about most of the whole regime of Montezuma.
Mm. Maybe I don't know. Maybe since he's now in the Mormon land, maybe he was shunned or the what is that when they
The last thing that was written about his brother was that
mm,
he was given the order to take the treasury and go north.
mm.
And that's it. And then
When
X amount of
you say
go ahead.
when you say that's the last that's written, like how in depth have you looked into like what makes you come to the conclusion that that's the finale? Like is it just that's all that was written in the material you had to utilize, or I mean like in history that's all that's written, like it's
That
notable
is
that
what
that's
has
it.
been basically like the Mayan calendar, it abruptly stopped.
Mm,
Okay, so the history of the brother abruptly stopped after he was given the order to take this vast treasury to go north with it.
is there reference to him before this point?
There was, I believe, if I remember correctly, it's been a while because I did a whole Mayan thing a couple years back because I was bored.
Mhm.
But there is stories of Montezuma and his family
Mhm.
throughout the whole Mayan civilization of his reign.
Mhm.
So, given that the brother was spoken about in multiple places of where Montezuma has ran, along with the rest of his family, and then it goes on about giving the brother the order to go north,
Mhm.
and then coming back was nothing. After that, there was no more about his brother, but more about what was going on with his family and the war at the time.
Mhm.
Now, the brother seemed to have disappeared, but there is traces of Mayans moving north and landing in Utah. There's evidence.
I'm gonna have to cut this in a minute, but we can take it up again. But I'm leaning more towards the banishing or shunning like of it, like, you know what I mean? Because if
But why would he
Like-
have the why would he have the treasure?
as part of a sacrifice, you know, if you go back and you look through the history of, you know, human sacrifice and you know, sacrifices to gods, it's usually, you know, very valuable things that you know, surrender to the gods in turn for favor. So you would want to send, you know, what would be considered then, like, you know, to us it would be monetary, but to them it would be, you know, minerals, gold.
But they were more. But from my understanding of the Mayans, they were more in the human sacrifice rather than materialistic.
Right. But
So
if they were under all this attack, maybe, you know, they came to the conclusion that they had to, like, their sacrifices weren't satisfying to the gods. They needed to, you know, up it or something. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
if you're
So, but
you know,
if you go and look,
Mm.
you have the Tawat Mountain, as I'm going to call it. Okay, they got their god of protection
Mm.
in this vast form. And then if you go X amount of miles still on this property, you will find Mayan carvings on a wall.
Mm.
And that's basically all they say.
Mm.
But
And anything else that has been found in that region has been found underground, right?
no. Bead Rock. Okay. You remember how I told you there was people compelled to go there to leave things.
Mhm.
Well,
Mhm.
they found a bone mask that the Mayans used,
Is there a cat near you?
buried. What? Yeah, that's my
Is there a
cat.
cat near you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's O'Ryan. He sits in the back, talks shit to everybody.
Okay, I just heard a cat and I just put 3 pit bulls outside, so I was like, oh no.
No. O'Ryan. Talk shit to everybody.
Yeah.
He's an asshole. What? No. So they found traces at Bead Rock
Mhm.
of the Mayans there. Okay. And they
Mm.
found markings on the side of a mountain of Mayan deities.
Mhm.
And then you have Tawat's Mountain. Now, the thing about that is that if you go and follow their path from Montezuma's main hub,
Mhm.
you don't see any of it.
Mhm.
You don't see anything like that. Going all the way from nowadays Mexico City
Mhm.
to Utah, you don't see any remnants of it. You see remnants of
The
things
Mexicans
that
are very, very dedicated to their beliefs, and you know what I mean. They take their religions and their rituals and things so serious. Like
But
even
if you go and look,
like modern day little thugs are still like very religious and very dedicated to, you know, paying homage to certain
right.
things. Yeah.
But if you go and look, though, okay,
Mhm.
Mayans are proven to be in this area of Utah. Okay, it is proven. There's receipts, facts, whole nine on it. Hi, love. And nothing more is done or said until X amount of years when Mr. Rhodes, aka the Mormon,
Mhm.
stumbled upon this isolated group of people that
Mhm.
helped him create a civilization there.
Mhm.
So we're talking years and years later.
Mhm. So what we consider natives and he may have mistakenly thought were natives were Mayans.
That's what I'm saying. Natural selection
Yeah.
and breeding
Mhm.
could
So-
have integrated the natives and the Mayans into one group
Mhm. Mhm.
with both sets of beliefs still there.
Mhm.
With
See,
the
that I could
knowledge,
see happening
yeah.
with the white man in there. I don't see like because this
But
because
when
of
I
the
show you,
genetic weaknesses. Like,
right?
if you
But
wanted
when
to
I
just
show you this
survive-
video of this guy I told you that was acting really
Mhm.
weird,
Mhm.
it basically he's acting like they depict of how they would shapeshift.
Mhm.
So, and dude's whiter than white.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm saying, could it be that they integrated with the white man when they came?
Or you know, every species of animals and people all have albinos. You know what I mean? It
Mhm.
could be like, you know, just a genetic, like, you know, freak of nature, but like a, you know, a purebred, but just with lack of pigmentation that would lead you to believe it was that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
So,
like think about it, like, you know.
so my thing about that is what if, okay, they not only integrated with the locals, as in the Native
Mhm.
Americans in Utah at the time,
Mhm.
they also integrated later on with the foreign entity, which would be white man, to
Mhm.
keep
Come here, Bill.
their
Boo,
civilization
come here. What's the matter,
hidden.
buddy? Come here, Boo. Why are you,
You know what I
shaking
mean?
like that? Come here. Yeah, hold on a second, Auntie. Boo Boo, come here.
Uh-oh.
You're a good boy. What's the matter,
Oh,
buddy?
look, listen to the baby.
My one is in his like he's like he won't come near me and he's just shaking like he did something wrong. Clutch, calm down. Yeah, look. Come here, Boo. Come here. You're a good guy. Look, he didn't even eat his cookies. Clutch, stop. I'm talking to your brother. Come here, Boosin. Come here, Boosin. Come on. Yeah, there's something fucking wrong with him. Come here,
Oh,
buddy. What's
yeah.
the matter? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Poo poo. What's the matter? Come here. Come on. You want your cookies? Are you a good boy? Want to have a cookie, good boy? He's a good guy. He's the best guy, buddy. Look, yeah, you can have the cookie, buddy. Okay, what's the matter? You didn't do nothing wrong.
The storm,
calm
maybe?
down. Maybe. I mean, maybe. But he like literally was like shaking when I was talking to him, like he was in trouble. He's a good boy. And I gave him them cookies when I brought him out here. He never leaves his cookies sitting there.
Oh,
Unless
might be
he,
something else.
Yeah. But see, Buster's the same way. If Buster gets on the couch when I'm not home, when I come home, he's got himself in the corner like, oh, but the bad guy. You know what I mean? I might not ever find what it was he did, but, you know, he tells himself he's bad. And I don't know. I'm going to have to pull him in and run his temperature and all that shit.
Self-punishment.
Yeah, yeah. You know, there's things, I've come home and Buster's been like that. I still haven't found out.
Just get cameras.
Nothing was in the house wrong. So maybe
Like I said, just
you
get
know, either
cameras.
that or they know. Yeah, I got cameras outside. but-
Well, I mean, get cameras in general to keep eyes on them.
Like,
Oh, your net's cutting, honey.
oh yeah.
But all right, listen, I'm gonna let you fly, darling. You got
But,
shit to do. I've been up
like-
here for 5.5 hours. Oh,
It like I
yeah, you're cutting in and
There's
out, darling.
happen.
Oh, I
Anything
think
because like I have to
lost
Losing you.
Yeah.
But
in the
all
basement
right,
and shit.
listen, we'll get back to this conversation. We'll get back
But-
on this conversation another day. But you got stuff to do.
There's
She's cutting bad.
I don't know. Yeah, it's the
cutting
weather.
bad.
I'm not worried about a flat tire. I can add air to the fucking tire. I'm worried about the one that's off the rim. You ain't even got to really wash that. Just rinse it out a little bit with water. Because I only had this.
Uh-oh.
I need a gas can. Ask. You guys have a gas can?
All right. Yeah. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. Sorry. Have a good time. I gotta go.